plummets from the heavens, shattering the glass of a high-rise skyscraper. Inside, a couple attempting a discreet rendezvous freezes in pure shock as their privacy is violently interrupted. The secretary's carefully calculated plan to seduce her boss evaporates in an instant. Amidst the debris, the protagonist lies motionless, his ancient spirit weary from the sudden impact, needing a moment to stabilize his breathing. Suddenly, a tiny shadow looms over him. A little girl asks innocently if he's a beggar starving for food. Amused, the main character sits up, accepting her humble offering with the grace of a king. But his eyes widen in scandalized shock. The women of this era wear garments so short and revealing. It defies all propriety. However, to understand this chaos, we must rewind 1 hour. At the edge of a desolate cliff, 3 ruthless figures mock a helpless boy, telling him to pray for better luck in his next life. At that precise instant, a cataclysmic explosion rocks the entire region, an energy so vast and terrifying that the 4 corners of the world tremble beneath its weight. From the smoke, a lone figure ascends, leaping straight into the cloud layer. His seclusion is finally over. The dragon has awakened. But as he gazes down from the heavens, confusion strikes. The world below is nothing like the land he once knew. A mysterious voice echoes through the sky, summoning him. He descends, finding himself face to face with a shimmering projection of his old master. The master reveals a shattering truth. 2,000 years have drifted by since the sect's founding. The world's spiritual energy has withered away, leaving the land barren of magic. The protagonist freezes in absolute horror. He believes he has been in meditation for a mere 2 days, not 2 millennia. He had only planned a short seclusion. As the illusion fades, Wu shoots across the sky like a meteor, desperate to prove his master wrong with his own eyes. That is when fate intervenes. Below him, he witnesses the brutal moment 2 thugs kick a helpless man into the abyss. The killers sense a witness. Though they possess no spiritual aura, they raise strange metal artifacts and unleash a barrage of fire to silence him. Wu does not even flinch. With a mere flick of his wrist, he manipulates a fraction of his chi, reflecting the projectiles back at their owners. The thugs drop dead before they even realize their mistake. The protagonist descends gracefully, landing beside the broken body at the base of the cliff. Beside the corpse lies a glowing, rectangular talisman. Curious, he lifts it, only to hear a disembodied voice screaming from within. This object holds no spiritual power, yet transmits sound perfectly. It is undeniable proof that 2,000 years have indeed passed, giving rise to strange sorcery. Unaware of this era's dangers, he decides that adopting a disguise is the safest path. He will become a shadow in this new world. Gazing at the fallen boy, he makes a silent vow to inherit his possessions in exchange for a proper burial. As he shifts his appearance to match the victim, he senses the heavy burden of karma. This young man clearly lived a life plagued by misfortune. As payment for the identity, he swears to rain vengeance upon the boy's enemies. Meanwhile, in Hio City, a young heiress drowns in despair, dreading an arranged marriage orchestrated by her grandfather. Her loyal friend grips her hand, promising that as long as they stand together, no family pressure can force her into an unwanted union. Back in the sky, the protagonist soars through the clouds until he nearly collides with a colossal metal beast roaring through the air. That was the catastrophic moment he lost control and crashed through the window, ruining the couple's private affair. As he recovers from the fall, the kind little girl feeds him. Suddenly, an elegant woman, radiating authority and wealth, rushes in and spots the child. The girl leaps up to embrace her mother, but a bodyguard moves with lightning speed, mistaking the hero for a threat. He launches a vicious strike. The guard seizes the protagonist's head and arm, attempting to shatter his bones and smash his skull against the concrete bench. Futile, with a mere surge of mental energy, the protagonist blasts the attacker backward as if he were swatting a fly. The little girl claps her hands in delight, cheering that the big brother possesses the strength of a hero. Alarmed, the mother demands an explanation. Upon hearing Yin Yin's innocent account, her expression softens, and she commands her subordinate to atone for his rudeness. Trembling, the bodyguard bows low to the man on the bench, apologizing profusely for mistaking him for a kidnapper. The woman offers a graceful thanks for protecting her daughter, handing him a package as a token of the Wang family's gratitude. The limousine engine purrs, ready to depart, but the little girl insists on a final farewell to her new friend. As he holds her small hands, his spiritual sense flares. Despite her youth, a dark, strange illness rots her from within. Fortunately, for an immortal, this is child's play. He whispers a secret into her ear, pressing a condensed medicine pill into her palm, telling her it is magic candy for when the pain becomes unbearable. As the car pulls away, the driver announces that their appointment with the nation's supreme medical expert is confirmed. The driver eyes the dirty object in the girl's hand with disdain, but she refuses to let go, clutching the stranger's gift like a treasure. She gazes at the pill with fascination, until suddenly agony, a sharp, piercing pain seizes her chest, and her world goes black. Panic erupts. The mother screams for speed, ordering the driver to tear through the streets to reach the miracle doctor before it is too late. Even unconscious, the girl clutches the pill. Meanwhile, at the residence of Dr. Shu, known to the world as the Divine Hands, the legendary healer gazes thoughtfully out the window. The doors burst open. The frantic mother rushes in, tears streaming down her face as she begs the doctor to snatch her daughter from the jaws of death. With the calm of a sage, Dr. Shu reassures Mrs. Wang. He declares that saving lives is his sacred duty and immediately begins his assessment. But after checking her pulse, his expression darkens. He turns to the mother and, with a heavy heart, delivers the devastating news. The diagnosis hung in the air like a death sentence. The doctors were helpless, advising the mother to prepare for the inevitable funeral. Devastated, the woman collapsed to the floor, begging Dr. Shu. She pleaded for him to save her daughter, Yin Yun. She screamed that she would trade her own life for the girl's, but the doctor could only shake his head, admitting his power was limited to merely easing the child's suffering. He explained that only a miracle could save her now, specifically the 9 revolving rejuvenation pill. It was a divine alchemy treasure from 2,000 years ago, a legendary formula lost to the sands of time. He lamented that modern medicine only possessed a useless fragment of that ancient recipe. But suddenly, his nose twitched. A fragrance that defied the laws of nature was drifting from the dying girl. Following the scent, his trembling hands reached into Yin Yun's dress pocket. He pulled out a small, unassuming sphere. As he held the pill, Dr. Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. The aroma, the texture, the spiritual energy, it matched the ancient text perfectly. The mother, confused, stammered, wondering where such a thing came from. Then, it clicked. She gasped, remembering the mysterious young man who had casually tossed the pill to Yin Yun earlier, claiming it would heal her. Hearing this, Dr. Shu's voice shook with reverence. He announced that this was no ordinary object. It was the authentic, legendary 9 revolving rejuvenation pill. Hope surged back into the mother's heart. With tears in her eyes, she grabbed the doctor's arm, asking if this meant her daughter could cheat death. The doctor threw his hands up in triumph, his confidence soaring. With this divine medicine, no one could outperform him. He declared that Yin Yun would make a full recovery after a simple rest. The mother sobbed, thanking him profusely. But Dr. Shu stopped her immediately. He refused to take credit for a miracle he didn't create. The gratitude, he insisted, belonged solely to the mysterious young master who had gifted them this god-tier elixir. He turned to Mrs. Wang, desperate to meet this hidden alchemist. But Mrs. Wang shook her head. She didn't know his identity either. It dawned on her then the young man must have seen Yin Yun's illness with a mere glance, a feat of observation that bordered on the supernatural. Her husband chimed in, recalling that they had encountered the young man near Heihu University. Dr. Shu stroked his chin, speculating that this supreme being might be hiding as a humble student. Mrs. Wang nodded firmly. They had to go to the university immediately. The Wang family owed this stranger a debt of blood and life. To Dr. Shu, this was terrifyingly impressive. A sacred being, living among mortals as a student, it was crucial to respect his privacy while seeking his favor. The doctor warned them they must protect the identity of this hidden dragon at all costs. The mother agreed with intense determination. Anyone capable of handing out such a priceless treasure like candy was no ordinary human. The Wang family had to secure a connection with him, no matter the price. Meanwhile, unaware of the chaos he caused, Ye Wu strolled down a bustling street. Suddenly, his old phone, which hadn't made a sound in ages, began to ring. Chewing on a snack, Ye Wu answered. A voice on the other end demanded to know why the escort team had lost track of him. The voice shifted, inviting him to lunch. Ye Wu froze. That tone, that cadence, he recognized it instantly. A single tear escaped his eye. A memory surfaced, a kind woman offering him sweets in his youth. The nostalgia hit him like a physical blow. He composed himself, promising to arrive by lunch. But his mind raced. Why did this aunt's voice sound exactly like his master's wife? He frowned, analyzing the situation. First, he meets a man sharing his name, and now a woman with that familiar voice. Was this the hand of fate? Or a complex trap set by destiny? Before vanishing, his master had left belongings at the Yuanbao Tower. Ye Wu hoped the answers to these riddles were hidden there. But for now, family came first. He decided to meet Aunt Jo. He arrived at the majestic Yunwu Mountain Villa, just in time to hear a woman's voice complaining about his sudden arrival. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Another voice chimed in with curiosity, wondering if this Ye Wu was at least handsome. Zhang Xiaorou scoffed, declaring that good looks didn't put food on the table, but her friend, Lin Chen, teased her, bringing up a certain generic crush named Jiang Xiang. Zhang Xiaorou immediately fired back, comparing the visitor to the student council president, while Lin Chen giggled at the drama. Their gossip was cut short by a calm, magnetic male voice from the gate asking if Aunt Jo was home. Zhang Xiaorou blinked, admitting the voice sounded surprisingly pleasant. Peering through the peephole, Ye Wu surveyed the estate. So, this was the Yunwu Mountain Villa his aunt spoke of, luxury fit for royalty. Inside, the two girls whispered excitedly. He was handsome. But then, paranoia set in. Two girls, alone in a big house with a stranger. Lin Chen had a mischievous idea. She suggested unleashing the Lion King to scare the intruder away. Zhang Xiaorou hesitated, worried the beast might maul him, but eventually, her desire for a prank won out. The Lion King, a massive Tibetan mastiff, charged toward the gate. Lin Chen watched with bated breath, wondering if the boy would wet his pants. The beast let out a thunderous roar at Ye Wu. Zhang Xiaorou smirked, reminding her friend that this dog was last year's national fighting champion. Ye Wu didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. He calmly reached out his hand. To the girl's horror, he patted the ferocious beast on the head. He muttered that it was just a cute puppy. Suddenly, a mature female voice rang out, asking if he was Ye Wu. Ye Wu looked up. The sight of the woman struck him like lightning. The memory of his master's wife overlapped perfectly with her face. Overwhelmed, he blurted out, "Mistress?" The woman looked confused, questioning the strange title. She smiled warmly, telling him to call her Aunt Jo, just like the old days. Ye Wu snapped out of his trance and nodded, accepting the role. Zhang Xiaorou ran out to embrace her mother, while Ye Wu stood back, still shaken by the uncanny resemblance to his master's wife. The girl immediately started whining, complaining that Ye Wu had scared their poor Lion King. Aunt Jo didn't buy it for a second. Smack. She lightly tapped her daughter's head. She scolded Zhang Xiaorou for her rudeness, reminding her that when they were toddlers, she used to follow Ye Wu around like a lost duckling. Zhang Xiaorou's face turned red. She asked if this guy was really that Ye Wu. Her mother laughed, revealing the ultimate embarrassment as a child. Zhang Xiaorou had declared she would marry Ye Wu when she grew up. Aunt Jo clapped her hands, saying she had business to attend to. She ordered her flustered daughter to show their guest, and potential fiancé, around the mansion. He bows respectfully, addressing her as Sister Xiao, but her eyes are cold. She demands he keep his distance immediately, as he watches Zhang Xiao storm away. Yu's mind drifts to the past. His master's wife had always treated him like her own flesh and blood. That bond is unbreakable. He vows to protect this family, even after a separation of 2,000 years. But suddenly, his instincts scream a warning. A dark energy rises. A demonic formation has materialized around the village. The array is hungry. It begins to violently drain the vitality of his master's lineage. The intent is clear: total extermination of the bloodline. Yu scoffs at the amateurish technique. Whoever set this trap hasn't even mastered the basics. To a returner with 2,000 years of experience, this is child's play. The scene shifts. Zhang Xiao asks if he is overwhelmed by the view. She compares the scenery to a barren field, and he simply nods in agreement. Then, she reveals the dark history of the land. This place was once the largest abandoned estate in all of Haiju. But 18 years ago, everything changed. Her grandfather hired a feng shui master to alter the dragon veins. The wasteland was transformed into a paradise for the elite. Yu's eyes narrow slightly. He asks if this feng shui master possesses true power. She shrugs off the supernatural aspect. Yet, she admits the man is a titan in the world of metaphysics. And there is more. When her grandfather fell gravely ill not long ago, it was this very master who snatched him from the jaws of death. Altering earth veins, saving the patriarch, to Yu, these coincidences reek of conspiracy. He decides to keep a sharp eye on this mysterious figure. Breaking the tension, she changes the subject and invites him to explore the mansion grounds. They stroll down the grand corridor. A servant approaches in a rush, calling out to the young lady and young master Yu. Lunch is served, and the mistress awaits, but Zhang Xiao cuts him off sharply. She corrects the servant, "Just call him Yu." The servant is awkward, but Yu simply smiles. He chooses patience. For the sake of Master Zhou's wife and her kindness, he will endure any slight. After the meal, Zhang Xiao collapses onto her bed, drained of all energy. Moments later, she vents her frustration to Lynchian. She calls the country bumpkin a smooth-talking schemer. She cannot believe her mother allowed him to stay. Lynchian offers a strategy. Stay at school, she advises. Join Professor Wang's project team and avoid going home altogether. Zhang Xiao agrees immediately. The moment classes begin, she will contact the professor. But her pettiness goes further. She plans a month-long vacation for the servants. She intends to leave Yu completely isolated in the empty mansion. Lynchian calls it cruel, but Zhang Xiao is cold as ice. Let him carry bricks or collect trash, she sneers. He won't starve if he works. Outside the door, Yu hears every poisonous word. Yet, his face remains calm. He turns to Aunt Zhou and reassures her that everything is fine. He offers a parting gift, a medicinal pill passed down through his lineage. He promises it will work miracles for Grandpa Zhang's health. With Aunt Zhou's connections, he secures a legal identity. His destination, Hugh University, beginning tomorrow. He settles into rest, but suddenly, the air grows heavy with bloodlust, a terrifying killing. Intent locks onto him. Shadows move through the forest. A squad of hitmen charges with a single order: eradicate the boy from Yinwu village. They seek vengeance for their fallen leaders. They conceal themselves in the brush, eyes fixed on the entrance, but Yu stands openly at the gate. He already knows they are here. The trap springs. They surround him in an instant. A dagger flies straight for his heart. Too slow. Yu evades with godlike agility. The squad closes in, blades drawn. One accuser screams that Yu murdered their comrades. The leader steps forward, his voice dripping with malice. "You have the guts to kill," he sneers. "You must be tired of living." He offers the young master two paths to hell. Option 1, kneel and end your own life. He opens his mouth to speak the second option. But Yu is gone. He vanishes into thin air, leaving them bewildered. Target lost. A subordinate cries out. The leader's blood runs cold. To kill his best men. This boy is no ordinary martial artist. Fan out, he commands. He knows the prey is still close. The hunter has become the hunted. Desperate, the leader activates his trump card. A secret artifact that can track a soul to the ends of the earth. The needle spins wildly. It stops, pointing directly behind his own back. A chilling voice whispers, "Looking for this?" Yu is standing right there. The leader realizes his mistake too late. Bam! A single strike crushes him to the ground. The man babbles incoherently, his mind broken by fear. Yu towers over the defeated squad. His voice is the icy decree of a monarch. "Who sent you speak?" Resistance is futile. One minion cries out to the boss. They were defeated before they could even lift a finger. The leader's mind races. This is not just a martial master. This boy's a monster, but the one who hired them is just as terrifying. He chooses silence over betrayal. Take the secret to the grave. Instantly, black blood pours from their mouths. Yu gazes coldly at its corpses. Suicide squads, poison pills. Who hates him enough to resort to such extreme measures? The game has just begun. The gravity of the situation crashes down on him. This is no ordinary enemy. A true mastermind is pulling the strings. And to survive, he must push his cultivation to the absolute limit. With his resolve hardened, He sets his sights on Haiyu University, the perfect training ground to decode the secrets of this strange modern era. Meanwhile, deep within a shadowed control room, a high-ranking superior barks out a ruthless command. He demands a status report on the Haze team. But the silence is deafening. The grim reality hits the life signals of all 5 elite members have been extinguished. A figure cloaked in darkness steps forward, his voice dripping with malice as he questions if every single one of them has been slaughtered. Drone feeds flicker to life, revealing a landscape of destruction where the signals vanished. But of the bodies or the killer, not a single trace remains. Rage explodes. He slams his fist onto the table, cursing their incompetence. Without hesitation, a kill order is transmitted to a new, deadlier squad. No more amateurs. The order is clear. Send the elites to end his life. Oblivious to the looming shadow, Ya steps off a bus, blending into the city's rhythm. As he navigates the concrete jungle, he realizes the terrifying power of modern weaponry. He must tread lightly. Drawing attention now would be fatal. Walking down the busy street, he calculates the odds. Against the steel monsters of this age, he stands no chance yet. Survival demands absolute discretion. Suddenly, fate intervenes. An old man passing by gasps, clutching his chest in agonizing pain. Ya spins around, sensing the crisis, but the crowd recoils, warning him away, hissing that the old man is just a scammer trying to extort money. Ya stares at them, disgusted by the icy indifference of this chaotic world. Just then, the old man collapses, his life force fading fast. His master's teachings echo in his mind like thunder. When you walk the mortal path, never turn a blind eye to injustice. Hesitation vanishes. He crouches down and slips a miraculous spirit pill into the dying man's mouth. Miraculously, color returns. The man rises, fully healed. Ya simply smiles, calls it luck, and walks away, leaving only a whisper for them to be kind. A bystander rushes to steady the elder, but the old man is bewildered. The pain is gone, replaced by a vitality he hasn't felt in years. A memory flashes through the old man's mind like a lightning bolt. Long ago, a similar miracle occurred. A young master, a golden pill, and a recovery that defied all medical science. Determined, he commands his subordinates to find his savior at any cost. Meanwhile, birds soar peacefully over the prestigious Haiyu University. Inside the classroom, Lin Qian cheers with delight, finally celebrating her escape from that annoying country bumpkin. Zhang Xiaoru joins the celebration. With school finally in session, her mother's suffocating pressure can't reach her here. Rumors of a transfer student spark excitement, but Xiaoru scoffs at their boy-crazy antics. Suddenly, the teacher calls for order. The newcomer has arrived. The door slides open. Gasps fill the room. The girls instantly swoon over his striking features, whispering that he looks strangely familiar. Xiaoru and Lin Qian exchange suspicious glances. Could it be him? No. Surely it's just a bizarre coincidence. The teacher beams, inviting the mysterious student to introduce himself to the class. He faces the crowd, eyes calm. I am Yabashan. He chooses to hide nothing, using his true name. Whispers erupt among the girls like wildfire, intrigued by his cool demeanor, while the teacher scans the room for a seat. Xiaoru lets out a breath she was holding. Same surname, but a much more elegant name. It can't be that rustic fool she knows. A hand shoots up, a girl eagerly offers the empty desk beside her, but the teacher turns to the class beauty, Xiaoru, for her input. With a charming smile, Xiaoru plays her hand, stating she wouldn't mind sitting next to the handsome new transfer either. The teacher hesitates, caught in the middle, but Yabachin ignores the politics and strides down the aisle. Ignoring the popular girl's calls, he stops at a random desk. He asks the girl there if the seat is taken, and she nods, stunned by his sudden proximity. The class buzzes. The queen bee, Xiaoru, was ignored. The boys exchange dark looks. They need to teach this new guy a lesson. Break time turns dangerous. A pack of thugs corners Yabachan in the hallway, dropping the name of Zhu Shang, the tyrant of Haiyu University. The leader sneers, warning him to stay away from Xiaoru. Yabachan nods instantly, playing the role of a coward to avoid unnecessary conflict. He turns to leave, promising to stay 1,000,000 miles away from her. The bullies smirk, convinced he's just another weakling. But beneath that submissive mask, Yabachan's eyes flash. Arrogance must be punished. With a flick of his finger, A silent fire spell is cast. The bullies strut away, laughing, until whoosh, the leader's hair bursts into flames. Chaos erupts as they scream for water, while Yabachin strolls away, unbothered. He smirks to himself. Even a fraction of his power was too much for these fools. What good is showing off strength against ants who know nothing of true cultivation? He heads to the library to research this strange era. Meanwhile, a student runs to Xiaoru, gossiping about how Ya rejected her only to sit with a nobody. Suddenly, they spot him walking their way. Hearts race. Is he finally coming to apologize? But he breezes past them like they are air, barely sparing Xiaoru and her friend a single glance. Fate, however, has a sense of humor. A bird drops a present right on Yabachin's shoe. He instantly kneels in front of Xiaoru, not to propose, but to wipe off the bird poop. Lin Chenjian watched with bated breath, convinced a romantic confession was unfolding before his very eyes. But Zhang Xiaoru, flustered and blushing, cried out that she was too young for love before fleeing the scene. Ye Qin stood up, grumbling in annoyance. He wasn't confessing his undying love. He was merely cleaning up the mess a bird had left behind. From the shadows, a jealous rival watched, his blood boiling. Convinced Ye Qin was making a move on his goddess, he swore a blood oath to end him right there. Inside the guarded library, one henchman hissed a warning, but his partner just smirked, the sound of whetstone against steel filling the silence. Another assassin squatted low, sharpening his blade with malicious intent. He planned to sever Ye Qin's manhood so he could never look at their goddess again, unaware of the killing intent. Ye Qin immersed himself in the sacred halls of knowledge, studying the Tao of cultivation. A group of onlookers sneered, mocking him for studying a mere beginner's primer. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto an ancient board filled with profound inscriptions. The ridicule grew louder as Ye Qin walked confidently toward the forbidden ancient archives. They scoffed at the arrogance of a novice, daring to approach texts that even masters found indecipherable. The commotion stirred a sleeping figure amidst the shelves. A powerful aura awoke, demanding to know who dared disturb the peace. A library guard instantly materialized beside Professor Wang, commanding silence in this sanctuary of learning. He bowed respectfully, asking if the elder needed assistance. Professor Wang, eyes sharp with purpose, declared he had come for the ancient scrolls. Approaching the sealed chamber, Professor Wang sensed a presence. Someone had breached the restricted area. The guard turned pale, bowing frantically as he apologized for his negligence. He charged inside, vowing to crush the intruder inside. Ye Qin calmly studied a combat manual, only to be interrupted by the furious custodian. The guard seized Ye Qin by the shoulder, his grip like iron, ordering the brat to be gone at once. Ye Qin didn't flinch. With eyes like a still lake, he simply asked why reading was a crime. The guard laughed in disbelief, claiming that these texts were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, let alone a student. Just as the guard prepared to throw him out, Professor Wang stepped forward. His eyes widened as he recognized the young man's face. The professor rushed forward. There was no mistake. This was Ye Qin, his savior and benefactor. The guard, blind to the situation, insisted on punishment, but Professor Wang roared, demanding he apologize to his honored guest immediately. Terror washed over the guard. In his attempt to curry favor, he had offended a being with connections to the heavens themselves. Whispers erupted among the gathering crowd. Who was this boy that the rules bowed down to? Professor Wang dismissed the noise with a wave of his hand. He saw a golden opportunity to test if the boy truly comprehended the Tao. With a knowing look, the professor challenged Ye Qin to demonstrate his understanding of the ancient script. Ye Qin began to speak. His voice resonated with power as he described a sequence of martial arts that flowed like water. Professor Wang stood frozen, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. As the recitation continued, the professor realized the boy wasn't just reading, he was perfecting the incomplete art. The guard collapsed to his knees, his reality shattered. The onlookers watched in stunned silence. The professor's reaction told them everything. A genius had walked among them. Ye Qin paused, noticing the old man swaying. He rushed to support Professor Wang, who was overwhelmed by the revelation. Gasping for air, the professor finally connected the dots. This was the legendary alchemist who had gifted him the miracle pill. Ye Qin narrowed his eyes. He assumed the old fox was feigning illness just to scam more divine elixir from him. Not wanting to be swindled, Ye Qin declared he had urgent business and vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving the professor grasping at air. Recovering his wits, The professor barked an order to check which tome the prodigy had been studying. The guard, trembling, presented a children's book titled Learn Pinyin with Me. Professor Wang's eyes widened. He concluded this must be a hidden code of supreme wisdom and vowed to study it outside. The assassins saw their target leave and began the hunt. Ye Qin sensed the killing intent instantly. Finally, the rats had come out to play, and there were 2 packs of them. A cold, playful smile tugged at his lips. It was time for a little entertainment. Hours later, at the desolate gates of Yunwu village, he stopped and addressed the shadows, asking if his stalkers were tired yet. Shocked that their stealth had failed, 3 assassins leaped from the darkness. The leader raised his blade, screaming that the time for castration had arrived, but suddenly, a blur of motion exploded from the brush. A mysterious fighter charged in like a thunderbolt with a devastating kick. He sent the blade wielder flying into the distance. Chaos erupted as the second group encircled Ye Qin, demanding he hand over the treasure. They threatened him with death, but Ye Qin merely tilted his head, feigning ignorance, before he could finish speaking. The first enemy launched a lethal strike. In that split second, Ye Beichen rises into the air, his aura expanding. He declares that they have foolishly delivered themselves as sacrifices for his training. One of the thugs screams to chase the boy who fled. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure crushes them, freezing everyone in place. Spiritual chains erupt from the ground. Realizing they walked into a trap, they scream in terror, begging for mercy that will not come. Ye Beichen reveals the truth with a cold gaze. A sinister formation had been laid beneath the village, and he needed a power source to shatter it. Seizing the moment, he channels the trap's energy to reverse the flow. Since they volunteered their lives, he decides to put their souls to good use. All the gathered chi is focused into a singe point of devastation. The resulting blast obliterates the property in a blinding explosion. Miles away, an elder cultivator coughs up a mouthful of blood. His formation was destroyed. He trembles with rage, wondering who possessed such power. Sitting amidst the debris of his altar, his voice thunders. He calls for his disciple. A young man named Alan kneels instantly. The master commands him to travel to Hihu City immediately and hunt down the one responsible. Watching from the shadows, another figure realizes his troops have been wiped out. He decides to escalate matters, requesting a special assassination squad from the upper hierarchy. Under the cold light of the moon, a voice drips with malice. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to compete with us faces only death. Far from the chaos, Ye Beichen walks down a bustling street. He sneezes suddenly, wondering who is cursing his name behind his back. At that exact moment, a student sprinting down the sidewalk spots him. Unable to break in time, he crashes hard into Ye Beichen's back. The stranger scrambles up and faces Ye Beichen. He stares in silence, his eyes darting suspiciously for a split second. Then, he bolts away at supernatural speed. Ye Beichen spins around, patting his pocket. That brat stole my wallet. The thief glances back with a smirk as he vanishes into the crowd. Later, hiding in an alley, Zhang Ziwen throws the empty wallet down in frustration. Bah, just waste paper. I wasted my time. Later that evening at the Hihu University male dormitory, Ye Beichen walks calmly down the hallway, his presence suppressed. He stops in front of room 601. A voice from inside calls out, "Who is it?" Zhang Ziwen swings the door open and freezes. He finds himself face to face with Ye Beichen. Squinting, he thinks, wait, this face looks familiar. Realization hits him like a truck. It is the guy he robbed earlier. Zhang Ziwen panics internally, wondering how the victim tracked him down. However, Ye Beichen decides to play the fool. Since they are destined to be roommates, he pretends not to know a thing. With a harmless smile, he introduces himself. I am Ye Beichen, the new freshman. Nice to meet you. Zhang Ziwen introduces himself, sweating nervously. Overwhelmed by guilt, he decides to be the best roommate ever and invites him in. Ye Beichen steps inside, joking that this messy room is truly the portrait of modern dorm life. To smooth things over, Zhang Ziwen offers a peace treaty. Let's go get some late night food to celebrate. In the food court, he acts humble. It is nothing fancy, just whatever is open right now. A waitress approaches with their order. Ye Beichen looks up. It is Wu Ying. She is shocked to see him and asks what he is doing here so late. She explains she's working part-time. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupts them. At a nearby table, a thug slams his fist, screaming that his grilled fish is taking too long. Wu Ying bows apologetically. I am so sorry, sir. It will be ready in just a moment. But the man is looking for trouble. He demands compensation for his precious time, sneering that a simple apology is worthless. He steps closer, pressuring her with a menacing aura. His eyes gleam with lust. If you want to pay me back, come with me to a hotel room. Wu Ying trembles, begging him to stop. The thug stands up, towering over her. Are you daring to refuse me? He grabs her arm violently. Do you know who I am? He tries to drag her toward the hotel next door against her will. Suddenly, a hand of steel intercepts the aggressor's grip. The customer turns, furious. Who dares interfere? His lackey steps forward, threatening Ye Beichen. Jiang Ziwen whispers, we should call the cops. But Ye Beichen's eyes turn cold. I cannot just watch this, right? He orders the trash to back off. The thug points a shaking finger at him. Kill him. One henchman charges, screaming for blood. Another swings a glass bottle, aiming to shatter it on Ye Beichen's skull. Without even breaking a sweat, Ye Beichen moves. Bam bam. He drops them with single strikes. Jiang Ziwen watches, jaw on the floor, unable to believe his roommate is a monster. Wu Ying covers her mouth in shock. Since when does he know martial arts? The gang leader cannot process the instant defeat. Ye Beichen holds one of the thugs by the collar, his voice calm but terrifying. I am not easily scared by trash like you. The leader tries to pull a weapon, attempting to restrain him, but Ye Beichen simply dangles the key in front of his face, mocking his futile attempt. Spirit completely broken, the aggressor drops to his knees. He kowtows, apologizing profusely for offending a master. Wu Ying sighs in relief and thanks him. Ye Beichen smiles warmly. No need for formalities. We are classmates, after all. Since the night is deep, he asks when her shift ends. She asks for an escort. He takes her hand, and they walk into the night together. Under the streetlights, he asks why she works so hard. Wu Ying reveals her mother is gravely ill. Suddenly, Ye Beichen stops dead in his tracks. He senses something. What is wrong? She asks. Nothing. He lies, his eyes scanning the darkness. He resumes walking, but he knows the piece is about to end. As Wu Ying steps inside, Ye Chen turns back. His gaze locks onto the structure. A surge of power flows from within. His instincts scream. It is unmistakable. Pure spiritual energy radiates from the core of the building. Such density suggests a spirit vein lies beneath. He must claim it. A plan begins to form in his mind. The following day brings trouble. Guang and his lackeys corner their prey in the restroom. They thirst for vengeance. Shadows lengthen as they sneak up. A sack is thrown. They prepare to beat him into a pulp. Agonizing screams pierce the air, but the cries belong to the ambushers. Inside, the predators are now on their knees, begging for mercy. Ye Chen looks down with cold eyes. Is forgiveness really this simple, terrified? Guang asks the price of his freedom. Yeah. Chen grips him by the collar. He demands compensation, but Guang trembles and offers 100 coins. The offer is answered with a brutal slap. Do I look like a beggar to you? Panic rises. Guang frantically raises the bid to 1,000. Pow! Another fist crashes into his face. Guang questions if his life is truly this worthless in the monster's eyes. Pain explodes through his body. He pleads for it to stop. Is 1,000 still not enough for you? Ye Chen states his terms, cold as ice. 10,000. The number leaves the bully paralyzed with shock. Money secured, Ye Chen walks away. He muses aloud. This small fortune should be enough to rent that house. Behind him, the battered gang bows. They bid a respectful farewell to the devil himself. A lackey whines about the humiliation, but Guang silences him. This shame must never leave this room. First, they must heal their wounds. But in Guang's eyes, a darker plot begins to brew. Back in class, a new lecture begins. Ye Chen leans toward Wu Ying. He saw the sign. He asks if her family needs a tenant. He offers to take the room immediately. Wu Ying blinks. Stunned by his unexpected proposal, he wastes no time. The decision is made. He reveals he has the rent money ready to go. The murmuring snaps the teacher's patience. She locks onto him. A piece of chalk flies like a dagger. Ye Chen catches it effortlessly. He looks her in the eye. You should take some medicine. Your health is deteriorating. Fury erupts on her face. She demands an explanation for his insolence. Ye Chen tries to explain the medical truth, but she points to the door, dismissed. He shrugs and decides the library is a better place for cultivation anyway. Before vanishing, He locks eyes with Wu Ying. Remember to save that room for me. The class resumes in awkward silence. Suddenly, the phone rings. It is the esteemed Professor Wang on the line. The professor demands Ye Qin for his elite team. The teacher freezes. She agrees to find him at once. She hangs up, panic rising. She turns to the students. Who exactly was that boy? Wu Ying raises a timid hand. It was the student she just kicked out, realizing her fatal mistake. The teacher dashes out the door. Meanwhile, amidst the silence of the library, Ye Qin reads ancient texts in peace. She finds him at last, breathless. She approaches. The arrogance is gone, replaced by a humble apology. She reveals the truth. Professor Wang personally requested him. She admits her judgment was clouded. Ye Qin feigns ignorance. His indifference cuts deep. She explains the project is waiting at the History Museum. She pleads with him. He must go there and take a look. He flips a page. I will finish my reading first. The teacher stands there, utterly defeated. In the infirmary, the air smells of antiseptic and defeat. Guang nurses his wounds. His minions ask for the next command. A sinister light enters Guang's eyes. He will summon the regional boss. Ye Qin must pay in blood. Suddenly, a finger points to the window. There he is. The target is walking right past them. Guang grabs his phone, trembling with rage. This time, he dies. He dials the dreaded Brother Chong. In a noisy restaurant, Brother Chong picks up. He asks for the target's name. Guang spits it out with venom. Brother Chong slams the phone down. He revs his scooter. The engine roars like a beast. It is time to hunt. He launches forward with reckless speed. His own men tumble onto the asphalt as he leaves a trail of dust. Ye Qin stands before the museum, sensing the energy. Suddenly, a voice screams his name from behind. It is Guang He accuses Ye Qin of theft. Ye Qin turns slowly. Do you wish for another beating? Guang sneers, confidence restored. I brought backup. He invokes the name of Brother Chong to instill fear. Screeching tires announce their arrival. Brother Chong's squad surrounds them. The boss steps off his bike and demands to see the target. Guang didn't waste a second. With a sinister sneer, he pointed a trembling finger straight at the newcomer, marking him for death. But Huan froze in sheer terror. He recognized that face instantly, the nightmare of their last encounter. The cold grip of death. It all came flooding back in a flash. He realized the truth. Liu wasn't asking for help. He was sending Huan straight to his grave. While the system identified the newcomer as enemy reinforcement, Guang barked out the fatal command to Huan, destroy him. But the response shattered everyone's expectations. A thunderous slap echoed through the air. Guang stumbled back, clutching his swelling face, his mind reeling in total confusion. What? Why? What happened next defied all logic. Huan threw himself to the ground before Yachin, trembling like a leaf. He begged for mercy and dragged Liu down with him. On your knees, apologize or die. Witnessing this sudden reversal, the onlookers stood paralyzed. The hierarchy had crumbled in an instant. Was this young man a hidden monster from the dark world? Yachin crushed debris beneath his heel, his expression bored. Since your subordinate is useless. His eyes bore into Huan. You should handle the discipline yourself. Huan didn't hesitate. He slammed his head against the pavement. I was blind. Please, spare me. Yachin's gaze remained cold. I let you live once. Why have you returned to court death? Huan groveled in the dirt, desperate to survive, but Yachin wasn't interested in apologies. My mental peace has been disturbed. A cruel smirk played on his lips. How much is your life worth to you right now? Huan lay sprawled on the concrete, stunned into silence. A fee for mental damages. The audacity was overwhelming. Yachin's killing intent flared. My patience is wearing thin. Pay up, or I get violent. Terrified, Guang frantically shouted out a number. 10,000, I'll pay 10,000. Desperation took over. Huan pulled out a black credit card as collateral, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he offered it up as tribute. Card in hand, Yachin's demeanor flipped instantly. Pleasure doing business, do visit again. He walked away with a wave, leaving Guang to weep over his empty pockets. But in the shadows, a predator was watching. The kid has spirit, the hidden figure mused. But let's see if he can survive what comes next. Suddenly, Yachin froze mid-step. The air grew heavy. A chilling realization struck him. The defensive formation at Mist Mountain Village had been shattered. His master's wife was in mortal danger. He exploded into motion, leaping across rooftops like a streak of lightning. Meanwhile, deep in the city, a cold voice spoke into a phone. The target is on the move. He's coming. As the village came into view, Yachin sensed it. A lingering, malicious aura. The enemy was already here, and the trap had been sprung. Curiosity piqued. He scanned the area. Who dared to attack his territory? His gaze locked onto the mansion, teeming with intruders. Instead of fear, a twisted smile formed on his face. This is getting interesting. Elaine spotted the lone figure immediately. With a sharp gesture, he commanded his squad, surround him, leave no escape. Shadows moved in unison. The assassin circled Yachin, tightening the noose, weapons ready to taste blood. Elaine sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. I applaud your courage for coming to die. He drew his weapon. Disrespecting my master comes with a heavy price. He lunged, grabbing Yachin by the collar. Speak, why was the formation broken? But Yachin simply tilted his head, feigning total ignorance. Formation? What formation? Don't play games with me, you moron. Elaine unleashed a lethal strike, but in a split second, clang. The blow was stopped cold, without even breaking a sweat. Yachin sent 3 men flying with a single wave of his hand. His eyes glowed with suppressed power. Scram, or lose your lives today. He vaulted over their heads with the grace of a phantom. Is this the best you have? He looked down on them with pure contempt. Absolute trash. Humiliated, Elaine screamed at his subordinates. Why are you freezing up? Get him! Terrified of their leader, the henchmen roared and charged in a suicidal formation. Soaring above the forest canopy, Yachin sighed. Another day, another brainless sect seeking death. How tedious. But they weren't alone. Concealed within the dense foliage, a second faction lay in wait. Their leader's eyes coveted only one thing: the secret manuals. Hold position, the leader whispered. But Yachin slammed onto the ground. Shaking the earth, he looked straight into their hiding spot. I know you're all there. Why don't we play a game? His voice boomed like thunder. Stop hiding like rats. Come out and face your doom. Elaine halted, stunned. Reinforcements. Since when did this kid have backup? The hidden leader gritted his teeth. He's drawn too much attention. Killing intent exploded from his body. Plan B. Kill them all. Leave no witnesses. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the canopy and vanished in a cloud of deceitful smoke. Elaine, blind with rage, charged blindly, while the rival leader screamed, You fool! Get out of my line of fire! Metal clashed against metal, sparks flew. Elaine's axe was deflected by a hidden object. Chaos erupted in the confusion. The two enemy factions turned their weapons on each other. And there sat Yachin, perched comfortably on a high branch. Crunch. He took a bite of a fresh apple, watching the carnage below. Yes, dance for me. Fight to the death for my entertainment. Far away, the true mastermind watched through a scrying artifact. Down on the battlefield, Elaine's confidence was shattering. These opponents were monsters. Finally, Yachin descended like a god of war amongst the corpses. Have you boys worked out your differences? He dusted off his clothes. Or do you need me to finish the lesson? Elaine spun around, eyes widening in horror. Yachin was pristine, untouched. A battered fighter on the ground wheezed out. You finally stopped hiding. What is your game? The man screamed, blood frothing at his lips. I swear by the heavens, if I survive this, I will slaughter you. The realization hit Elaine like a freight train. There were no reinforcements. They had been played, like puppets on a string. Yachin smirked, his eyes cold and mocking. Who told you I was just a brute with big muscles? He stepped closer, his aura suffocating them. I was actually being too kind. Flash of clarity. You manipulated us, Chong roared, his sanity snapping. You're nothing but an idiot, Yachin interrupted. Screaming in blind fury, Chong lunged for the kill. How dare you display such mediocrity before me? Yachin didn't even flinch. Bam! With a single, ruthless motion, he grabbed Chong's face and slammed him into the earth. The ground cracked under the impact. Alan watches in silence, stunned by the devastating power of Yebi Chen's footwork. Chong scrambles back to his feet, admitting that defeating so many men proves one thing: Ye Bichen is a monster. But Ye Bichen looks utterly bored. Crushing you one by one is exhausting, he sighs. Why don't you all attack at once? Let's stop wasting my time. Enraged, Alan grips his weapon until his knuckles turn white. Screaming at him not to be so arrogant, he smashes the ground, shattering the pavement, declaring that he alone has the power to end this. Ye Bichen sidesteps the blow like a ghost. Not a bad attempt, honestly, but his eyes turn cold. Too bad flashy tricks are useless against true power. Suddenly, he flicks a single finger against Alan's forehead. The force obliterates his skull instantly. Chong stares in absolute horror, unable to comprehend the sight. Ye Bichen stands calmly over the corpse like a god of war. He turns his gaze to Chong. Now, it is your turn. You monster! Chong screams. The man in the suit realizes he is outmatched and tries to flee, but Ye Bichen appears instantly in his path. Did you really think you could escape my perception? With a single motion, he crushes his opponent effortlessly. Train harder in your next life. With those cold words, Ye Bichen vanishes, leaving a field of broken bodies behind him. The scene shifts to Hayu University. Inside the office, a woman muses aloud. It has been ages since I joined the Genwu project team. I wonder what kind of rookie is joining us today. Just then, Zhang Xiao enters the room. Good morning, Senior Sister Chu. She announces the new arrival, but Zhang looks around confused. Where is he? Chu smiles calmly. He must be on his way right now. Suddenly, a silhouette appears at the door. Is this the Genwu project office? Zhang Xiao's jaw drops as he recognizes the face. Ye Bichen? Senior Sister Chu stands up gracefully. Yes, this is the right place. She realizes this is their new recruit. The young man bows confidently. I am Ye Bichen. Chu smiles warmly. Brother Ye is quite handsome. We are lucky to have you. Watching from the corner, a man in a purple suit narrows his eyes. He notices Chu's obvious interest in the newcomer. Jealousy twists his face. He decides to teach this arrogant rookie a painful lesson. Ye Bichen asks for Professor Wang. Chu explains. He is stuck in a high-level meeting and cannot make it today. In the shadows, a hand slips into Ye Bichen's pocket. The item is removed. The man in purple smirks, waiting for the show to begin. A moment later, Ye Bichen's expression shifts. He senses the weight difference in his pocket. Suddenly, the man in purple screams, Security, someone is stealing. Guards rush in instantly. Who dares to steal here? Without hesitation, the man in purple points a shaking finger. It was him, Ye Bichen. Ye Bichen looks at Chu. He realizes this is a cheap frame-up. Confused, she asks, What did you take? But Ye Bichen remains calm. I took nothing. The man in purple sneers. Don't lie to us. I saw him steal the Soho pearl. It must be in his pocket right now. Ye Bichen's eyes glint with amusement. Search me then. The guard steps forward, ordering him to stay still. He pats down Ye Bichen's clothes thoroughly. The guard steps back. There is nothing here. The man in purple freezes. That is impossible. Ye Bichen smiles coldly. The Soho pearl has indeed been found, and someone will pay for this slander. The accuser begins to sweat. Ye Bichen points at him. Why don't the guards search you instead? He hesitates, his heart racing, but he nods, thinking he is safe. I have nothing to hide. The security guard steps closer. Open your coat. Now. While being searched, his mind races. I planted the pearl on the rookie myself. Where could it be? Suddenly, the guard pulls an object from the man's own pocket. Here it is, the Soho pearl. The man's face goes pale. No, that is impossible. Senior Sister Chu's expression turns icy. You framed a new team member and stole the pearl yourself. She shakes her head in disgust. No, listen to me, he screams. I put it in his pocket. I don't know how it got back to me. Ye Bichen looks down at him like a bug. With a brain that small. Did you really think you could challenge me? In the blink of an eye, Ye Bichen had moved the pearl. Faster than sight, he had returned the gift to its owner. Chu crosses her arms. Framing a colleague is a grave offense. The Genwu project has no place for trash like you. You are fired. Guards grab him by the arms. Senior Sister, please, he begs. The guard shoves him forward. Save your breath, thief. Watching the pathetic display, Ye Bichen smirks. You reap what you sow. Chu bowed his head, offering a sincere apology for the disrespect he had shown on the first day, but Ya simply smiled, accepting the gesture as long as the truth had finally come to light. She proposed a team dinner to officially welcome him into the fold and make amends, an invitation Ya accepted with the grace of a true gentleman. The atmosphere lightened instantly, and soon, beer mugs clashed together in a celebratory toast to new beginnings. Amidst the sizzling sounds of the barbecue, Ya took a long drink, praising the refreshing taste that washed away the day's fatigue. Chu couldn't help but ask why a powerful figure like him chose a humble barbecue joint, to which Ya replied that he simply wished to support a friend's struggling business. Just then, the beautiful Wu Ying arrived with steaming platters of food, prompting Ya to ask when she would fulfill her promise to show him the apartment. Seizing the moment, he suggested they go immediately after dinner, a proposal Wu Ying shyly accepted, leaving Zheng Xiaoru suspicious of the sparking chemistry between them. Ya bid farewell to the group, claiming urgent business, and Zheng Xiao nodded, though a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. Without wasting a second, Ya took Wu Ying's hand, leading her away with a confidence that suggested this was more than just a landlord visit. Watching them disappear into the night, Zheng Xiao remarked that destiny was clearly weaving its threads around that stunning couple. Upon arriving, Ya admired the view, but he was more shocked when Wu Ying revealed the rent was a meager 500 yen a month. He immediately pulled out a card loaded with 10,000 yuan and handed it to her, declaring he would settle the rest later, leaving her completely flabbergasted. Seeing her hesitation, Yu insisted with a calm smile, explaining that he planned to stay for a long time, making the massive sum seem like mere pocket change. Wu Ying, overwhelmed by his generosity, eventually agreed to the arrangement before turning to leave. She bid him good night, urging him to rest, while Ya stood by the window, silently watching her figure retreat into the shadows. Now alone, his demeanor shifted instantly. He could feel the spiritual energy in this place was incredibly dense, flowing toward him like a river to the sea. He sat in the lotus position to cultivate, but his meditation was shattered by a strange noise outside, causing his eyes to snap open with alert intensity. Sensing danger, he rushed to the window, his gaze piercing through the darkness to find the source of the disturbance. Down on the street, he saw the dog, Lion King, facing off against a massive white entity that was materializing from thin air. A split second later, the enormous white beast unleashed a roar that shook the heavens, charging at the brave dog with the intent to kill. Ya's eyes narrowed as he realized the truth. This beast was the reason for the abnormal concentration of spiritual energy in the area. He didn't hesitate. He punched the ground with such force that the concrete shattered beneath his fist, launching himself into action. Locking his sights on the monster, he gathered his inner energy, his hands glowing with the power of a cultivator ready for war. He descended like a meteor, delivering a devastating kick that slammed into the earth right in front of the white beast, halting its charge instantly. The impact was so severe that the white beast's form became unstable, slowly beginning to dissolve into mist. As the giant creature faded, the true culprit was revealed. A small, white wolf stood in its place, glaring at Ya with feral malice. But Ya showed no mercy to the spirit creature. He unleashed a thunderous punch, striking the small wolf with lethal precision. With the threat neutralized, he began to absorb the residual spiritual energy, drawing it into his body to fuel his cultivation base. Suddenly, magnificent wings of energy erupted from his back, allowing him to hover like a deity before gently touching down next to the barking Lion King. Ya looked at the dog, confused as to why it wasn't celebrating its survival, but the animal ran frantically to a pile of debris, barking as if to show him a secret. Intrigued by the animal's intelligence, Ya approached the trash heap and felt a surge of power. A dormant spiritual vein was hidden right beneath the rubble. Shock colored his features. Finding a natural spiritual vein in a modern city was rarer than finding a diamond in the rough. It all made sense now. The beasts, the energy, the atmosphere. This location was a perfect heaven-sent sanctuary for cultivation. Eager to test the location's limits, he activated the legendary thousand-mile eye technique, causing a mystical grimoire to manifest before him. One of his eyes began to glow with golden light, confirming that the abundant energy here allowed him to use his divine abilities without restriction. His vision pierced through walls and distance, inadvertently landing on Wu Ying in her bathroom, seeing things he definitely shouldn't have. She seemed to sense the intrusion, reacting with alarm, but the scene cut to the next morning, where the wail of sirens shattered the peace. Ye woke with a start, wondering what calamity had struck, only to see Wu Ying outside, desperately trying to wake her unconscious mother. Panic set in as a nurse coldly announced the ambulance was at full capacity, telling the terrified girl to find a taxi instead. The ambulance sped away without mercy, leaving a weeping Wooing stranded on the curb just as Ya arrived at the scene. His voice filled with concern. He demanded to know the situation, and Wooing sobbed that her mother had collapsed and was in critical condition. She begged him for help, and the scene shifted to the grim atmosphere of the operating room, where doctors surrounded the lifeless body on the gurney. The silence was broken by the head doctor, who shook his head and declared that hope was lost. The patient could not be saved. Another physician agreed, stating that the disease was so rare and advanced that not even a divine healer could reverse fate now. But suddenly, a commanding voice shouted for them to wait. Wooing rushed to her mother's side, tears streaming down her face, while Ya stepped forward, ready to challenge death itself. Tears streamed down her face as she begs the doctor for a miracle, crying out that she cannot lose her only remaining family. But the cold reality strikes hard. The illness is too rare to cure. Witnessing her despair, Ye steps forward, his gaze piercing through the patient's body to analyze the root cause, instantly recognizing the anomaly. It is a chaotic collision of strange energies, and with calm confidence, he declares that there is indeed a method to purge it. One of the specialists scoffs at him, questioning his credentials with a sneer, but Ya simply retorts that he speaks only the undeniable truth. The senior physician demands to know which prestigious university he attended to justify such arrogance, only to be left stunned by the reply he is entirely self-taught. Furious, the younger doctor orders him out, yet challenges him in the same breath if he is so confident. He should prove it, for a human life hangs in the balance. The elder doctor intervenes, a cynical glint in his eye. When asked if he trusts the boy, he admits he is actually waiting for Ya to humiliate himself. However, he sets a strict condition. Ya must secure the family's permission and bear the full weight of the consequences. If he fails a term, Ya accepts without blinking. Radiating absolute confidence, Ya announces he is ready for this gamble, while the medical team watches with mockery, convinced a cure is impossible. Turning his gaze to Wooing, the doctor demands her decision, while Ya looks her in the eyes, asking for her blind faith to save her mother from the brink of death. Her voice trembling with fear and hope, she gives her consent, knowing her mother is fading fast and this mysterious student is her final lifeline. With the pact sealed, Ya commands the doctors to step back. He unfurls a scroll, the silver gleam of acupuncture needles flashing in the light. Moving with the speed of a master, he drives a needle into a vital pressure point, instantly bridging the meridians to channel the chaotic energy. Suddenly, Wooing's mother violently coughs up pitch-black blood. The doctor screams in outrage, accusing Ya of murder in his recklessness. But Ya remains unmoved, his voice cutting through the panic. Who said anyone died? He orders the doctor to stop shouting and open his eyes. A gasp escapes Wooing's lips. As the impossible happens, her mother's eyes flutter open, leaving the medical experts completely dumbfounded. She rushes to the bedside, asking how her mother feels, and the woman whispers that, despite the lingering cough, a heavy weight has been lifted from her chest. Ya calmly explains that the treatment cycle is complete, assuring them that within 30 minutes, her vitality will fully return. His curiosity piqued. The senior doctor demands to know his true identity, but Ye shrugs it off, claiming to be nothing more than an ordinary student. The younger doctor, humbled by the display of skill, bows his head and apologizes for his earlier disrespect and blindness. Ye dismisses the apology with a wave of his hand, simply advising him to observe more carefully in the future, a lesson the doctor humbly accepts. Weakly, Wooing's mother asks who the savior is. Wooing introduces him as her classmate, Yabachin, the young man who snatched her from the jaws of death. Later, Wooing struggles to find words to thank him, but Ya has a simple request taken back to her home. Confusion clouds her face as she asks for the reason, but his only response is a mysterious, knowing smile. Back at her residence, the scene shifts to comedy as Ya devours a massive feast, a mountain of empty plates stacking up beside him until he finally pats his stomach in satisfaction. Wide-eyed at the devastation on the table, Wooing asks if his requested payment was merely to have her cook for him. Rising from his seat, he grins and asks, "Wasn't it?" before announcing that with his energy refueled, he will retire to his room. Wooing agrees, finding his demands oddly humble. Left alone in the dining room, she whispers a soft goodnight to the closed door. In the silence, she realizes that Mr. Ya is a truly virtuous man, and a fleeting thought crosses her mind: marrying someone like him wouldn't be so bad. Inside the room, Ye enters a meditative trance, realizing the spiritual energy here cultivates twice as fast, and he knows he must accelerate his growth. His focus is shattered by a frantic bark. It is Ray Leon, tugging at his sleeve, and Ya instantly senses the dog is warning him of a threat looming over Aunt Joe. A dark realization hits him. Someone has the audacity to plot against his master's wife. His aura flares as he vows that every conspirator will pay with their life. There is no time for stares. Ya leaps straight from the building's edge into the night sky, the loyal dog soaring right beside him. The scene cuts to the ruins of a demolition site, shadowed and ominous. A man speaks to a woman, claiming that thanks to Master Yi's foresight, they evacuated just in time, sparing the family from a catastrophic explosion. Master Yi feigns sorrow, lamenting that the Yinfang formation was destroyed in the blast, and warns that to extend the old master's life, it must be rebuilt from scratch. Desperate to save her father, the woman declares she will pay any price he asks. With a sinister calmness, Master Yi reveals the cost he requires: not money, but a single drop of her heart's blood, extracted through a special technique. Blinded by filial piety, the woman agrees to the dark ritual. The trap is set, and he invites her inside to harvest the essence of her life force. Hidden in the shadows, two figures observe. One scoffs at how easily the woman fell for the deception, while the other urges haste in rebuilding the formation. The younger conspirator smirks, telling his brother to relax. He has already mastered the Yinfang arts and can reconstruct the array in a heartbeat. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses a glowing talisman high into the air. The talisman splits and multiplies, weaving a massive, glowing structure over the garden as the sinister formation activates on the ground below. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A terrifying vortex of energy swirls in the heavens, and the young villain looks up, puzzled by the celestial disturbance. High above, Ya declares his arrival. The villain points to the sky in shock, screaming to his brother that a cultivator is descending, riding upon a flying sword. However, the senior brother corrects his foolish assumption. It is no bird, but a spirit dog soaring through the heavens. Ye Beichen focuses his gaze, realizing the truth instantly. Someone is reconstructing the forbidden Yinfeng formation. Now he understands why Ray Leon was trembling with such excitement. One of the cultists sneers, eyes glinting with greed. They believe they have stumbled upon a rare yokai to capture, but the other realizes the threat. They cannot let him disrupt the ritual. Killing intent explodes as he launches a barrage of dark thorns, screaming, "Die." The earth splits open. Deadly spikes shoot upward, rushing toward Ye Beichen and the floating beast with lethal speed. Ye Beichen does not flinch. He raises his blade, unleashing a majestic wave of sword energy. The golden arc slices through the incoming thorns like paper. Panic sets in. The enemy realizes the power gap is immense. One screams for his partner to dodge, terror filling his voice. Boom! The shockwave blasts the two evil cultivators backward, sending them tumbling through the dirt. Ye Beichen descends like a god of war. He accuses them of erecting the vile Yinfeng array. Do they not care that such dark arts will devour their own lifespans? The senior brother grinds his teeth, realizing they were deceived. This is no monster, it is a human master. The younger one trembles, admitting he thought Ye Beichen was a vengeful ghost. Rage consumes the senior brother. He barks orders to kill the intruder immediately. He mocks Ye Beichen, calling him trash who only knows how to use cheap scare tactics. Ye Beichen remains calm, his eyes scanning the shadows. He asks a simple question. Is there anyone else? Because with their pathetic cultivation base, it is impossible for them to sustain the Yinfeng formation alone. Silence is his answer. The senior brother draws his blade, cold resolve in his eyes. He signals to activate the Tongyin matrix. It is time to get serious. The senior brother begins the incantation. He unleashes the celestial heart demon spell, an invisible art designed to shatter the mind and kill the soul. The younger disciple raises the command banner. With a roar, he declares the killing matrix fully active. Energy ripples across the ground. The Tongyin matrix flares to life, trapping Ye Beichen directly in the eye of the storm. The senior brother invokes the forbidden power. He calls upon the demon god to slay this intruder. Dark energy engulfs him, twisting his body into a hulking demonic monstrosity. Ye Beichen watches with amusement. He notes that it is rare to see humans foolish enough to bond with the demon race in this era. But he does not have time for this nonsense. Before the demon can even complete its roar, An invisible force slams into it. The corruption begins to crack. Yet, the monster persists, driven by bloodlust. The creature lunges forward, screaming for Ye Beichen's death. Effortless domination, Ye Beichen simply exhales, unleashing a gust of wind that hits like a cannonball. The senior brother screams, "Impossible!" as his body is utterly disintegrated into dust. In the blink of an eye, Ye Beichen flickers into existence before the survivor. He demands to know why they used their cultivation for evil. The pressure leaves no room for escape. Ye Beichen grabs him by the throat, lifting him like a rag doll. He states coldly that every evil deed is a choice, and for those choices, there is a price. The only thing left is to deliver justice. With a casual toss, Ye Beichen throws him across the clearing. The younger brother smashes into the earth, coughing up blood. His senior brother's voice echoes in his mind, but help will not come. Terror grips his heart. He stammers that this opponent is a monster too strong, too fast, abandoning all honor. The surviving brother turns to flee for his life. He risks one last glance backward. With venom in his eyes, he vows to find their master and return for bloody vengeance. But destiny is not so kind. Ye Beichen materializes in front of him instantly. Shadow steps. The path to escape is completely sealed. Ye Beichen seizes him once more. The interrogation begins. Who is this master? And did he order the creation of this accursed formation? The will to fight shatters completely. The elder brother falls to his knees, begging the great immortal for mercy. He promises to spill every secret he knows. He confesses everything. Their master is hiding within the mansion at this very moment. He was the mastermind behind the dark array. Ye Beichen's expression darkens. He demands the identity of this shadowy figure. The trembling cultivator explains. Their master was once a grandmaster of the prestigious Longhu Mountain, but he was expelled for harboring a demonic heart and violating the sacred laws. Cast out, the fallen master established his own wicked sect. He began gathering disciples to serve his dark ambitions. He reveals the true motive. Years ago, the master detected a supreme treasure buried beneath this land, but it would take a century to naturally emerge. Impatient for power, he devised a plan. He established the Yin-Feng formation to drain the yang energy of the residents. He is sacrificing living souls to accelerate the treasure's birth. Prostrate on the ground, the cultivator begs one last time. He has told the truth. He pleads for his life to be spared. Ye Beichen looks down with eyes cold as ice. He asks if a creature who preys on the innocent truly deserves to draw breath. The verdict is delivered. Evil cultivators deserve only death. With a surge of power, he strikes, shattering the man's soul and erasing him from existence. But there is no time to rest. Ye Beichen realizes the master's wife is in grave peril. He must reach her before it is too late. A complication arises. If he barges in with full power, his cultivation level will be exposed. He must cloak his true strength and strike from the shadows. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room is suffocating. Aunt Jo informs Master Yi that the preparation is complete. The heart blood extraction is about to begin. Master Yi's eyes gleam with malice. When she asks about the dagger in his hand, his answer is chillingly calm. Suspicion flares in Aunt Jo's eyes. She accuses him of deception. He had promised that no blood would need to be spilled, yet now the blade is bare. Just then, Master Yi lunged, his dagger gleaming with malice. It is too late for regrets, he sneered. Terror seized Aunt Jo's heart as she recoiled, screaming for salvation. But death would have to wait. Ye Qin materialized from thin air, his grip like iron around the old man's wrist, halting the fatal blow instantly. With a casual toss, he hurled Master Yi against the wall, shielding Aunt Jo. His voice dripped with ice. You shameless old villain, harming innocents in broad daylight. A smirk tugged at his lips. He realized that clad in his performance costume, his true identity remained a perfect secret from his master's wife. Master Yi scrambled up, eyes burning with humiliation. Who is this insolent brat daring to court death before me? He wasted no time. A talisman flew from his hand, burning with dark energy. Seek your own grave. Instantly, a vengeful spirit shrieked into existence, rushing for the kill. Ye Qin stood unmoved, his aura shifting. As a cultivator, you defy the heavens with such filth. One punch, that was all it took to obliterate the phantom. He stomped the ground, the impact shaking the earth. For your crimes, punishment is inevitable. Master Yi's jaw dropped in horror. His 10 years of dark cultivation destroyed in the blink of an eye. Ye Qin advanced like a predator. What surprised? Panic rising, Master Yi desperately erected a spiritual barrier. Do not underestimate me. Useless. The barrier shattered like glass under Ye Qin's fist. The old man coughed blood, fear finally taking root. You are no ordinary brat. You have skill. Cornered, Master Yi fell to his knees, unleashing his final gambit. He summoned a legion of evil spirits. These are my trump cards. Let us see you survive this. Ye Qin merely scoffed. Insignificant ants. He invoked the golden light mantra, summoning thousands of divine guardians to his side. Spiritual chains erupted from the void. Piercing the darkness, the evil spirits wailed as they were purged. Trembling, Master Yi screamed, "Just who on earth are you?" Ye Qin stepped forward, the chains dancing at his command. With a domineering grin, he roared, "I am your father. Curse this unlucky day." The old man spat, overwhelmed by the sheer difference in power. Abandoning all dignity, he leapt through the window to flee. Ye Qin didn't chase, his eyes cold. "Run, little rat. Let us see how far you get." Master Yi scrambled through the dense forest, gasping for air. He grinned, thinking he had cheated death and escaped the monster. But a shadow loomed over him. The Lion King, a beast of nightmare, pounced from the darkness. It pinned him to the dirt with savage force. Ye Qin strolled out from the trees. "He insulted you, Lion King. He called you a dead dog." His voice was devoid of mercy. "Handle it." A low growl rumbled in the beast's throat. The Lion King lunged for the kill. Silence returned to the forest. Ye Qin patted the massive beast's head. "Good boy. You are smart. From now on, you follow me." Sensing approaching auras, his expression shifted. Aunt Joe is coming with backup. Near the corpse, he vanished into the shadows instantly. The bodyguard surged past, hunting for the old Taoist under orders to capture him. Aunt Joe arrived only to find a lifeless corpse. She examined the wounds, awe filling her eyes. A grandmaster did this. If only I could meet such a supreme expert. Miles away, Ye Qin leaned against a tree, speaking to the Lion King. "That battle drained my spiritual chi," he muttered. "I need to replenish." He sat in the lotus position, the air humming around him. "Guard me," he commanded the beast. "I must exchange energy and cultivate." But his focus was shattered. A heavy hand gripped his shoulder. "Kid, you are trespassing on forbidden ground." Ye Qin opened his eyes, annoyance flashing. "Who asks? We are Master Huo's elite guard," the man sneered. "Our master is refining his supreme fist technique here. Scram. No one disturbs him." Ye Qin glanced at the old man nearby and laughed. "Supreme, that is nothing but flashy garbage." The guards bristled with rage. "How dare you insult the elder master? You are actively looking for a grave. Boy," the other guard barked. "Halt!" The elder master's voice boomed like thunder, freezing his subordinates in place. "But master," he once started, but was cut off. Silence. "I heard everything." The old man stared at Ye Qin with piercing eyes. "Flashy garbage. You said explain yourself." Ye Qin yawned. "No flow, no power. It is stiff and empty." Fury flushed the master's face. "This art was passed down by my ancestors. If you are spouting nonsense, I will not forgive you." "Is that so?" Ye Qin smirked effortlessly. "I will help you perfect your flawed technique. In exchange, this training ground becomes mine for cultivation." "Deal." The master barked, his pride on the line. "If you succeed, I will acknowledge you as a true grandmaster." "Open your eyes wide," Ye Qin commanded, accepting the challenge. "I will only demonstrate the true form once." He shifted his stance, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Boom! The elder master gasped in sheer disbelief. The same move, yet executed with power 100 times greater than his own. Nearby, the bodyguards tremble as they whisper among themselves, awestruck by the young man's monstrous strength and thanking their lucky stars they didn't provoke a dragon. The dojo master steps forward with widened eyes, finally comprehending the divine technique and recognizing Ye Beichen as a supreme grandmaster of the martial arts. Humbled, he bows deeply to thank Ye Beichen for the enlightenment and begs for forgiveness, while his subordinate nervously asks if they are truly surrendering the training grounds. The elder master stands firm, declaring with absolute conviction that he is a man of honor and that from this second onward, this territory belongs to the young grandmaster. Ye Beichen responds with cold indifference, ordering the old man to take his people and leave immediately, as he requires absolute silence. Daring not to disobey, the master commands a full retreat, and his disciples scatter like frightened birds. The moment solitude returns, Ye Beichen sits cross-legged and commands the Lion King to stand guard over the perimeter. However, as he retreats, the Elder Master whispers a dark command to his men, ordering a full investigation into this mysterious young tyrant's background. Deep in meditation, Ye Beichen sifts through the chaos of recent events, sensing that a web of conspiracy is far more tangled than it appears on the surface. A realization strikes him. Auntie Zhou and his master's wife bear a striking resemblance, and he suddenly connects the dots that the young Taoist and Master Yi were also cultivators. The gears of fate turn in his mind, and he begins to suspect that these aren't mere coincidences but pieces of a larger puzzle. Determined to uncover the truth, he pulls out his phone, deciding it is time to dig up the buried secrets of the past. He dials Senior Sister Chu, asking if the Academy holds any archives or forbidden texts regarding the era from 2,000 years ago. She admits records are scarce, but reveals that a specialized team is heading to an ancient archaeological tomb from that very period, inviting him to join the expedition. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Beichen agrees instantly to rendezvous with her that very night. As he prepares, he wonders if the answers to his reincarnation and the ancient mysteries lie waiting within that 2,000-year-old crypt. Upon arriving at the desolate site, he asks Senior Sister Chu if this is the legendary tomb, and she confirms it with a solemn nod. He glances at the grim-faced strangers nearby, and she explains they are mercenaries hired by the school because the tomb is cursed and the previous team vanished without a trace. Zhang Shoro shivers, her voice trembling as she regrets coming to a place that reeks of death and darkness. Senior Sister Chu snaps at them to steel their nerves, warning that there is no turning back and they will descend into the abyss together. Swallowing their fear, the group steps into the gaping maw of the dark cavern. They emerge into a colossal underground chamber, and the girls gasp, noting that the sheer scale of the tomb dwarfs even the largest mansions. Senior Sister Chu outlines their perilous mission: locate the missing archaeological squad and retrieve the priceless artifacts for the Academy. Suddenly, Ye Beichen whips his head around. When asked what's wrong, he feigns dizziness to hide the fact that he has just sensed a lethal killing intent. Concealed in the shadows, 3 masked assassins watch the group, sneering that fresh prey has walked right into their trap. They confirm that their dark organization has dispatched them to secure the treasure at all costs. The leader clutches a sinister device, declaring with cold bloodlust that no soul shall leave this tomb alive. Without a word of warning, he activates the artifact, unleashing a storm of deadly projectiles toward the unsuspecting students. Watch out, Ye Beichen roars, shoving Senior Sister Chu out of the trajectory and snatching the lethal spikes out of the air with his bare hands. The masked assassin freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how his ambush failed, while the mercenaries draw their guns and scream into the darkness. Like specters manifesting from the void, the 3 masked figures step out from the swirling fog. Panic erupts as one of the girls screams that they are facing ghosts. But Senior Sister Chu tries to maintain order, insisting they are flesh and blood. The bodyguards aim their weapons, shouting for surrender, but the assassin leader merely laughs, mocking their futile resistance and daring them to shoot. "You are courting death," one mercenary bellows, and he pulls the trigger. In a blur of supernatural speed, the masked killer charges forward, hurling the very projectiles he was holding with deadly precision. The bodyguards fire wildly, but they are too slow. The needles pierce their vitals instantly, and they collapse in pools of blood. The girls embrace each other in sheer terror, their screams echoing off the tomb walls as they realize their protectors have been slaughtered. One assassin eyes the trembling women with a twisted grin, telling his brother that these beauties look like they could provide some entertainment. The leader agrees with a cruel, lecherous sneer, suggesting they have their way with the girls before disposing of them. "Have you forgotten I am here?" Ye Beichen's voice cuts through the air like ice, and the startled villain turns to see a presence so completely concealed, it was like he didn't exist. The second assassin steps up, scoffing that this skinny kid looks weak and volunteering to teach him a painful lesson in respect. Calling Ye Beichen a grandstanding fool, he tosses a small, ominous sphere directly at him. Ye Beichen stares at the incoming weapon with absolute disdain, mocking the man's arrogance. He catches the sphere effortlessly, remarking that his opponent is too weak to break a twig, but suddenly the object detonates in a massive cloud of smoke, and the assassin cackles in triumph. Terrified, the 3 girls cover their faces, choking and blinding within the thick, suffocating smokescreen. With a casual wave of his hand, Ye Beichen disperses the smoke. He looks down at his opponent with pure disdain. Despicable. Simply disgusting. The assassin freezes, eyes wide with shock. Why? Why aren't you affected? Yabachin steps forward, his voice dripping with mockery. Did you really think a cheap toy like a smoke bomb could blind me? Humiliation turns into blinding rage. The masked man draws a dagger, his pride shattered. You dare look down on me, I'll kill you. He lunges forward, roaring with killing intent, but Yabachin doesn't even flinch. He catches the lethal blade, using just 2 fingers. Snap. The steel shatters like fragile glass in the same motion. Yabachin's fingertips strike the man's neck, a single, silent death blow. Watching their brother collapse instantly, terror grips the remaining 2 assassins. They realize too late. They have kicked an iron plate. Yabachin is no ordinary prey. He stares at them with the coldness of the abyss. Well, will you come at me together, or die one by one? Trembling. The lackey looks to his leader. Brother, what do we do? But the leader forces a confident grin, masking his fear. Don't panic, I still have my trump card. He reveals a sinister artifact, pulsing with dark energy. Yabachin's eyes narrow in recognition. Oh, a soul-sealing lamp, now that is a rare toy. The leader smirks, his arrogance returning. Since you know its power, get on your knees, beg for mercy, and I might make your death painless. Emboldened, the younger brother joins in, jeering at Yabachin. Look at him, he's frozen stiff. Kneel before us, trash, and you might survive as our dog. But before he can finish his taunt, Yabachin moves. Bam! A brutal kick lands square in the groin. The assassin collapses, howling in agony. Through his tears, he screams, He actually kicked me, brother. Kill him. He's courting death. Rage explodes. The leader activates the lamp, screaming, You seek your own destruction, brat. Yabachin smiles, completely unbothered. A soul-sealing lamp. I think I'll take that. It's quite interesting. As he turns, darkness answers his call. Ethereal chains burst from the void. With a casual flick, Yabachin sends a chain whipping toward the screaming lackey. The leader's face drains of color. The situation has flipped in an instant. The chain strikes true. It rips the assassin's soul straight out of his body. As the spirit wails for salvation, the leader desperately tries to recall the magic, but it's futile. The lamp clatters to the ground, its energy pulsing weakly, defeated. The masked man falls to his knees, bowing to his brother's corpse in despair. Yabachin steps out of the shadows, picking up the lamp. He looms over the survivor like a god of death. Go on then, join him. Mercy was never an option. The leader's soul is torn away to fuel out of the lamp. Yabachin stands amidst the carnage, the chains dancing around him like loyal pets. But suddenly, his senses spike. A strange fluctuation of energy ripples through the cave. Quickly shifting gears, Yabachin supports senior sister Chu. He feeds her a high-grade rejuvenation pill. Swallow this. You'll wake up in a moment. Groans fill the air as the other girls stir. They clutch their heads, disoriented. My head. What just happened? Suddenly, one girl glances back and freezes. Her eyes widen in horror at the bodies scattered across the floor. She screams, scrambling behind Yabachin for safety. A corpse. There's a dead body over there. The panic spreads as the others spot the gruesome scene. Senior sister Chu blinks open her eyes. What is going on? Yabachin mentally curses. He forgot to clean up the mess. Without missing a beat, he puts on his best innocent face. Time to improvise. It was terrible. Our bodyguard died protecting us, but I managed to grab a weapon and got lucky. The girls look at him with awe. You're incredible. He scratches his head, feigning modesty. No, really, it was just pure luck. Eager to change the subject, Yabachin points ahead. Look, I found this strange wall while you were unconscious. He presses his hand against the stone, revealing a hidden mechanism. A secret passage grinds open. I wonder where this leads. The fear vanishes, replaced by excitement. That must be the entrance to the main tomb. One girl cheers. Let's go. The treasure is waiting. Yabachin follows, but his guard is up. The spiritual energy here is dense. Suffocating, he wonders. Are there other cultivators hiding in these shadows? They enter a grand chamber. In the center, a circle of skeletons sits in eternal meditation, surrounding a lone, rusted sword. Who are they? A disciple whispers, trembling. Why did they all die sitting down? It's like a ritual. Entranced. Senior sister Chu steps forward. The sword seems to call to her. She reaches out, her fingers inches from the hilt. "Don't touch it!" Yabachin shouts, sensing the trap, but it's too late. Her hand closes around the grip. Boom! A shockwave blasts her backward. Yabachin moves like lightning, catching her midair. "I told you to be careful." He lands softly, shielding her from the impact. The other girls shriek in terror. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, the heavens themselves react. Lightning tears the night sky apart. Far away, Jang Jae-yoon watches the storm with sharp eyes. That lightning, it's not natural. Is it a tribulation? She feels the shift in the air. The tomb's spiritual pressure is spiking. A treasure has appeared. The seal is broken. A subordinate rushes to her side. "Mistress, we've lost contact with the advance team inside." Her eyes harden with resolve. "Prepare the elite squad. We're going in. Everyone else, guard the entrance. Let no one escape." Back inside the tomb, Yabachin checks on Chu. "Are you hurt?" She shakes her head, her face pale. I'm fine, thank you, junior brother." The other disciple is on the verge of tears, clinging to her clothes. "There's a ghost, I know it. This place is cursed." Suddenly, the pile of bones begins to stir. One of the skeletons slowly rises from the dead. Yan immediately commands his team to stay behind him. Now standing tall, the undead guardian demands to know who dares invade its master's sacred domain and orders them to retreat at once. Unfazed by the threat, Yan calmly asks for the master's name. The creature hisses back that lowly servants are forbidden from speaking their lord's true name. The air fills with the rattle of bones. The entire army of skeletons charges forward, screaming for the intruder to die. Yan sighs. If they refuse to talk, he will speak with his fists. He leaps straight into the fray, challenging the entire horde alone. Boom! With a single devastating impact, the skeletons are blasted away like ragdolls. Senior sister Chu stares in shock. How is he using such powerful magic? The last surviving skeleton crawls on the ground, trembling as it asks who this monster is. Yan raises his blade. His identity doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that they have thoroughly annoyed him. Slash with one fluid strike, he obliterates the remaining undead into dust. He turns to the 1,000-year-old remnant soul. Its watch is over. He tells the spirit to rest now and find peace in reincarnation. Senior sister Chu approaches him, pressing for the truth of his identity. He simply smiles. Telling her not to fear, he assures her he is on the side of justice. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The sword embedded in the center of the chamber begins to hum with an ominous vibration. A pillar of energy erupts from the ground. Witnessing the raw power, Yan realizes this must be the legendary Thunder Sword, a vessel of lightning magic. The three girls look up, their faces illuminated by the blinding light of the phenomenon. But they are not alone. Jang Jae-yoon's group crashes into the tomb. Her eyes gleam with greed. The treasure is finally within reach. Senior sister Chu is overwhelmed. Enemies, monsters, treasure. It feels like she is trapped inside an action movie. Jang Jae-yoon maintains her arrogant smirk. She levels her blade at Yan, demanding he hand over the artifact she's been hunting for years. Yan doesn't even flinch. He simply sighs, asking if this is just another wave of cannon fodder to dispose of. A confident lackey steps forward. He offers to handle Yan, sensing the young man has only a pathetic level of cultivation. Jang Jae-yoon gives the signal. Kill him. The entire squad charges in for the slaughter. "This territory is ours," one shouts, thrusting his blade at Yan's heart, but Yan weaves through the attack like smoke. Bam! A heavy fist connects with the attacker's chest, crushing his ribs and sending him into the dirt. Before the dust settles, a roundhouse kick sends another enemy flying. Yan mocks them. Do they really think they have the strength to rob him? Jang Jae-yoon's eyes widen at his ferocity. Brute force won't work. She realizes they need to use their brains to win this. In a flash, one of her men grabs Xiaoru, holding a cold blade against her throat. While the girl screams in terror, Jang Jae-yoon laughs. She offers a deal. She will overlook the death of her men. But the price is the Thunder Sword. She warns him to hand it over, or his friend becomes a corpse. Tears stream down Xiaoru's face. She begs Yan to save her, paralyzed by the fear of death. Yan slowly raises his hands in surrender. He tells her to take the sword. Jang Jae-yoon smirks, ordering her men to keep the women under control. Victory! She leaps toward the altar, her fingers finally wrapping around the hilt of the legendary treasure. But suddenly clank, mystical chains materialize from thin air, binding her henchmen instantly. Their screams echo as their very souls are ripped from their bodies. Yan calmly turns to his friends, asking if they are unhurt. Jang Jayun is incensed. How dare he attack her men after surrendering? Yan's expression is cold. Since she is the only enemy left standing, he no longer needs to worry about hostages. She admits he is skilled, but now she holds the thunder sword. Two massive lightning dragons erupt from the blade, roaring with power. The electric beasts lunge at Yan, but he just scoffs. She doesn't have the faintest idea how to wield that weapon properly. With a stomp, he rips a massive stone slab from the floor, using it as a titanic shield. Jang Jayun gasps. How is that possible? Before she can react, Yan hurls the giant rock straight at her. He steps forward, aura flaring. The thunder sword is a spiritual artifact, and he is about to teach her a lesson in true mastery. Furious, she curses him and slashes with all her might, but her blade cuts through nothing but air, an afterimage. Looking for someone, Yan's voice whispers right beside her ear. In a blur of motion, he snatches the sword from her grip. Watch closely, he commands. This is how it is done. Boom! A shockwave of pure energy blasts her backward. Yan unleashes the sword's true potential, filling the room with blinding lightning. Desperate, Jang Jayun tries to conjure a shield against the impending storm of power, but it is useless. The energy engulfs her completely. Yan grabs her collapsing form. Noticing something strange, is there a spell active on her body? As his gaze focused, he realized the blade wasn't ordinary steel. Ancient runes etched into the metal pulsed with a mysterious light. The impact was devastating. Jang Jayun crashed to the earth, only to be tossed into the air like a rag doll by the residual shockwave. Horror gripped the onlookers. Two young women froze in terror, a scream tearing from one's throat as she witnessed what looked like certain death. But from the dust, Yabishan emerged unscathed, his voice calm as he assured them she lived. Trembling, a girl dared to ask the question burning in their minds: who was he, and how could he command such sorcery? His expression remained unshakable as he corrected her simply. This was not mere magic. This was the supreme art of cultivation. A spiritual blade materialized at his side, humming with energy. As Yabishan revealed, he had acquired the legendary Nine Heavens Thunder spell. This trip had yielded a fortune beyond measure. As if responding to his power, lightning tore through the darkness outside, illuminating the night sky. Far away, Master Yi watched the celestial phenomenon with greedy eyes. Suspecting an ancient treasure had been unearthed, he frantically dialed June, desperate to claim the prize. But only a cold, robotic silence greeted him. The phone was switched off. A chill ran down Master Yi's spine. Something had gone terribly wrong. Meanwhile, deep within the tomb, Yabishan opened his eyes, his aura settling. He was ready. His gaze shifted to the defeated Jang Jayun, who lay sprawled on the cold ground, coughing up blood and gasping for air. He raised an eyebrow, noting that her vitality was impressive. Even his devastating strike hadn't been enough to extinguish her life force. Mercy was not in his nature. Yabishan hoisted her up by the throat, and as she begged for her life, she confessed she was a disciple of the Guan sect, sent to steal the Thunder Sword. He released his grip, letting her drop as he pieced the puzzle together. Just as he had suspected, even in this modern era, the ancient cultivation sect still lurked in the shadows. He claimed the Thunder Sword as his rightful spoils and dismissed her like a gnat, but Jang Jayun wasn't finished. She desperately grabbed his arm, pleading with him to stop. He glared, asking if she still coveted his treasure, but she shook her head. Offering something else entirely, she begged to follow him, swearing absolute servitude. Yabishan questioned her logic, and trembling, she revealed the brutal truth: failure meant death in her sect, and returning empty-handed was a one-way ticket to the grave. His eyes remained as cold as ice. With zero hesitation, he rejected her offer. Turning his back on her, he addressed the others, calling out to Senior Sister Chu and signaling that their time in this tomb was over. Linian nearly collapsed with relief, cheering at the thought of escape, but Jang Jayun asked the crucial question: what about the witnesses? Yabishan replied nonchalantly that he would simply wipe their memories clean. His powers were a secret the world wasn't ready for. To protect his peaceful life, he would excise this trauma from their minds permanently. The wheel of time turned, bringing the morning sun of the next day. Back in the safety of the project team's office, the three girls lay sound asleep, huddled together in peaceful exhaustion. While they rested, Yabishan scrutinized the ancient manuscripts from the tomb, scoffing that compared to the sword, this was trash, until a groggy voice asked their location. He glanced over, seeing she had awakened, and calmly informed her they were safe within their own headquarters. Confusion clouded her eyes as she asked about the tomb, but Bishan lied without blinking, claiming they had all passed out from an oxygen leak to mask the supernatural events. Suddenly, a thunderous growl erupted from Bishan's stomach, and he grimaced, clutching his gut as a wave of discomfort hit him. Telling Chu to rest, he excused himself with urgency. Nature was calling, and it was an emergency. Desperate, he cornered an employee in the hallway who pointed vaguely toward an unmarked door, sealing Bishan's fate. Bishan rushed to the door, thankful for salvation, but the moment he threw it open, he froze. There was a woman inside, and "Pervert!" she shrieked, shoving him back with surprising force, her eyes blazing with fury as she accused him of being a shameless peeping Tom. Before he could explain, she lunged. This wasn't just a slap, it was a calculated attack. Silver needles flashed through the air. She struck his pressure points with precision, sneering that her paralyzing toxin would leave him frozen for 24 hours. She wound up for a vicious kick, vowing to leave him reeking of filth. And standing over his paralyzed form, she scoffed that this was the karma a pervert deserved. Somehow managing to land on the toilet seat, Bishan lamented his injustice, while in the hallway, the gossip mill was turning regarding a mysterious new teacher. "Is it Jiang Xiaowa?" one asked, and her friend nodded enthusiastically, describing a medical prodigy barely into her 20s. As they strolled past the restroom, a student tried the handle, finding it locked tight. They shrugged it off and kept walking, but inside, Bishan was in a bind. That woman had been ruthless, sealing his meridians with expert precision. A normal man would be doomed, but Bishan was a cultivator. He channeled his internal energy, surging it through his blocked pathways. He refused to be trapped in a toilet with a burst of power. His pores opened, and the silver needles were forcefully expelled from his flesh. Rising to his feet, he smirked. He was free. And now it was time to hunt down that crazy woman and settle the score. Unaware of her impending doom, the needle wielder introduced herself to the staff as Jiang Xiaowa, and the receptionist beamed, handing over her files with reverence. Jiang Xiaowa smiled, accepting the paperwork, but peace was short-lived. The office door exploded open with a deafening crash. A menacing figure strode in, flanked by two burly thugs, his eyes locking onto her with predatory intent as he growled, "Found you." The receptionist tried to block his path, warning that unauthorized personnel were forbidden, but patience was a luxury he didn't have. "Silence," he hissed, and the cold steel of a dagger flashed in his grip. Mercy was non-existent. With a blur of motion, he drove the blade straight into her chest, ending her life in a heartbeat. Lu Guang sneered, finally ready to talk business, but Jiang Xiaohua cut him off, demanding his motive. His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Don't play dumb. The celestial fragrance herb you snatched at the auction? I want it." Her gaze remained defiant, burning with resolve. "You are too late," she scoffed. "That herb is already gone." Rage twisted Liu Guang's face. "Bind her," he roared, dragged to a waiting car. Her screams for freedom were cut short by a thug's harsh warning. "Shut your mouth, or you will regret it." Tires screeched as the vehicle tore away. Nearby, Ye Chen watched the chaos unfold, his eyes narrowing. Was that mental kidnapping in broad daylight? In Mo, curiosity mingled with instinct. He couldn't just walk away. He had to see this through to the end. 1 hour later, the location shifted to a desolate warehouse. Liu Guang loomed over the bound Jiang Xiaohua, his patience wearing thin. "This is your final warning." His voice dripped with malice. "Make the call, retrieve the herb, or pray to whatever gods you believe in, because I will show no mercy." Her response was immediate. She spat at his feet, eyes blazing with unyielding fire. "The herb was mine by right. You have no claim here, you filth." Smack. The sound echoed through the empty hall. Liu Guang's hand stung from the impact. "I will kill you," he screamed, but even the threat of death couldn't shatter her iron will. Madness took over. He reached out, tearing at her clothes, while her terrified screams filled the air, echoing off the cold concrete walls. Boom! Suddenly, the heavy metal doors were blasted off their hinges. Liu Guang spun around, heart pounding against his ribs. "Who dares?" Ye Chen stepped through the dust, a casual smirk on his lips. "Quite the party you have here." The thugs bristled. Stepping forward, "Who are you? Do you have a death wish?" Jiang Xiaohua's eyes went wide with shock. How was he standing? She was certain her poison needle had paralyzed his body earlier. Liu Guang scoffed, looking the intruder up and down. "Look at this. A wannabe hero." Yi Chen's expression darkened. "I suggest you kneel and apologize. Now." The villain blinked, laughing in pure disbelief. "Did I hear that right? You expect me to kneel?" "Don't be a fool," Zhang Xiaohua cried out, desperation in her voice. "Run away. He is a monster who kills without blinking." A thug blocked the exit, cracking his knuckles with a sinister grin. "Sorry, kid. The young master hasn't given you permission to leave." Yi Chen sighed, shaking his head. "I gave you a chance." Liu Guang's face twisted into a snarl. "Kill him. Cut him down where he stands." Blades flashed in this dim light as the henchman charged. Zhang Xiaohua's scream pierced the air. "Look out!" One thug thrust his knife forward, a fatal mistake. Yi Chen caught the blade with his bare hand. In a split second, he reversed the flow, driving the weapon back toward its owner. Liu Guang froze, sweat forming on his brow. "What, this kid? His strength is abnormal." Yi Chen turned his cold gaze to the ringleader. "You are next." With a flick of his wrist, the knife flew through the air like a streak of lightning. Despicable. Liu Guang grabbed Zhang Xiaohua, pulling her in front of him as a human shield while screaming for backup. Yi Chen halted his assault, eyes filled with disgust, hiding behind a woman. Pathetic. Suddenly, a thug rose from the shadows, but Yi Chen didn't even look. He delivered a bone-crushing kick that sent the man flying. In seconds, the floor was littered with bodies. Yi Chen dusted off his hands. Liu Guang realized with horror this wasn't just a fighter. This was a cultivator. Terror gripped his heart. "Zhang Qiang, get in here, chop this brat into pieces." Zhang Xiaohua struggled against her bonds. Run Zhang Qiang is his top enforcer and a martial arts master. You can't beat him. A towering figure stepped forward, radiating killing intent. "I never miss a target," Zhang Qiang growled. "Prepare to die, boy." Yi Chen stood unmoved, a faint, chilling smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Show me exactly how you plan to kill me." "You seek death," Zhang Qiang roared, launching himself forward with the force of a cannonball, his blade aiming for the heart. "Not bad," Yi Chen muttered, dodging effortlessly, but barely passable. Bam! A single strike sent the giant stumbling. The onlookers gasped, their minds unable to process the impossible sight. Zhang Qiang crashed to the ground, blood coughing from his lips. Fear dawned in his eyes. You are a martial artist too." Yi Chen loomed over him like a god of war. "Why are you on the floor? I thought you were going to kill me." "I underestimated you," Zhang Qiang yelled, springing up for a desperate final strike. But he was too slow. Yi Chen sidestepped and delivered a devastating blow to the spine. The light faded from Zhang Qiang's eyes instantly. He collapsed, lifeless. Liu Guang watched his strongest guard fall, and total despair shattered his mind. The demon turned his gaze. Yi Chen stepped over the corpse. "Now," he whispered, "where were we?" All arrogance vanished. Liu Guang fell to his knees, trembling like a leaf. "Please, mercy." Yi Chen looked down coldly. "Tell me where you went wrong." "I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted the herb. I shouldn't have touched her," Liu Guang sobbed. "I deserve to die." Yi Chen raised the knife, the blade glinting under the lights. Slash. Blood sprayed as the blade bit deep into Liu Guang's arm. "Consider that the price for your stupidity," Yi Chen declared icily. "Now, get lost." Clutching his mangled limb, the young master scrambled away, running into the night like a frightened rat. The storm passed. Yi Chen approached the trembling girl. "You are safe now." She stared up at him, bewildered. "Who are you?" He smiled softly. "I am Yi Chen. Let's just say we are colleagues." As she stammered an apology, Yi Chen chuckled, scratching his head. "Funny story, actually. I just walked into the wrong bathroom earlier." "I came looking for answers," he mused, looking at the destruction around them. "But it seems I ended up playing the hero instead." Suddenly, the roar of an engine tears through the silence. A runaway truck smashes through the warehouse wall, barreling straight toward Ye Beichen. Instinct takes over. He shoves Zhang Xiaohua out of harm's way and takes the catastrophic impact head-on, sending her tumbling to safety. Dust chokes the air as a cold voice commands from the truck's cabin. "Go down there. Check if that corpse is the target we've been hunting." A thug named Lin Kunyi steps out, looming over a terrified Zhang Xiaohua to demand the treasure. But suddenly, movement from the wreckage. Ye Beichen rises, dusting himself off and scoffing. "What blind fool drives a truck indoors?" Zhang Jian points a trembling finger at him from the shadows. That's him, the brat who stole the tomb's artifact. Lin Kuni's eyes widen in disbelief. He took a direct hit from a truck. And he's still breathing. Jiang Xiaohua scrambles to his side, panic in her voice. Are you hurt? Ye Beichen grimaces, clutching his arm. Just a fracture and some numbness. Nothing I can't handle. She grips his hand, eyes filled with determination. Hold on, I'll find some silver needles. I can treat this. No need, he replies, reaching into his robes for a healing pill. But the moment he moves, swish. A flying blade pierces his hand. Lin Kuni steps forward with a cruel sneer. Ignoring me. You're dreaming if you think you'll heal yourself before handing over the treasure. Ye Bacon's gaze turns icy. And if I refuse, then I'll pry it from your cold, dead hands. The villain unleashes a storm of daggers. The steel rain descends, whistling through the air straight at Ye Beichen and Jiang Xiaohua. Watch out, he roars, stepping in front to shield her with his own body. He tackles her to the ground. The daggers miss by inches, burying themselves deep into the concrete wall behind them with a deafening thud. He holds her close as the debris settles. Stay down. Lin Kuni's voice cuts through the haze. You can't protect anyone in your condition, boy. Ye Beichen grits his teeth, frustration boiling over. Damn it, my true strength is sealed with this injury. The enemy wastes no time. Lin Kuni charges in, seizing him by the collar, last chance hand over the treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaohua lunges from the blind spot. Crack. She slams a heavy plank of wood against the villain's head, screaming, Let him go. The wood splinters on impact. Lin Kuni turns slowly, his eyes burning with murderous rage. You dare attack me, woman. He strikes like a viper, a blade thrust forward. Since you wish for death, I'll grant it. Clang. A massive sword interposes at the critical second. Ye Beichen stands tall, glaring daggers at his foe. You want the treasure? Come, and take it if you dare. A chilling smile twists Lin Kuni's lips. So be it. There is no turning back now. You think you can rob me? Ye Beichen snarls. Lightning crackles around his form as he blasts a shockwave of electricity forward. Lin Kuni stumbles back, furious. Sneak attacks have you no honor. Ye Beichen charges through the blade storm, roaring, Die. The villain weaves through the attacks with unnatural speed. But Ye Beichen can't dodge them all. A dagger plunges deep into his chest. It wasn't just steel. A spectral serpent erupts from the weapon, lunging for his throat with fangs bared. Boom! The force slams Ye Beichen into the wall, cracking the masonry. Lin Kuni approaches, shaking his head. I expected the boy to be tougher than this. He lifts the fallen sword, eyes gleaming with malice. Useless trash. Go to hell. But in that split second of arrogance, Ye Beichen moves. He dodges the fatal blow and snatches the healing pill from the air. Die. Lin Kuni brings the blade down with world-ending force. Catch. The young master grasps the sharp steel with his bare hand. Blood drips, but his grip is iron. I was only holding back because of the fracture. Did you truly think you had won? Lin Kuni's jaw drops in horror. Impossible, you were helpless a second ago. Ignorant fool, Ye Beichen states calmly, delivering a devastating punch. The villain reels back, terror filling his eyes. Trying to run, Ye Beichen surges forward. Let's see how far you get. Slash. Silence falls over the warehouse. Jiang Xiaohua stares at the bodies on the ground. Should I call the police? Suddenly, Ye Beichen stumbles, clutching his temples in agony. I used too much spiritual energy. The world is spinning. Ye Beichen. Jiang Xiaohua rushes to catch him as he collapses. Realizing she has no needles, panic sets in. I need an ambulance. Now, Pam. Fingers trembling, she dials emergency services. Help. We have a critical patient here. Time blurs into an agonizing wait. 30 minutes later, sirens wail as the ambulance screeches to a halt. Inside the vehicle, she grips his cold hand tight. Stay with me. Don't you dare close your eyes. At the hospital, chaos reigns. A nurse blocks her path. The chief physician is in surgery, you have to wait. She checks Ye Beichen's pulse frantically. It's stable, but too calm. Almost as if he's fallen into a deep, supernatural slumber. Code blue. The nurses are suddenly called away to another emergency, leaving them alone in the hallway. Determination hardens her features. I can't wait. I'm going to the Chinese medicine department. I'll get the silver needles and save him myself. Meanwhile, in the hospital bed, Ye Beichen gasps, bolting upright. Where? How did I end up in a hospital? His senses sharpen instantly. My spiritual reserves are empty. I need a mana vein to recharge, or I'll collapse again. Through the window, a massive billboard catches his eye. It announces a divine miracle doctor gathering. Fate, it seems, has presented him with an opportunity. In the shadows of a corporate office, a nervous assistant reports that the stage is set. But the mastermind only cares about one thing: the puppets for his play. Confusion clouds the assistant's face. Actors, the concept completely escapes his simple mind. The boss's patience snaps. He scolds the incompetents, revealing the dark truth. They need decoys to play the role of miracle-cured patients. Terrified, the lackey scrambles to fix his mess. 30 minutes later, he rounds up a gang of thugs, promising double the coin for a convincing performance. Fate intervenes. Ye Chen steps into the fray, merely seeking the hospital exit. Unaware he is walking into a trap. The assistant spots him. He looms over the young master, sneering that his bewildered expression is perfect for the role. Without a word of explanation, he seizes Ye Chen and mocks the boy's natural confusion, assuming it is all method acting. Ye Chen is tossed into a van like a sack of potatoes. The assistant cackles, praising what he thinks is an award-winning performance. Tires screech as the vehicle tears away toward the venue. Back in the recovery room, Jiang Xiaohua returns, her voice trembling as she calls out for her brother, but only silence answers her. The bed is cold. Ye Chen has vanished into thin air. Outside the grand hall, the masses gather like moths to a flame, desperate to witness the legendary Dr. Zhu's live treatment. The VIPs wait with bated breath. Behind the curtain, the assistant bows, assuring his master that the sheep are ready for the slaughter. He takes the stage, demanding silence. The atmosphere grows heavy as he announces the commencement of the Divine Doctor ceremony. With a flourish, he summons the star of the show, Dr. Zhu steps into the spotlight, basking in the thunderous applause of his victims. Dr. Zhu feigns humility, preaching that a healer's only desire is to snatch lives back from the jaws of death. He unveils his weapon of choice, a set of gleaming silver needles. He claims they are ancient artifacts, recreated through his genius alone. Gasps fill the room. The gullible crowd stares in awe at the glittering instruments of deception. The trap is sprung. Dr. Zhu declares that this treasure will be shared with the world for a special price, of course. But one voice cuts through the hype, questioning if this is medicine or merely a glorified commercial. Unfazed, the doctor doubles down on his lie. He commands his team to bring out the critically ill patient to prove his power. The assistant wheels out a stretcher, with Ye Chen lying still. He proclaims that these needles will drag this dying man back from the brink of hell. The tension peaks. Dr. Zhu raises a needle, poised to strike. Suddenly, a pulse of energy erupts. The jade pendant in the doctor's pocket begins to vibrate with spiritual power. A stream of pure essence flows from the artifact straight into Ye Chen's body. Zhu freezes, bewildered as his actor wakes up before the needle even touches skin. Ye Chen's eyes snap open. He feels a surge of cultivation power and wonders where this divine gift originated. His gaze locks onto the doctor's pocket. The jade pendant that is the source of the spiritual essence. Hissing through his teeth, the doctor demands professionalism, threatening to withhold pay. Ye Chen simply smirks, finally asking what act he is talking about. In a flash, the pieces align. The stage, the lies, the crowd. Ye Chen realizes he has been dragged into a massive fraud. Ye Chen's expression turns cold. He whispers a counteroffer hand over the jade pendant, or he exposes this entire circus right now. Cornered sweat beads on Dr. Zhu's forehead. With no escape, he stammers his agreement. Ye Chen smiles. The deal is struck. Desperate to save face, the doctor shoves Ye Chen back onto the stretcher, hissing at him to play dead. The needle touches skin, and Ye Chen springs to his feet instantly. The crowd goes wild, witnessing what they believe is a divine miracle. Thunderous applause shakes the hall. They praise Dr. Zhu's godlike technique, completely fooled by the charade. But the show is over. Dr. Zhu's face twists into a sneer. He declares that Ye Chen's greed has just signed his death warrant. Ignoring the threat, Ye Chen extends a hand. He demands the pendant, inviting the doctor upstairs to finalize their transaction. 10 minutes later, the mask falls off. The doctor mocks Ye Chen's naivety. asking if he truly thought a peasant could outsmart a master. Dr. Zhu stands tall, radiating arrogance. He accuses Ye Chen of attempted robbery, telling the boy to keep dreaming if he thinks he will get the treasure. Ye Chen laughs. He calls out the hypocrisy, branding the doctor a filthy swindler who peddles fake cures and breaks promises. Rage explodes in the doctor's eyes. He roars for his enforcer, summoning the brute known as Big Moo to crush this insect. The door splinters open. Zhang Chang, the muscle, storms in with his lackeys, encircling Ye Chen like wolves trapping a lamb. Scared yet, Dr. Zhu sneers, but Ye Chen doesn't flinch. He steps forward, his aura intensifying with every stride. A sound like a thunderclap echoes. Ye Chen's hand meets the doctor's face, sending the fraud crashing to the floor. The minions react, roaring in anger. Zhang Chang lunges forward, swinging a heavy wooden club aimed at Ye Chen's skull. Too slow. Ye Chen weaves past the blow and drives a fist into the thug's chest. He demands the pendant again, or the pain is just beginning. Another goon, desperate to survive, grabs Ye Chen's shirt, pleading for mercy, but the dragon has already been awakened. With the casual ease of a god swatting flies, Ye Bichan tosses the bodyguards aside. He commands them to vanish from his sight immediately, watching from the sidelines. Dr. Zauer trembles, realizing the young man's raw power leaves him absolutely no room for escape. Ye Bichan hoists the man up by his collar, his eyes cold as the abyss. He demands to know if the pendant will be handed over voluntarily, or if force is required. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure, Shu Yujin surrenders. With a trembling hand, he offers up the artifact, snatching it. Ye Bichan remarks that some fools only learn their lesson when death is staring them in the face. Before turning his back, he leaves the doctor with a chilling parting gift. He warns him to stop peddling counterfeit trash, lest he face consequences far worse than bankruptcy. The setting shifts to the peaceful facade of the school courtyard. Inside the classroom, Zhang Ziwen looks up, surprised to see Ye Bichan actually gracing them with his presence. He nags about the attendance record, but Ye Bichan simply waves him off. The awakened cultivator demands absolute silence. He needs his rest. Realizing it is futile to argue, Zhang Ziwen gives up. He drops his head to the desk, deciding to catch some sleep himself. But Ye Bichan is not sleeping. He sits in meditative silence, clutching the pendant. This artifact is the perfect catalyst to awaken his divine clairvoyance. Meanwhile, dark schemes brew elsewhere. Lin Kunyi presses Master Yi about the shipment. The old master reveals the truth. They seize this construction site not for real estate, but for the ancient secrets buried beneath the earth. He unveils a shattered stone tablet. The inscription is unmistakable. It belongs to the legendary treasure pavilion of the Qingyun sect. Back in the classroom, Ye Bichan vanishes in a blur of motion. Zhang Ziwen spins around, asking what happened, but finds himself talking to thin air. Ye Bichan moves like a phantom, racing toward the gates of the construction site. His mind races as he runs. Could the lost legacy of the Qingyun sect truly be here? Upon arrival, two burly guards block his path, demanding to know his business. One guard sneers, assuming the student is looking for manual labor. Ye Bichan plays along, seizing the perfect cover story without hesitation. The guard scoffs, mentioning the fierce competition for work. He points toward the entrance, telling the boy to try his luck hauling bricks if he wants to eat. Ye Bichan accepts the challenge, but suddenly, the earth groans. A massive shockwave ripples from the depths, shaking the very foundations of the site. The guard stumbles, panic wild in his eyes. Ye Bichan's gaze sharpens. He calmly notes that a catastrophe has just occurred. He commands the guard to investigate immediately. The workers gaze into a newly formed abyss. Whispering in terror that the cursed site has collapsed once again, fear spreads like a plague as they recall the blood spilled during the last disaster. The crowd parts as Lin Kunyi and Master Yi stride forward with authority. A worker recognizes the old master, realizing the heavyweights have arrived. Master Yi commands the rabble to retreat. He steps to the precipice, stating he will personally inspect the darkness below. His senses flare as he analyzes the pit. Master Yi confirms that a torrent of extremely potent spiritual energy is surging from the depths. Greed lights up Lin Kunyi's face. He asks if riches await, and the master confirms a bounty beyond imagination. The young heir fist pumps, victory already in his mind. Master Yi wastes no time. He orders Lin Kunyi to assemble a squad of expendable workers to explore the ruins. Lin Kuni turns to the laborers. The foreman bellows out the offer, hidden treasure has been found, and volunteers are needed to descend into the unknown. Blinded by the promise of wealth, hands shoot up instantly. Ye Bichan steps forward, blending into the group. The foreman herds the sheep, ordering everyone to gear up for the descent into the abyss. He reports to Lin Kunyi that the group is primed and ready. The young master gives the nod of approval. Lin Kunyi takes command, warning them to stay sharp. The foreman hypes up the crew, screaming that today they all become kings. They descend into the gloom. Lin Kunyi notes the immense scale of the cavern. This is no mere tomb. Ye Bichan feels the spiritual pressure rising. It is dense enough to choke on. Suddenly, a worker points a trembling finger into the dark. Through the gloom, a majestic silhouette rises. An ancient underground palace, untouched by time, reveals itself to the intruders. Lin Kunyi gasps, questioning his own eyes. They stand before a lost civilization, a ruin overflowing with potential wealth. Avarice takes over. A worker screams for everyone to charge and loot the treasures. Ye Bichan analyzes the structure. This must be the legendary treasure pavilion. Nearby, a man discovers a chest of jewels and shrieks in ecstasy, claiming he is rich. But his joy is cut short. An invisible force yanks him upwards, and he vanishes instantly into the void. Panic ensues as the foreman fears a cave-in, but a chilling voice echoes through the hall. A spectral figure manifests, demanding to know who dares disturb the Yangshan palace. Ye Bichan observes from the shadows. His eyes narrow. This is no simple ghost, but a 1,000-year-old soul guardian. Lin Kunyi's confidence wavers. He forces a nervous smile, questioning if these are hallucinations or true ancient spirits. Chaos erupts. The workers scream of ghosts and scatter like rats. From the shadows, 2 more spirits materialize, screeching that the intruders must pay with their lives. The slaughter begins. The spirits descend, tearing into the defenseless laborers. The foreman begs for salvation. Lin Kunyi finally acts. He leaps into the fray, a storm of throwing daggers orbiting his body. He strides forward, arrogance returning to his face. With a flick of his hands, the lethal blades launch forward. The steel strikes true. The foreman cheers, believing his master's power has saved them all. But the spirit merely glares, sensing a cultivator's aura. Lin Kunyi steps up, emboldened. He declares that this ghost holds the secrets of the pavilion, and he intends to rip the answers out of it. The entity sneered, branding him a foolish child instantly. A dragon avatar materialized around its arm, roaring with power. With a command to slaughter, the dragon unleashed a devastating breath of energy. It slammed squarely into Lin Kunyi. The impact was catastrophic. He was flung backward like a rag doll. Sword in hand, the spirit marched forward. It proclaimed this ground sacred to the Venerable One. Invaders would face immediate execution. Terror seized Lin Kunyi. He grabbed a worker, then ruthlessly shoved Yabichin forward as a human shield. He screamed for the spirit to take the bait. The spirit lunged, bellowing for the intruder's blood as its blade descended. The steel connected perfectly with Yabichin. Realizing the spirit still held the power of cultivation, Lin Kunyi scrambled to escape. He fled with a twisted grin, convinced he had successfully sacrificed a scapegoat to save his own skin. Boom! The impact site erupted into a dense cloud of dust, but as Lin Kunyi glanced back, shock froze him. The young man was still standing. In a blur of speed, Yabichin materialized behind the spirit. He coolly asked if the monster enjoyed the cheap shot. A formation array lit up the ground. Countless ethereal swords emerged, locking the enemy in a cage of blades. He scoffed that he wasn't prey. In a flash, the swords converged, piercing the spirit's body from every angle. With a final burst of energy, the spirit disintegrated into nothingness. Lin Kunyi stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the terrifying power the boy had just unleashed. The remaining spirits roared in fury. Seeing their brother fall, they swore blood vengeance. One launched a venomous snake manifestation, aiming for Yabichin's throat, but the young master simply raised an artifact, shattering the soul imprisonment seal. Spectral chains burst forth from the void, wrapping tight around the serpent avatars. Terror washed over the spirits. They recognized the legendary soul-capturing lantern. One screamed for a retreat, but escape was impossible. The chains hunted them down, binding all 3 spirits together in an inescapable iron grip. The foreman trembled, his mind racing. Was this unassuming boy actually a hidden warrior master? Yabichin held the lantern, feigning innocence about its power. Recovering his composure, Lin Kunyi swaggered over, praising the boy's performance. He shamelessly claimed he knew Yabichin's potential all along and was merely testing him. Yabichin played along, thanking Master Lin for the opportunity. The clueless workers gathered around, bowing and scraping, praising Lin Kuni's incredible eye for talent. Yabichin scoffed internally at the sycophants. Satisfied with his ego boost, Lin Kuni ordered the march to continue. They breached the palace's grand main hall. On the floor, a battered spirit struggled to crawl away. Lin Kuni crushed it beneath his boot, grabbing its head. He noted its cultivation base was surprisingly robust. He demanded its identity and the location of the hidden treasure pavilion. Yabichin's ears perked up at the mention of treasure, but the spirit spat in defiance, refusing to betray its master. Lin Kuni's patience snapped. He sneered that the creature was seeking its own death. Suddenly, the spirit's core destabilized. It swore to drag them to hell. Lin Kuni screamed a frantic warning to take cover. A massive detonation hurled him across the room. As the dust settled, the workers rushed to their fallen master. The foreman scrambled to help him up, asking if he was injured. Lin Kuni shoved him aside, arrogantly claiming he was invincible, but as the smoke cleared, a worker gasped, pointing at the wall. Lin Kuni and Yabichin turned their gaze in unison. The explosion had shattered a false wall. Revealing a hidden tunnel, Yabichin commented on the intense spiritual energy flooding out. Greed filled Lin Kuni's eyes. He ordered everyone to drop their heavy loads and charge inside immediately. The foreman barked at the hesitation, threatening death to anyone who lingered terrified. They obeyed. Yabichin stepped into the abyss. They emerged into a colossal cavern glittering with light. Yabichin realized instantly this was a legendary spiritual crystal mine. The ignorant laborers scratched their heads, having no idea what spiritual ore even was. Impatient, Lin Kuni smacked the foreman and ordered him to be the scout. The foreman trembled, asking if it was safe. "Shut up and move." Lin Kuni kicked him forward. The man crawled on hands and knees, eyes darting around in fear. The path ahead was paved with priceless crystals, glowing in the darkness. He stood up, shouting back that the coast was clear, but he spoke too soon. From the shadows, a spectral leopard materialized right behind him. Fangs sank into his neck. Blood sprayed as the workers shrieked in terror, scrambling away from the beast. The leopard roared, its hunger unsated. It launched itself into the air, pouncing on another victim. Jaws opening wide, it charged a sphere of condensed energy. With a boom, it fired the blast directly at the fleeing crowd. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying blast of energy exploded, engulfing them instantly. Lin Kuni gritted his teeth, confused by the aura. A spiritual beast here. The leopard's eyes glowed with killing intent. Trespassers in my domain shall know only death. But fear was not in Lin Kuni's vocabulary. Beast or not, you die today. He charged, his daggers dancing with lethal intent. Clang, clang. The beast didn't even flinch. With mere paws, it parried every strike. Lin Kuni's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How is its hide this tough? Bam! A heavy paw smashed into his arm. Bone cracked under the impact. He stumbled back, clutching the shattered limb as the predator loomed over him. Desperate, he turned to his subordinate. "Help me, you fool." But the armored figure calmly removed his helmet. A chilling smile revealed a familiar face. "Do you still not recognize this lord?" Ye Tian. Terror flooded Lin Kuni's veins. "I told you," Ye Tian said coldly. "No one escapes my grasp." Panic took over. Lin Kuni spun around, scrambling to flee for his life. "But you cannot outrun your shadow." Shing. A blade sang through the air. It pierced his chest from behind. Lin Kuni collapsed, his life extinguished in a single breath. The leopard froze. It stared at the scene, baffled by this sudden human infighting. Ye Tian stepped forward, clapping slowly. Not bad for a sentient beast. But the leopard growled low. "Flattery won't save you, human. Invaders must be purged." It licked its chops, eyeing him greedily. "Your spiritual energy is rich. I might consider leaving your corpse whole if you surrender." Ye Tian scoffed, looking down at the creature. Brutal and ignorant, just a beast after all. "Let's make a deal," he said calmly. "Unless you prefer a meaningless death." The beast paused. "A deal? What are you babbling about?" "I'll give you the spiritual energy you crave," Ye Tian offered, "in exchange for the treasure I seek." The leopard roared with laughter, an ant negotiating with a tiger. Go to hell. It lunged, claws extended for the kill. Ye Tian didn't flinch. So, you choose violence? His aura flared up instantly. Boom! An overwhelming pressure crushed the air. The leopard skid to a halt, trembling in fear. Wait, I apologize. This lowly one was blind. The killing intent vanished. Ye Tian smiled like a benevolent demon. Shall we continue our discussion? Anything, just don't kill me, the beast whimpered. Good, Ye Tian nodded. Tell me. Is the Wanbao treasure pavilion nearby? The Wanbao pavilion, and the beast eyed him warily. Don't play games with me, human. Clang, cold steel pressed against its throat. It exists, it exists, it shrieked instantly. Over there, it pointed a trembling claw. Ye Tian flickered away like a ghost. If you're lying, I'll skin you alive. He arrived, only to find a pile of rubble. Ye Tian's brow twitched. Is this a joke? This is the legendary Wanbao Tower. The leopard caught up, panting. These are spiritual bricks, forged specifically for the tower's foundation. I want the tower, not the construction materials, Ye Tian snapped. The beast cowered. I don't know where the actual building is. It shivered uncontrollably. If you didn't look harmless earlier, I would have eaten you. I really don't know. Fine. I won't leave empty-handed. He clutched his jade pendant. Devour. He began stripping the area of all spiritual essence. The leopard watched in horror as the energy swirled into a vortex. Ye Tian didn't stop there. Gold, silver. He swept it all into his inventory. Currency is power in the outside world. Wait, take me with you, the creature pleaded. I can't survive here without the energy you just stole. Ye Tian smirked. Why not? The Lion King could use a playmate. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, Master Yi tapped his foot impatiently. Where's Lin Kun Yi? Suddenly, a presence. Ye Tian rushed out, falling to his knees. It's me, Master. Who are you? The Master barked. Just a humble temporary worker, sir. The others, Master Yi demanded. Ye Tian's expression went cold for a split second. Gone, all dead. Monsters swarmed us. They died protecting me. He turned to leave, feigning sorrow. But Master Yi's eyes narrowed. Hold it. Whoosh. Master Yi's hand morphed into a deadly claw. You think you can fool me, boy? He lunged, grabbing for the throat, spit out the truth, now. Ye Tian realized he couldn't walk away easily. Caught. But he needed information. Ye Tian cowered, putting on a show. Mercy, I swear. Boss Lin found gold, but the spirits killed him. What about the Wanbao Tower? Master Yi roared. I only saw piles of strange bricks. Bricks. And the master paused, visibly confused, and seizing the moment, Ye Tian asked, what is in this tower anyway? Why is it so important? Master Yi sneered. Since you're about to die, I'll enlighten you. We found the ruins of the ancient Qingyun sect. The records speak of the Wanbao Tower. It holds supreme cultivation techniques beyond imagination. Silence. Then, Ye Tian slowly stood up. The fear vanished from his face completely. Is that all the information you have? You dare stand before me, Master Yi raged. Ye Tian dusted off his shoulder, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I was hoping for a real clue. His eyes turned cold. But it seems you're just useless trash. Master Yi's eyes burn with humiliation. He roars, demanding to know if he's being mocked again. He declares that the young man must truly be courting death tonight. But Ye Buchin simply summons his blade in silence. Steel meets bone. The sword collides violently with Master Yi's iron claw, sending sparks flying into the night air. With a cold smirk, the young master asks if the old fool truly thought he stood a chance, just because he went easy on him before. Boom! A chaotic burst of chi blasts Master Yi backward, crashing him into the earth, gasping. The defeated master demands his identity. Ye Buchin levels his blade at the old man's throat. Bow and serve, or die where you lie. He finally reveals his true name, Ya Wu of the legendary Qing sect. Master Yi's face twists in horror. That is impossible. The Qing sect vanished from the history books ages ago. Ye Buchin offers a cold bargain. He owes the old man no explanations. However, if Master Yi assists in investigating the mysterious tower, he keeps his head. Defeated, the elder has no choice but to submit. The young warlord commands him to open his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses a dark pill straight down Master Yi's throat. The master clutches his neck. Choking and sputtering, panic seizes him as he screams, asking what cursed thing he was just forced to swallow. Yi Bukin smiles cruelly. It is a slow-acting poison that flares every 10 days. He warns the old man investigate the tower faithfully, or suffer a painful end. Later, under the moonlight, Yabuchin reflects. The battle was fierce, draining much of his spiritual energy, but the rewards were worth the risk. Suddenly, a different kind of crisis strikes. His stomach churns violently. Nature calls with no delay. He rushes into the dense trees and squats down to handle his urgent business. But as he turns, fate plays a cruel joke. He spots Zhang Xiaohua on the ground, frantically covering her eyes. She screams, branding him a pervert. A powerful punch sends him flying through the air. She scolds him for spying, while Ye Buchin frantically pleads that it was all a terrible misunderstanding. Rubbing his bruised face, he asks Miss Zhang how on earth she tracked him to such a remote place. She huffs, admitting that if she wasn't so worried about him dying, she never would have bothered asking around. Ye Buchin is stunned. He apologizes profusely, promising to shower her with food, drinks, and anything her heart desires. But the young woman looks skeptical, questioning if a broke student actually has any money. With a grin, he unveils a glittering pile of treasures. He asks if this mountain of wealth is enough to convince her. Ye Buchin invites her to take her pick. She hesitates, asking if he is serious. He beams, assuring her that for his savior, he holds nothing back. To his surprise, she bypasses the gold and points to a simple first aid kit, asking only for the medical supplies. He forces a case full of jewelry into her hands instead. Ye Buchin mentions he has more to sell and tells her to follow, but she narrows her eyes, asking if he stole these goods. Ignoring the accusation, he grabs her hand. No time for questions. He drags her along to the nearest market. They storm into an antique shop. Ye Buchin slams 2 artifacts onto the counter and demands an appraisal. The owner's eyes light up as he inspects the goods. Miss Zhang whispers that antiques are selling for a fortune these days. The shopkeeper scrutinizes the piece with a magnifying glass. He realizes instantly this is a rare, one-of-a-kind treasure. But seeing 2 young students, greed takes over. He prepares to lowball them, thinking they are easy targets. He sighs theatrically, feigning regret. When Ye Buchin asks what is wrong, the snake lies, claiming the piece is well preserved but too modern to be valuable. Ye Buchin sees right through the act. He coolly states he will find a more honest merchant and snatches the artifact back. Panic flashes in the shopkeeper's eyes. He yells for them to wait just as they reach the door. Ye Buchin turns with the knowing smirk, asking if the man intends to force the sale. The shopkeeper admits defeat in the haggling game and agrees to buy. He asks the boy to name his price. The man offers 5 million. Without missing a beat, Ye Buchin corrects him 50 million. The shopkeeper balks at the counteroffer. Ye Buchin turns to leave again, but the man desperately grabs his arm, insisting on the deal. Defeated, the merchant hands over a check for 50 million. It is a simple trade cash for the goods. Zhang Xiaohua stares at the check in disbelief. Ye Buchin laughs, inviting her to celebrate somewhere fancy, and they stride out of the shop like royalty. But inside, the shopkeeper makes a shadowy phone call. He tells his boss he has hooked a big fish carrying treasures beyond imagination. Inside a taxi, the young woman stares at him, asking who he really is. Is he some hidden heir to a dynasty? He chuckles, admitting she isn't far from the truth. Suddenly, a white sports car tears down the highway. The maniac behind the wheel screams for traffic to part, claiming he is late for a party. He swerves dangerously across the lanes. The sports car aggressively cuts in front. The driver yanks the wheel without a care for anyone else. Ye Buchin pulls Zhang Xiaohua into his arms to shield her. The taxi slams into the back of the luxury car. The rich driver leaps out, furious about his scratched toy. He stalks toward the taxi window, asking if the driver is alive. Then, he grabs the poor man by the collar. He demands to know why he didn't move. But the taxi driver stammers that he couldn't cross the solid line. Smack! The rich arrogance explodes as he slaps the driver across the face. He demands compensation for his sports car, ignoring the driver's plea of poverty. Rage twisting his face, the vest-wearing bully winds up for a punch, screaming for the driver to drop dead. In a flash, Yi Chen's iron grip clamps down on the man's wrist, Stopping the strike cold, he stares down the thug, declaring that the reckless driving was his own fault and he can keep dreaming if he thinks he'll see a single penny. Humiliated and annoyed, the thug pulls back and attempts to smash a fist into Ye Chen's face. The blow from the man in the vest slices through the empty air, hitting absolutely nothing. Bewildered, he spins around wildly, panic rising as he wonders where his opponent vanished to. Like a ghost, Ye Chen materializes instantly behind him and drives a devastating punch straight into his face. The man crashes to the ground, wailing that not even his own parents had ever beaten him like this. Consumed by blind fury, he draws a gleaming knife and lunges forward, screaming that this insult is unforgivable. But without a hint of fear, Ye Chen effortlessly blocks the blade's lethal path. The aggressor stares at his weapon in disbelief, shocked that he couldn't even scratch him. Suddenly, the sound of tearing wind screams through the air as an arrow flies at breakneck speed towards them. His senses sharpen to the limit. Ye Chen instantly detects the incoming projectile. He violently shoves the thug aside, using him as a meat shield as the arrow buries itself deep into the man's back. The body collapses with a heavy thud, leaving the taxi driver and the woman frozen in absolute horror. Without wasting a single heartbeat, Ye Chen commands them both to hold their ground. He orders them to stay put and dashes like lightning toward the source of the shot, in a building nearby. A masked assassin conceals himself the moment the arrow is loosed. Ye Chen scours the area for the sniper, but the shadows are empty. He clenches his fist, wondering if the rat responsible has already scurried away. The young woman rushes to his side, trembling with fear, and demands to know if he is entangled with the mafia. Desperate, she grabs his hand, insisting they must retreat to a sanctuary immediately. She guides him urgently down a long corridor until they arrive at a secure door. Inside the room, she reveals this is her dormitory and assures him he can lay low here for the time being. Ye Chen asks if Miss Jang is actually worried about his safety, but she blushes and claims it is merely a debt of honor since he saved her life. The young woman takes a deep breath, assuring him the danger has passed. She points toward the soft bed and tells him to get some rest. Confused, Ye Chen asks where he is supposed to sleep, and she replies bluntly that his place is obviously on the hard floor. She ruthlessly tosses a blanket down for him. As the night deepens under the starlit sky, they both lie awake, thoughts racing too fast for sleep to claim them. The young woman breaks the silence, admitting she is wide awake. Hearing him agree, she turns serious and asks if he has been hiding his true self from her this entire time. He questions her sudden curiosity, and she explains that no ordinary student could move or fight the way he did today. With a sigh, Ye Chen finally admits that he carries secrets heavier than she can imagine. Zhang Xiaohua whispers that everyone has secrets, herself included. She then asks if he's ever wondered why she transferred to this specific school. He replies casually, "I assumed it was just a study." With raw sincerity, she reveals the truth her powerful family was forcing her into a loveless marriage, and she fled to this place to escape her cruel fate. Intrigued by her plight, Ye Chen encourages her to share the full story. The next morning, their rest is shattered by a sudden, violent noise. Ye Chen springs up, his eyes sharp, demanding to know who is there. Someone hammers on the door with aggressive force, shouting for Xiaohua and demanding she open up this instant. She approaches the door, trembling with shock, terrified that they have tracked her down so quickly. On the other side stands a young man clutching a bouquet, claiming he has finally found her, but she calls him Zhangbing and screams that they were never meant to be. Undeterred, he persists arrogantly, claiming her parents have already blessed the union and that they are a match made in heaven. Irritated beyond measure, Zhang Xiaohua smacks the flowers to the ground and declares she already has a boyfriend. The man scoffs in disbelief, sneering that she will never be able to fool him with such a lie. Suddenly, Ye Chen steps up from behind, wrapping her in a protective embrace and asking what all the noise is about. Zhang Bing's face twists in shock upon hearing the intimate term, "my dear." Ye Chen smoothly introduces himself as Xiaohua's lover. The newcomer mocks him, questioning how a nobody like him could ever deserve her, but Ye Chen ignores the taunt and drops to one knee, calmly. He flips open a small box to propose right then and there. Zhang Xiaohua watches, stunned by his bold improvisation to save her face. Zhang Bing falls silent, his eyes bulging at the massive ruby gleaming in the ring. Recovering her wits, Zhang Xiaohua flashes a confident smile and accepts his proposal, outraged. Zhang Bing challenges her decision, shouting that he possesses wealth far greater than that stone. Desperate to prove his superiority, He flashes a diamond ring, guaranteeing it is worth over 10 million full. Provoked to show his true power, Yi Chen simply scoffs and tosses a handful of jewels onto the floor like trash, faced with the scattered fortune. Zhang Bing stares blankly while Yi Chen asks coldly, "Is that enough for you?" Crushed by the overwhelming display of wealth, the young master admits he has been thoroughly defeated. Humiliated, he points a trembling finger at his rival, vowing this isn't over before retreating. Yi Chen waves him off, hoping the pest never darkens their door again. Jiang Xiaohua turns, thanking him with genuine warmth for saving her from disaster. He shrugs casually, replying that it was nothing more than a small favor between friends. Outside, Jiang Bing grinds his teeth, furious at being humiliated by a mere student. But suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges silently from the darkness behind him. Startled, he spins around in terror and demands, "Who's there?" Shadows ripple in the silence. An unknown assailant prepares a lethal strike with nothing but bare fingers. Two projectiles tear through the air, aiming straight for his vitals. Unaware of the lurking danger, Zhang Xiao thanks Ye Beichen once again. She shyly invites him for a meal, and to her delight, he accepts the offer. But destiny interrupts. His phone vibrates urgently in his pocket. With a gentleman's grace, he asks her to wait while he takes the call. It is senior sister Chu on the line. She informs him of a critical project group assessment and orders him to report to room 601 immediately. The call ends. He apologizes to Zhang Xiao, mentioning the sudden exam. She smiles, suggesting they simply meet for dinner later that evening instead. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the tension is thick. The evaluator announces the exam has begun. He asks for Ye Beichen, but a student sneers, claiming a guy with that name must be a total failure. Another student tries to defend him, mentioning he was handpicked by the professor, but the arrogant senior scoffs, saying favoritism is nothing to be proud of. Speak of the devil, Ye Beichen appears in the doorway. He calmly introduces himself to the professor, stating he has arrived for the group assessment. The instructor turns slowly, his eyes narrowing as he confirms if this young man is indeed the rumored Ye Beichen. The arrogant student gestures for him to fetch a test paper. Then, he gleefully announces that all the standard tests are gone. Only one answer sheet remains on the table. Unfazed by their petty games, Ye Beichen hands a sheet to another student, casually mentioning he found an extra one for him. The bully points to a seat, sneering that pens are provided. But he cannot resist one last insult. Calling Ye Beichen useless and a waste of a precious project slot. Time flows like water. The ticking of the clock on the wall echoes in the silent room. In the blink of an eye, Ye Beichen stands up, test paper in hand. He informs the stunned professor that he is finished. Shockwaves ripple through the room. The professor and the students whip around in disbelief. Ye Beichen simply places the sheet on the table, explaining he has a prior engagement. Without waiting for their permission, he bids them farewell and strides out of the room like a king leaving his court. The arrogant student laughs, convinced Ye Beichen turned it in early just to escape the humiliation. The professor, however, steps forward, asking about a missing classical Chinese manuscript. He explains that due to the extreme difficulty of the ancient texts, they had prepared a special evaluation meant only for expert specialists. The student shrugs, claiming he saw nothing. The professor's gaze falls upon the paper Ye Beichen left behind. He wonders aloud if that is the missing manuscript. The student tries to correct him, insisting that is just the test Ye Beichen gave up on. But upon closer inspection, the truth strikes. The professor confirms it is the completely filled out classical Chinese test. The student gasps, lamenting that the precious document must be ruined with gibberish. The professor reviews the answers, and his hands begin to tremble. Every single answer is perfect. The arrogant student stands there, his jaw hitting the floor in total shock. The reality crashes down on them. The young man they mocked is not a failure. He is a peerless genius masking his true power. Far away from the chaos, Ye Beichen walks with a light heart. He is just happy the exam was quick so he can keep his dinner date with Miss Jiang. But the peaceful moment shatters ahead on the path. A man in a dark suit blocks the way, a dagger gleaming ominously in his grip. Steel flashes. Ye Beichen dodges the lethal strike with supernatural reflexes. He slides back, creating distance between him and the assassin. Recognition flickers in his eyes. He looks at the attacker and asks if he's come for another beating. The assassin screams, charging forward with killing intent. Ye Beichin weaves through the air, effortlessly evading another deadly slash. As he blocks the strikes, he senses something is wrong. The man's movements are jerky, unnatural. The aura radiating from him has changed completely. With a surge of power, Ye Beichin counters the man in the suit is blasted backward, slamming violently against a concrete wall. Ye Beichin observes the crumpled body, assuming the fight is over. But against all logic, the man snaps back up and charges again like a rabid beast. A sword materializes in the air. Ye Beichin seizes the blade without hesitation. In one fluid motion, he pierces the attacker's chest. It's not enough. The man ignores the fatal wound and bites Ye Beichin's arm, reacting instantly. Ye Beichin delivers a bone-shattering kick to the suit-wearing monster. Staring at the body on the ground, his eyes narrow. The man should be dead. Yet he continues to twitch and move. This is no ordinary human. From the shadows, a female voice mocks him. The puppeteer reveals herself, underestimating him as nothing more than a lowly cultivator. Ye Beichin focuses his spiritual energy. He realizes his opponent is a corpse being controlled remotely. The woman smiles violently, declaring she has finally hunted him down. As the puppet struggles in his grip, Ye Beichin unleashes a pulse of pure energy. The shockwave severs the invisible strings controlling the corpse. The woman's eyes go wide. She watches in horror as her puppet spell is shattered instantly by his overwhelming pressure. Realizing her trickery has failed, she draws twin daggers. She will finish this herself. Ye Beichin roars, leaping toward her, declaring that the hunter has now become the hunted. Steel sings a symphony of destruction. His sword clashes against her daggers, the impact cracking the very ground beneath their feet. The assassin panics. How can a mere student possess such monstrous strength? Ye Beichin lands, his blade hovering inches from her throat, his eyes cold as ice. He demands her identity. The woman refuses to speak. Losing patience, Ye Beichin slashes without mercy, calling her stubbornness foolish. Before delivering judgment, he reveals a hard truth. Many have tried to take his life, and all have failed. With a final strike, he wishes her better luck in the next reincarnation. Meanwhile, at an antique shop, the news of the battle arrives. A subordinate trembles as he informs the boss. The elite assassin they sent has failed. The mission is a disaster. Rage twisted the boss's face as he screamed at the shopkeeper, calling everyone in the room a bunch of useless, good-for-nothing trash. Trembling in fear, the older man apologized profusely, admitting he had failed to investigate properly. He had no idea the target was a powerful cultivator. Desperate, he handed over a photo. The image clearly showed Ye Beichin standing side by side with the mysterious young woman from that night. Recognition flashed in the boss's eyes, quickly turning to shock. Seeing this reaction, the shopkeeper cautiously asked if he knew the boy. A dark grin spread across the boss's face. He revealed that this wasn't just some random kid. This was the high-priority target the Zuki Bureau had been hunting for years. Stunned, the shopkeeper asked if this boy held the key they sought. The boss confirmed with a grave nod. Countless elite squads had been sent to retrieve it, and every single one had vanished without a trace. His eyes gleaming with greed, he ordered total silence on the boy's location. This was their golden opportunity to capture him personally and claim the glory. Meanwhile, unaware of the looming shadow, Ye Beichin and Zheng Xiaohua were enjoying a lavish banquet. With a warm smile, she insisted that this feast was on her. But the peace was shattered. A group of imposing men in black suits surrounded them. Ye Beichin instantly stepped in, demanding to know who they were and ordering them to release Miss Zheng immediately. Xiaohua quickly placed a hand on his arm to calm the tension, explaining that these weren't enemies, but her family's personal bodyguards. Just then, a powerful aura descended. An older man strode forward, his voice thundering as he ordered Xiaohua to return home, demanding to know what disaster she had stirred up this time. Shocked, she turned to face her father, asking why he had come personally, but his eyes were cold as ice. He scoffed, asking if she even had the right to call him father after what she had done. Confusion washed over her. She pressed him for answers, desperate to understand the gravity of the situation. Her father's expression darkened. He asked if Zheng Ping had tracked her down. Hesitantly, she confirmed that he had. The bomb dropped. Zheng Ping was dead. Xiaohua froze in horror as her father revealed that the Zheng family was enraged, blaming them for the murder and launching a ruthless assault on their business empire. He grabbed her arm, dragging her toward the exit to beg for forgiveness, but she dug her heels in, shouting that she was innocent, she hadn't killed anyone. Suddenly, A calm voice cut through the chaos. Ye Beichin stepped forward, confessing that he was the one who ended the young master's life. He looked them in the eye and declared he would take full responsibility for the consequences. Her father eyed him with skepticism, while Xiaohua begged Ye Beichin to stop talking nonsense, but the young master remained unfazed, assuring them that he could handle whatever storm was coming. The older man laughed bitterly. He warned the boy that the Jung family had already put a bounty on his head. Hiring the deadliest assassins in the underworld? Death was all but guaranteed. Ye Beichin didn't flinch. He turned, his aura flaring slightly, and stated that a real man never hides from his actions. With a confident smirk, he added that his fate was his alone to decide. Baffled by this arrogance, the father asked who this kid was. When Xiaohua replied that he was just a schoolmate, the man could only shake his head at the boy's reckless stupidity. The scene shifted to the towering headquarters of the Zheng group. A massive crowd had gathered, the air thick with tension and killing intent. Two women whispered in the throng, confirming the rumors the Zheng heir had been slaughtered. And this banquet was actually a recruitment drive for mercenaries to hunt the killer. Unnoticed by the masses, Ye Beichin strolled up to the grand entrance, walking right into the lion's den. The two gossiping women spotted him and asked if he was also here for the Zheng family's event. He nodded coolly. One of them leaned in, whispering that the place was crawling with hitmen, and asked if he was one of them. Ye Beichin simply offered a mysterious smile. Curious, she asked if a professional like him knew the identity of Zheng Ping's killer, and more importantly, if the murderer was handsome. She gushed that the Zheng family had terrorized the city for years. To the common people, the one who ended Zheng Ping's life wasn't a criminal, he was a hero. Hearing this, Ye Beichin's eyes lit up with realization. He hadn't realized the Zheng family was so universally despised. Suddenly, security guards aggressively cleared a path through the crowd. "Make way for President Jing," they shouted. The president stepped onto the stage, his face twisted with grief and rage, thanking the underworld figures for gathering. He wasted no time on pleasantries. He announced the true purpose of the night: to recruit the deadliest blades in the black market. He challenged the brave to step forward. A hulking figure stepped out from the shadows, his voice booming as he asked if the rumor of a 30 million bounty was true. President Zhang shook his head. 30, he scoffed. No, I'm offering 50 million, transferred the second that bastard takes his last breath. The mercenary leader grinned, his greed ignited. With that kind of money on the table, he swore his team would tear the city apart to find the target. He turned to his subordinates, barking orders to hunt down the killer within 3 days, no matter the cost. Save your energy. A calm voice sliced through the noise. There's no need to search. The one you want is standing right here. The crowd gasped, heads snapping toward the voice. The women next to Ye Beichin froze, staring at the handsome student in total disbelief. Seeing his son's murderer, President Zheng lost all reason. He screamed at the hunters, veins popping in his neck. Kill him, whoever brings me his head gets the money. The mercenary leader didn't hesitate. Twin daggers flashed in his hands as he lunged forward with killing intent. Beichin didn't even flinch. He stood like a statue as the steel blade slashed toward his throat. The assassin's eyes widened. His strike had hit nothing but air. With a casual kick, Ye Beichin sent the massive man flying back. He dusted off his clothes, asking coldly if they really thought this level of skill was enough to kill him. Arrogant brat. Two more assassins leaped from the balcony, descending upon him like vultures. Ye Beichin simply looked up, his expression bored. Snap. In a blur of motion, he raised his hand and caught both plummeting blades between his bare fingers, stopping their momentum instantly. The assassins freeze in sheer disbelief. Their lethal daggers are halted by nothing but bare skin. Unimpressed, Ye Beichin scoffs at their feeble attempt. With a snap, he shatters their weapons like glass. He extends a hand with cold indifference. Go reincarnate, he sneers, and try training harder in your next life. Humiliation ignites the leader's fury. He strikes the ground, cracking the very stone beneath him. You die today, he roars, his killing intent exploding. Energy surges as the assassin raises his palms. The floor detonates into jagged shrapnel. Deadly rock shards rain down on the terrified crowd. Screams of panic fill the banquet hall. A massive cloud of dust swallows the center of the room. President Zhang watches the destruction with a twisted grin. Did we get him? He asks, tasting victory. But as the dust settles, the assassin leader steps back, trembling. A voice cuts through the smoke. Is that the best you can do? Yabachin hovers above the wreckage, untouched by the blast. The guests gaze up in awe and horror. Is this a human or a god walking among them? The blood drains from President Jang's face. The realization hits him like a truck. This young man, he is a Grandmaster cultivator. Yabachin's eyes glow with judgment. For attacking me from behind, your penalty is death. Suddenly, the scattered rubble obeys his command. The debris rises, aiming straight for the enemy. There is no escape. The assassin leader is struck with the force of a cannonball. He slams into the ground, defeated in a single blow. Yabachin dusts off his hands, clearly bored. Useless trash, he mutters. From the sidelines, the two women can only watch in silence. Radiating an overwhelming aura, he strides toward President Jang. The powerful tyrant cowers like a frightened child. Stay back, Jang screams, retreating in terror. Yabachin grabs him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. His voice is cold as ice. I killed your son, he whispers into Jang's ear. And if you want to live, the pressure on the Xiao family stops now. Disbelief warps Jang's face. You dare command me. Smack. A brutal slap cuts off his protest. Shut your mouth, Yabachin orders. This is your final warning, he hisses. Oppress them again, and I will erase your entire bloodline. Terror seals President Jang's lips. He cannot speak. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Xiao family residence. Xiaohua's father stares at the reports on his desk. His expression is heavy, burdened by impending doom. They've cornered us, he groans in despair. The Jang family has swallowed all our assets. We are finished. Xiaohua enters, trying to offer a glimmer of hope. Don't give up, father. The Jangs aren't gods. But his frustration boils over. This is all because you ran from the marriage, he scolds. And that boy you brought? Stay away from him. Yabachin, save me, she argues fiercely. Her father sneers. He is nothing but a penniless brat. Suddenly, the phone cuts through the tension. He snatches it up impatiently. His eyes go wide as he listens. Sir, the Jang family just pulled back. All acquisition plans are canceled. We are saved. He trembles, unable to process the miracle. Who did this? He stammers. It was the young man, Yabachin, the secretary reveals. He handled it alone. The phone slips from his hand. He is struck dumb with shock. Who exactly is he? He whispers into the void. Father, Xiaohua asks, confused. A look of awe replaces his fear. Your friend, he manages to say. He brought the Jang family to their knees. He is a dragon among men, the father admits. Invite him over immediately. I must thank him properly. She nods, pulling out her phone, pulling out her. Meanwhile, Yabachin strolls through the city streets. The so-called powerful Jang family, he muses, disappointingly fragile. Vibration buzzes in his pocket. He glances at the screen and answers. Xiaohua's voice rings out, full of gratitude. Please, come to my home, she insists. Where to? He asks. Fuan Estate, she replies. Moments later, he hails a passing taxi on the highway. He slides into the back seat. Fuan Estate, he directs the driver. The driver grins, a sinister glint in his eye. Better buckle up, he warns. Click. The doors lock instantly, and the engine roars as he stomps on the gas. A bit fast, isn't it? Yabachin asks calmly. The driver laughs maniacally. You haven't seen fast yet. Suddenly, the driver kicks the door open. Enjoy the rest of the trip in hell, he shouts, rolling out of the speeding car. Boom! The taxi erupts into a fireball. A massive mushroom cloud engulfs the street. The assassin rolls to a stop on the asphalt. He stands, dusting himself off. Target eliminated. Too easy. Alon's voice crackles over the comms. Good work. He was a martial artist. The driver notes confidently. He might have survived, but he'll be crippled. Bring him to me, the boss commands. I want the key's location. Understood, the assassin replies, turning back toward the flames. He strides toward the burning twisted metal, but then... movement. A hand punches through the asphalt from below. Yabachin rises from the earth like a demon. You sneaky little rat, he growls, eyes glowing with power. Now, you have pissed me off. No time to react. Yabachin's fist connects with thunderous force. Crack. The assassin is launched into the stratosphere. From the shadows, Alon watches in horror. Impossible, he gasps. He walked out of that inferno without a single scratch. Yebachin senses the gaze and turns his head. His eyes lock onto the observer. He knows that face. Yebachin stood his ground, his eyes cold. He asked if their greed knew no bounds wasn't stealing the jade pendants enough, or did they crave blood as well? But Alan sneered, his arrogance overflowing. He didn't give a damn about the jade trash. He demanded the key be handed over this instant. Yebachin stared at him blankly. He had no idea who this fool was, let alone what key he was raving about. Steel flashed. Alan leveled his blade at him, his voice dripping with malice. 10 seconds. That was all the mercy he would offer. The young master scoffed. He knew nothing of a key, but he promised one thing if they dared touch him, so death would be the only thing they took from this place. His patience snapped. Alan roared, calling him stubborn, and lunged, but his blade slammed into an invisible wall of chi. Shock paralyzed him as his attack hung frozen in midair, seizing the opening. Yebachin moved like a phantom to counterattack. A thunderous kick exploded against Alan's chest. He was launched backward like a broken kite, his weapon clattering to the floor. The Elder Master watched the scene, his jaw practically hitting the ground in disbelief. Yebachin turned his icy gaze to the old man, demanding answers about the key. When the Elder claimed it was a heavenly secret, Yebachin sighed, useless. It was time for him to perish. With a mere flick of his finger, a blast of energy shattered the man's skull. Silence fell. He glanced at the ring on his finger, realizing this web of conspiracies ran deep. He needed eyes on the ground. With a simple hand seal, he fired a spiritual message into the ether. Miles away, a white-haired grandmaster's deep meditation was interrupted. The command was absolute: uncover every shadow lurking within the Bureau of Rarities. Meanwhile, at the Jang Manor, the atmosphere was tense. Xiaohua's father paced nervously, asking if their savior would truly return, while his daughter tried to calm his anxious heart. Suddenly, Yebachin strolled in. He waved casually, apologizing for the delay. The patriarch's face lit up with sheer relief the hero had returned. He grasped Yebachin's hand firmly, pouring out his gratitude for saving their entire bloodline from ruin. Come inside. The patriarch beamed, ushering everyone in. A feast fit for an emperor awaited them as a token of thanks. At the banquet table, Xiaohua's father declared that without Yebachin's divine intervention, the Zhang family would be nothing but ash. He stood, raising a glass of fine wine for a toast. Yebachin remained humble, accepting the drink but insisting he was only cleaning up a mess he had helped create. He drained the glass in one gulp. Seeing this, the host urged his daughter to keep up. Their guest was already drinking like a warrior. The butler leaned in, whispering a frantic warning. The young miss had the alcohol tolerance of a child. This was a recipe for disaster. But the father hissed back, silencing him. If they didn't get intoxicated, how would any romantic sparks fly? He was determined. He had to get them drunk tonight. For a dragon like Yebachin was a rare catch for a son-in-law. Hours passed, and wine flowed like water. Yebachin and Xiaohua toasted again and again, urging each other into a drunken stupor. Seeing his chance, the father signaled the butler with a sly grin. Take them to a room to rest. The butler hesitated, confused. The father rolled his eyes at the servant's stupidity. Take them to his daughter's room, obviously. Orders received. The butler commanded a maid to dump the young lady and Mr. Yi into the same bed. The maid tucked them in and announced it was time for dreams. Through a haze of alcohol, Yebachin mumbled, wondering why he was being called young master. The maid just smirked and shut the door tight. In her sleep, Xiaohua cuddled closer to the warmth, murmuring groggily. She asked what that hard object pressing against her was. Yebachin held her tight, whispering for her to freeze and just sleep. The night faded, and the morning sun pierced the room. Xiaohua's eyes fluttered open. She turned over to find Yebachin sleeping peacefully beside her. Panic struck like lightning. She bolted upright, burying her face in her hands. Her sudden jolt woke the sleeping dragon. Yebachin groaned, asking what on earth was wrong. Slap! Her hand connected with his face. Pervert! She shrieked. Yebachin blinked, trying to process why he was under attack and how he ended up in her bed. Her eyes narrowed. She demanded to know if he had dared to cross the line while she was unconscious. He immediately denied it, swearing on his honor, but she pointed an accusing finger downward if he was innocent, Why were his pants missing? Defeated by the evidence, he didn't argue. He scrambled to get dressed, muttering that this was all a massive misunderstanding. He grabbed his gear and fled the room, telling her to go back to sleep outside. Two men watched his retreat, the older one chuckling that the rice was already cooked. Miles away, Ye Beichin scratched his head, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of the previous night. Suddenly, Dr. Shu emerged from the shadows to greet him. Ye Beichin turned as the doctor delivered urgent news about the Wanbao Tower. His interest piqued instantly. What had they found? Dr. Shu revealed they had located a site with bricks identical to the mysterious ones. Ye Beichin didn't hesitate. He demanded to be taken there at once. Moments later, they stood before a towering commercial skyscraper, its presence imposing. Dr. Shu confirmed the location. His scouts had tracked the signal from the bricks to the heart of this very building. Wasting no time, Ye Beichin stepped forward. He would tear the truth from this place personally, and the two walked straight into the lion's den. As he attempted to breach the threshold, an invisible barrier repelled him with undeniable force. Confused, he turned to his companion, asking Dr. Zhu for an explanation. Dr. Zhu explained that a spiritual restriction barred the way. Suddenly, a suit-clad elite approached, swiping an access card, and the shimmering veil parted before them. Fascinated by the existence of such an ancient formation in the modern world, Ye Chen stepped through the gateway. Inside, they discovered a chamber where three cultivators sat in a meditative circle. One boasted that the treasure hidden here would finally allow him to break through to the next level. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, demanding to know their location. Dr. Zhu whispered urgently. The doctor revealed that the spiritual bricks were unearthed here, confirming that these men were fellow cultivators walking the path of power. Ye Chen peeked silently through the door, realizing the entire facility was a shell built to conceal the ancient tower. Suddenly, a voice thundered, "Who goes there?" Ye Chen signaled Dr. Zhu to stay calm. Since their presence was exposed, fear was useless. He stepped out from the shadows with the presence of a king. He approached the group without hesitation. The leader demanded his identity, but Ye Chen simply issued a command, "Tell me where the Wanbao Tower is." The atmosphere froze. The men stared in shock, wondering how an outsider knew the forbidden name of the tower. Killing intent flared. One of the cultivators channeled his energy, levitating a steel sword in midair, ready to slaughter the intruder. Ye Chen's gaze turned cold. He decided to test his new technique right here. After all, anyone who knew the tower's secret could not be allowed to survive. The enemy's companions scoffed, confident that a single strike from their swordsman would sever Ye Chen's head from his shoulders. Unfazed, Ye Chen proposed to wager information about the tower in exchange for victory. The trio burst into mocking laughter, looking at him like a dead man walking. The arrogant swordsman accepted the challenge. With a roar, he charged forward, his blade raised high to deliver a fatal execution. Clang! Ye Chen blocked the steel blade with his bare forearm. The shockwave from the collision blasted them both backward. The mockery vanished instantly. The companions realized with horror that this intruder was also a powerful cultivator. The swordsman gritted his teeth, declaring that since his first strike was blocked, he would no longer hold back. "Don't blame me for my cruelty," he shouted, unleashing a forbidden art. His energy condensed into a roaring phantom tiger, rushing straight for Ye Chen. In response, Ye Chen calmly materialized a blade of pure spiritual energy. He swung only once. The strike was absolute. His energy blade sliced through the phantom tiger, shattering the technique into nothingness. The others watched in disbelief as their ultimate attack was nullified. Ye Chen looked down on them with disdain. "Your attack is too weak," he stated, commanding the man to kneel and admit defeat. His spiritual sword hummed, hovering just centimeters from the cultivator's jugular. Ye Chen offered a final chance: speak or die. The man nodded frantically, agreeing to talk. But as he backed away, a glint of treachery flashed in his eyes. Betrayal. He spun around, launching a sneak attack and screaming, "You go to hell first." Still resisting, Ye Chen sighed at the foolishness. The desperate man screamed for his brothers to join the slaughter. The other two drew their daggers, howling like rabid dogs as they rushed in to kill him. Thud. They plunged their blades into Ye Chen's neck. The swordsman sneered, mocking that Ye Chen was nothing but talk. The others spat on the ground, agreeing that the arrogant brat got exactly what he deserved. But suddenly, Yi Chen's body didn't bleed. It dissolved into smoke. The image disintegrated before their eyes, leaving them confused and terrified. An illusion. Panic began to set in as they realized they had attacked a mere clone. Looking for me, the real Ye Chen appeared behind them like a grim reaper. You broke the promise. Now you pay. His sword descended without mercy. The strike slammed into one man's protective chi barrier. Crack. The defense shattered like glass under the overwhelming impact. Boom. The explosion launched the survivors across the room. One man coughed up blood, his mind racing what kind of monster possessed this level of cultivation. Ye Chen walked through the dust, his aura suffocating. The contract is void. He swung his sword again, delivering the price of betrayal. Two bodies instantly disintegrated into mist, leaving the last survivor trembling in absolute terror. His sanity snapped. The man scrambled away, screaming for help, but Dr. Zhu stepped into his path. My master did not grant you permission to leave, the doctor said coldly. The prey was now trapped between the hunter and the wall. Ye Chen arrived, bearing a fist into the man's gut. I didn't authorize your retreat. The cultivator collapsed, groveling on the floor. I was blind. Please, spare my worthless life. Ye Chen's eyes bore into him. The Wanbao Tower. Speak. The man nodded furiously, confirming its existence. He spilled everything. Years ago, the Longxin Group's president selected this land for a skyscraper. But during excavation, workers unearthed an ancient bronze gate. Driven by greed and curiosity, they entered the subterranean cave. Inside, they found a mystical altar housing a gemstone. This gem radiated the special chi that allowed them to awaken their cultivation powers. And there, etched onto an ancient stone stele, they found the true name of this domain, the Wanbao Tower. Back in the present, Ye Bichen demands the location of the altar, but fear seals the informant's lips. The curse activates. Agony seizes the young man's body as dark blood erupts from his nose and mouth. Doctor. Shu cries out in shock, but Ye Bichen sees the truth. They have been compromised. A silent seal has permanently shut the witness's mouth. He retrieves the mysterious gem from the corpse. This conspiracy runs deeper than the abyss. Grimly, he tells Dr. Shu that they must vanish immediately. Meanwhile, in a secluded sanctuary, a white-haired master senses a disturbance. His eyes snap open. Ancient power ripples as he summons a servant. A lethal beauty materializes from the shadows. She bows, awaiting the command to harvest a life. Her eyes glint with curiosity as she asks for the target. The master projects an image of Ye Bichen into the air. Him, he commands, eliminate the anomaly. No questions asked. The assassin, Sun Duo, accepts the decree and vanishes instantly to hunt her prey. The next morning brings a deceptive calm. A classmate greets Ye Bichen, and he smiles back, hiding the weight of the world. Time feels distorted after the recent chaos. The underworld is alive and well. The Banshin clan, the Jukaju sect, the Qing group, cultivation never disappeared from this world. It merely changed its name and hid in the shadows of modern society. He knows the Jukaju sect hunts him for the key, but with his memories fragmented, the location of this treasure remains a mystery even to him. A dangerous puzzle with missing pieces. Later, the classroom atmosphere shifts. The teacher claps his hands, announcing a surprise. A new destiny enters the room. Please welcome our transfer student, Sun Duo. She walks in with the grace of a predator, introducing herself with a perfect smile. She asks for their guidance, masking her killing intent. Whispers of admiration sweep through the class. The teacher assigns her the seat directly behind Ye Bichen. The wolf is now sitting behind the sheep. She glides to her desk. As she settles in, her gaze bores into the back of his neck. A smile plays on her lips, but her eyes are cold. The bell rings, shattering the tension. Ye Bichen stands and stretches, sensing the shift in the air. The hunter makes her move immediately. She approaches him, sweet as honey, and invites him to lunch. Ye Bichen raises an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Envy explodes among the male students. They curse his luck, blind to the danger lurking beneath her beauty. She allows no escape. Gripping his hand with surprising strength, she drags him away before he can utter a word. At the restaurant, the interrogation begins disguised as a date. Why are you treating me? He asks. testing her defenses. Love at first sight. She lies without flinching. He inwardly scoffs at the cliche, but plays along. Then prove it, he teases, sending her to fetch chili sauce. The moment his back is turned, the mask drops. With sleight of hand, she sprinkles a lethal, colorless powder into his meal. Yebichin returns with the sauce, acting completely oblivious. Thank you, she beams. He picks up his spoon and begins to eat. Down the hatch, he devours the entire poisoned meal while she watches with bated breath, waiting for the end. Seconds tick by. Panic rises in her chest. The poison is instant, yet he sits there, rubbing his belly, completely unharmed. Suddenly, a savior arrives. A classmate rushes over, breathless. There you are. The dorm meeting is starting. We've been looking everywhere. Yebichin seizes the opportunity. Duty calls, he says, flashing a knowing grin. Can't miss a reunion with the brothers. He asks his friend to lead the way. The friend nods enthusiastically, unknowingly saving him from an awkward standoff. Sundu tries to call him back, but he is already gone. Furious, she clenches her fist until blood drips from her palm. Her prey has escaped. As he walks away, Yebichin's expression darkens. He knows exactly who she is. Back at the table, the assassin trembles with rage, unable to comprehend his immunity. Meanwhile, Yebichin arrives at the meeting spot. His classmate proudly introduces him to the rest of the group. Here is our missing roommate. The guys welcome him with open arms. It is a moment of brotherhood and peace. But in this world, peace is fragile. Bang! The door is kicked open with violent force. All eyes snap toward the entrance. A gang of arrogant seniors strides in. Get out, the leader barks. We reserve this room. Clear the area. Confusion ripples through the group. Reserved, one friend asks, but we've been here for an hour. Logic falls on deaf ears. Another friend stands his ground. We were here first. The leader sneers, his aura radiating menace. Are you courting death? Violence erupts. Without warning, the thug steps forward and smashes his fist into the student's face. The red-haired friend snaps, You dare hit my brother. He charges forward, fist raised in righteous fury. But the gap in power is absolute. The thug laughs, calling him trash, and delivers a devastating blow to his spine. The impact sends him flying. He crashes into his friends, gasping for air. Are you okay? They scream in panic. The leader spits on the ground. Throw this trash out, he orders his lackeys. But then, a shadow steps forward. Yebichin blocks their path. You hit him. You pay. The room goes silent. The thugs look at him in disbelief. Make an example of this fool, the leader scoffs. His friends beg him to back down, terrified of the consequences. But Yebichin stands like a mountain. Medical expenses, now. The leader throws his head back and laughs, unaware he is staring into the abyss. The leader barked his death order, commanding his men to end him. The thugs roared, charging forward with bloodlust in their eyes. Yebichin flowed past the first punch like smoke. He calmly remarked that their movements were painfully slow. With a casual flick, he launched one attacker over his shoulder. He was teaching them the definition of a true fight. He tossed the others aside like rag dolls. In a single, blurring motion, he sent another crashing into the concrete wall. The gang leader stood frozen, unable to comprehend this monster's strength. The onlookers gasped, whispering that this scene looked straight out of an action movie. Was this student actually a grandmaster of martial arts? Yebichin strolled up to the trembling leader. He asked calmly if the man was ready to settle the medical bill now. Desperate, the thug snatched his phone, declaring he was from the fearsome Banshin Gate and should never be underestimated. He wailed into the receiver, begging his boss for salvation and claiming a tyrant was bullying him at the restaurant. Yebichin smirked and challenged him to wait, curious to see this so-called Banshin Gate boss. 30 minutes later, Dr. Shure arrived with a heavy presence. Dr. Shure demanded to know who dared bully his Banshin Gate disciples. The thug greeted him with relief, thinking his savior had finally arrived. He pointed an accusing finger at Yebichin, but Dr. Shure froze. Terror filled his eyes as he recognized the young man. Master, Yebichin smiled coldly. Is he yours? The air grew heavy. Dr. Shure dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the floor. He apologized profusely for the offense his foolish subordinates had caused. The thug's jaw dropped, his mind shattering. Why was his invincible boss calling Yebichin master? Even Ye Bakun's friends stared in shock at this display of power. Doctor, Shuer summoned the thug closer with a dark expression. He gripped the man's arm, staring him down with cold fury. Without a shred of mercy, he twisted the limb. This is the price for offending the master. An agonizing scream tore through the room as the man clutched his shattered arm. Doctor, Shuer barked at him to get lost immediately. The thug scrambled away in fear. Ye Bahan nodded, praising Dr. Shuer's decisiveness, and the doctor bowed, grateful for the acknowledgement. The mood shifted. Ye Bachan asked about the Wa Tower. Not yet, Dr. Shuer replied gravely, but I have intelligence on the Juki department. Dr. Shuer explained that they were hunting a young man named Ye Bachan, seeking a mysterious key he possessed. Ye Bachan laughed softly. What a fascinating coincidence. Shuer hesitated, asking if his master knew this person. Just an old acquaintance. He lied smoothly. He dismissed Dr. Shuer, stating he had a dinner to finish with his roommates. He waved the doctor away. The secret meeting was over. He needed to return to his ordinary life. His friend stammered, asking if he came from a royal family. Just a normal guy. Ye Bachan grinned. He raised his glass, proposing a toast to friendship. Hours later, the laughter faded. They said their goodbyes, realizing the night had grown deep and it was time to rest. He waved them off, promising to meet the next day. As he walked alone, the alcohol buzzed in his head, making his vision swim. Suddenly, a killing intent spiked Sun Duo lunged from the shadows, a knife gleaming in her hand. Ye Bachan yawned, feigning drowsiness as the girl jumped at him with the dagger. He turned slowly. Sun Duo, my classmate. The assassin froze instantly. She shifted her demeanor, putting on a mask of shy innocence to hide her murderous intent. Shouldn't you be at school? He asked. Her mind raced. She had to find an opening to eliminate him while he was vulnerable. She grabbed his arm, faking a confession. I like you. Ye Bachan stared at her, finding her acting stiff and strange. What are you doing? He sighed heavily. Sun Duo persisted, pressing closer and asking if he really doubted her feelings. She struck a confident pose, puffing out her chest. I have completely decided. Ye Bachan looked her up and down. Are you a cross-dressing boy? You are flat as a board? Her eye twitched. The insult struck deep. The mask shattered. She whipped out her dagger, her aura turning deadly. I am done pretending. Die! She shrieked, charging forward, but before the blade could land, Ye Bachan caught her wrist. You have no self-control, far too inexperienced. His eyes narrowed. You must have worked very hard to infiltrate my life. He launched a counterattack. Sun Duo reacted on instinct, blocking the blow with her daggers as sparks flew. But it was futile. Ye Bachan found an opening and delivered a precise, devastating kick. She was thrown violently to the ground. Who are you? He demanded. She spat blood, asking only when he had realized she was a spy. From the moment you put poison in my noodles, Ye Bachan replied, his voice cold as ice. Her eyes widened in shock. You knew everything. He confirmed he was just acting and demanded to know her true intentions. I only want to know who sent you, he pressed. But she clenched her jaw, refusing to betray her secrets. A dangerous smile played on his lips. Are you sure about that decision? He grabbed her collar, dragging her close. I am done being gentle. She screamed for help, but he whispered that he just wanted to get closer. Terror broke her spirit. Tears streamed down her face. Okay, I will tell you everything. You have but one chance. Do not waste it. Under the weight of his killing intent, she breaks. She reveals the name of the mastermind, Ming Jang, the leader of the Ling group and a high-ranking elder of the Juki Bureau. Ye Chin narrows his eyes, repeating the name slowly. A cold, knowing smile touches his lips. I see. So it involves an old friend after all. Terrified, Sun Duo begs to leave, but he shakes his head. There is a condition for her freedom. She must deliver a declaration of war. Ming Jang must meet him tomorrow, near the school grounds. What? What are you planning? The girl stammers, trembling in fear. The young master's gaze turns icy. This is a reckoning, he declares. A challenge to settle the blood debt with the Juki Bureau and the Ling group once and for all. Her eyes widen in shock. Have you gone mad? She screams, but Yechin is already fading into the shadows. Mad hardly. Tell him I will see him tomorrow. 1 hour later, high within a city skyscraper, Sun Duo rushes into the chamber. her voice trembling as she calls out to her master. The assassin master turns, his aura suffocating. "You have returned. Is the mission complete?" But the young woman falls to her knees. "Master, forgive me. I have failed you." Fury ignites in his eyes. He crushes the document in his hand to dust. "You dare return in disgrace." Desperate, the girl cries out that she was only spared to deliver a message. A message. The master pauses, his killing intent spiking. "Speak." She relays the chilling words. "He challenges you to a final showdown. Tomorrow, near the school. He intends to end everything." The man scoffs. Whence comes such hatred? Sun Duo explains the boy claims the Juki Bureau has hunted him for too long. Now, the prey has become the hunter. Interesting. He muses on what grudge a mere boy could hold against their empire. He reaches for his phone. It is time to consult the higher-ups. He contacts the Grand Elder immediately. "Do you know a cultivator named Ye Chin?" The voice on the other end turns sharp. "Ye Chin? Is it the same Ye Chin who stole the sacred key?" Surprise flashes across the master's face. The key holder truly. A cruel, satisfied grin spreads across the assassin master's face. Iron shoes wear out hunting for him. Yet here he comes, walking right into our trap without any effort at all. "I accept the challenge," he declares, and Sun Duo bows in submission, meanwhile miles away. Ye Chin sits in the lotus position, sinking into deep meditation. His concentration sharpens. "Tomorrow's battle will shake the heavens," he murmurs. "I must be at my peak state." Suddenly, spiritual energy surges. A mystical grimoire slowly manifests from his very breath. Ethereal figures drift from the pages, dancing around him before dissolving into pure energy. The air vibrates violently. A magnificent spirit sword materializes before him, humming with ancient power. "With this blade and the law of thunder," Ye Chin vows, "even an ancient monster will fall." Above the city, the night sky splits open. Lightning bolts tear through the clouds in a terrifying display. From his high-rise window, the assassin master witnesses the celestial phenomenon. His eyes widen. Who could be cultivating with such dominance? He feels the pressure in his bones. This power. It surpasses even the old monsters of the sect. A shiver runs down his spine. This city hides a dragon. It is dangerous. The long night passes. The sun slowly crowns the horizon, bathing the concrete jungle in light, and a silhouettes land silently on a rooftop. The players have arrived. "Is this the kill zone?" one subordinate asks. Just then, the assassin master and Sun Duo touch down. "Yes," the man confirms. "This is where he dies." The master turns to Ming Jang. Capturing Ye Chin will be a monumental merit for the organization. Ming Jang sneers, his killing intent overflowing. "Rest assured, that boy is already a corpse walking." However, a subordinate interjects. "The priority is the key in his possession. We must retrieve it before he falls." Ming Jang nods. "Agreed. The key first, then the slaughter." No more words are needed. He signals the advance. The assassin master and Sun Duo leap from the ledge, plunging toward the battlefield. "Follow me." Leaving this to Ming Jang seems too easy, one guard mutters. Another laughs darkly. "If that kid dares to show his face, he will be obliterated instantly." Oh. Ming Jang is cautious. He barks an order to his shadows. "Prepare the formation, set a trap in case he tries anything foolish." Two elites immediately vanish into the scenery to execute the command. The net is being cast. Time ticks by. Ming Jang checks his watch. The sun is high. It is already noon. Where is he? Was it all a bluff? Doubt begins to creep in. A scout returns, bowing low. "Master, the ambush is set." Ming Jang narrows his eyes. "Good. We wait." Another hour passes. "Where is Ye Chin?" A henchman growls. Perhaps fear gripped his heart. Maybe he ran away like a coward. Ming Jang spits on the ground with disdain. "I knew it. A brat like that lacks the guts to face us. It was nothing but empty boasting." The assassin master frowns. "Were we played?" "No," Sun Duo insists, sweat forming on her brow. "The killing intent was real." The master sighs. "Perhaps I gave a weakling too much credit. Who are you calling a weakling?" A calm voice cuts through the air. Ye Chin steps out from a dark alley, hands in his pockets. Sun Duo spins around, her heart pounding. Master, it's him. He has arrived. The rooftop guards gasp in disbelief. The kid actually showed up. Does he have a death wish? Ye-Chin ignores the chatter. Are you Ming Jang? He asks coolly. The master steps forward. I admire your bravery, boy. Hand over the key, and I might leave your corpse intact. Ye-Chin laughs softly. You seem confused. I am the challenger here. His eyes flare with intensity. You are the ones who should be begging for mercy. As for the key, I don't have it. Ye-Chin shrugs. But I do have a debt to collect. For every persecution, for every attack. Today, you pay with blood. Xing. The assassin master draws his blade, the steel glinting in the sun. Do you take me for a fool, lying while standing at the gates of hell? He lunges forward, a blur of killing speed. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts when my blade pierces your throat. With zero hesitation, Ye-Chen snatches the flying projectile out of the air with his bare hands. The master and his son freeze in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how human flesh could stop a lethal blade. Watching from the rooftop, Ming Jang scoffs at the boy's skills until Ye-Chen suddenly crushes the steel weapon into dust. The shattered fragments explode outward like a shotgun blast, flying straight toward the assassin master. The master frantically deflects the shrapnel with his blade, admitting the boy's strength is terrifying. But Sun Duo takes a direct hit and is blasted backward. In a flash, a sword materializes in Ye-Chen's grip as he commands Ming Jang and the Juki Bureau rats to come down and face their death. Aura blazing, he surges forward to launch his own assault, declaring that a single opponent is far too boring for him. The assassin master barely parries the strike, terrified by Ye-Chen's ghostly speed, but the heavy impact smashes his guard and sends his sword clattering to the ground. Ye-Chen prepares the killing blow, his eyes cold as ice, telling the assassin not to blame him for being ruthless when he wasted his chance to live. A storm of sword slashes rains down. The assassin master is helpless against the onslaught and is violently slammed into the earth. Coughing up blood, the master's mind races. How can a mere boy possess such power? Sun Duo scrambles over, screaming for her defeated boss. Ye-Chen looms over them, sword glinting, and mocks their arrogance for daring to challenge him with such pathetic cultivation levels. Up on the rooftop, Ming Jiang's men tremble in disbelief, exclaiming that this shouldn't be possible. They thought the master was invincible, but one henchman realizes the terrifying truth: the boy was suppressing his true strength all along. Ming Jang grits his teeth, eyes burning with malice, and orders the trap activated. He's determined to make Ye-Chen pay in blood. Ye-Chen steps towards Sun Duo, demanding the Juki Bureau's location, but terror seizes her and she scrambles back, begging him to stay away. Suddenly, crack! The floor beneath him collapses, dragging Ye-Chen down into the darkness as a massive cloud of dust swallows him whole. Ming Jang laughs maniacally, declaring that the purgatory formation has claimed its victim, an abyss from which no soul has ever escaped alive. Ye-Chen lands in the strange void, dusting himself off, wondering if he has stumbled into a spatial array. A cold sneer forms on his lips as he realizes the Juki Bureau cowards were too afraid to fight him directly, resorting to these filthy tricks instead. The earth groans, and three massive mud monsters rise from the muck, their shadows looming over him like towers of despair. Boom! A massive fist smashes the ground where he just stood, forcing Ye-Chen to leap back while analyzing these strange abominations. There is no escape. The mud monsters completely encircle him, pounding the earth and closing off all routes of retreat. Wondering if this trap is his grave, Ye-Chen decides to stop holding back and unleashes his power, shouting, "Tianhen!" The blade sings. A single magnificent arc of light bisects the enemies, slicing the mud golems cleanly in half. He knows he must leave this dimension immediately, but to his horror, the mud begins to bubble and the creatures' bodies start knitting themselves back together. Ye-Chen's eyes narrow in surprise. Do these monsters possess immortal bodies? The golems reform instantly, stronger than before. He grips his hilt tighter and declares that if their bodies are immortal, he will simply sever the very space they stand in. Spiritual energy crackles around him like a storm as he announces the first form of the heavenly thunder sword. One sword opens the heavens. A blinding bolt of thunder-infused chi rips through the monsters and tears into the void itself. The fabric of the dimension shreds like paper above. Ming Jiang gasps in pure shock, unable to comprehend the power he just witnessed. The subordinates panic as they realize the inescapable formation has been shattered by the boy's monstrous energy. Ming Jang watches in horror as Ye-Chen steps out of the spatial rift, unharmed and radiating overwhelming killing intent. Hiding in the debris, Sun Duo trembles, wondering what kind of godlike cultivation level is required to break a spatial seal with brute force. Ye Chen's voice booms like thunder as he demands the Juki Bureau cowards show themselves, his gaze instantly locking onto their hiding spot. Ming Jang freezes, he's been spotted. One lackey draws a weapon, asking if they should fight, while another suggests a group attack might work. No, Ming Jang stops them, sweat dripping down his face, realizing this boy is an anomaly and they cannot act recklessly. He orders an immediate retreat to formulate a new plan, and his terrified men agree without hesitation. But as they turn to the alley, whoosh, Ye Chen appears directly in their path, and Meng Jiang realizes their nightmare is far from over. Leaving so soon, Ye Chen asks coldly, "You came looking for me, didn't you?" One trembling henchman stammers, asking what he wants. Ye Chen replies that he wants their lives. But Meng Jiang snarls, warning the boy not to get cocky just because he killed their leader. One of the men steps forward, feigning bravery, shouting that Ye Chen is too arrogant to be allowed to live. Another draws his blade, eyes gleaming with greed, suggesting they kill him and bring his corpse to the master to be turned into a puppet. Ye Chen tilts his head, his expression darkening at the mention of the word master. Die. The two assassins charge, screaming for blood. A spinning blade flies toward his neck, but Ye Chen blocks the attack with casual ease. "Not bad," he remarked, his voice dripping with disdain, "but far from lethal." As he casually repelled one attacker with a wave of his hand, the other was already airborne, poised for the kill. The two assassins, now scrambling on the ground, screamed at him to drop the arrogance. High above, a blade descended from the heavens, seeking his life, but Ye Chen didn't even flinch. To him, these ants were simply too weak. He drove his sword into the earth. Crack, blue lightning erupted from the soil, weaving together into a majestic dragon. The beast of thunder let out a roar that shook the very soul. The creature charged, devouring both men in a flash of destruction. Watching the charred bodies fall, Meng Jiang trembled in fear. What kind of monstrous power was this? Ye Chen lunged through the smoke. "Why the hesitation?" he taunted. "Now. It is my turn." Rage twisted Meng Jiang's face. "You bastard!" he screamed. "You've been hiding your true strength all along." Spiritual energy condensed into deadly orbs around the assassin. "Do you really think I fear a brat like you?" he roared. "Die." The energy blast screamed through the air, but Ye Chen deflected them with effortless mastery, his sword dancing like a barrier of steel. A smirk played on his lips. Finally, someone mildly entertaining. In a blink, he vanished, moving faster than the eye could track. Meng Jiang scanned the sky in panic. Where was he? Did he just dissolve into thin air? "Right here." The whisper came from behind, a flash of silver, and blood sprayed. Meng Jiang's arm was severed, and he collapsed to his knees in shock. Agony and humiliation washed over him. Clutching the stump of his arm, he cursed Ye Chen, trembling. He revealed a forbidden pill. He never wanted to resort to this cursed method, but survival left no room for hesitation. He swallowed the pill, forsaking his future for power now. Instantly, his aura turned demonic. A terrifying explosion of chi erupted, swallowing Meng Jiang in a storm of power. Perish. Two massive tornadoes tore towards Ye Chen, locking him in a prison of wind and pressure. The pressure was immense. He was sealed in place, his limbs heavy as lead. He struggled, but the invisible chains held tight. Meng Jiang laughed maniacally. "Is that all you have? I wasted my worry on a weakling." But inside the storm, Ye Chen smiled. "Did you really think you had won?" Meng Jiang's eyes widened in horror. "Impossible." A single sword strike split the heavens. "The only one dying today is you." The blade met flesh with a sickening crunch. Boom! Meng Jiang was blasted into the wall, crumbling like a broken doll. Ye Chen turned his back on the corpse. The Bureau of Assassins. What a disappointment. With his vengeance exacted, the blood debt was paid. Now, darker matters demanded his attention. Suddenly, Sun Duo dropped to her knees, trembling. "Please, help me," she begged. Ye Chen glanced at her coldly. "Quiet. I have no intention of killing an insect." He strode over to the fallen assassin master. Placing a hand on the corpse's forehead, his eyes glowed. "The pavilion of 100 treasures. Let's see what secrets you took to the grave." He initiated the soul search technique. Spiritual energy flooded the dead brain, Reality warped as he dove into the fragmented memories. A dark cave appeared. In a pool of glowing, ominous liquid, a man with a mustache floated in suspended animation. A final vow echoed in the void. I will never forget Ye Chen. The vision faded. Back in reality, Ye Chen pulled out his phone to locate Jindao. I'm near the academy, Jindao reported. Wait at the main gate, Ye Chen commanded. He ended the call, frowning. The memory was too fragmented. The location of the pavilion remained a mystery. He had to dig deeper. Just then, Dr. Shui arrived in a panic. Master. The doctor bowed low, awaiting orders. Yi Chen tossed him a strange object, a mask, and an identity card. What is this? Dr. Zhu asked, trembling. A human skin mask, Ye Chen explained calmly, and a new life. Who does this belong to? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Wear it. Infiltrate the Longxing group. Find the Pavilion of 100 Treasures. Go now. I need to recover. Like a ghost. Doctor. Shui faded into the shadows. His mission clear. Meanwhile, at home, Wu Ying sat before a feast fit for a king. Ye Chen stepped through the door. I'm home. Her face lit up. Just in time. Sit. The food is still hot. The aroma was intoxicating, famished from battle. He grabbed a bowl, abandoning all etiquette. Slow down. Wu Ying laughed gently. You eat like a starving wolf. Bam. The door flew open. Zhang Xiaohua stormed in like a hurricane. Ye Chen, you left my room just to come see another woman. She seized his wrist with iron strength. Come with me. Wait my rice. His protests were useless as she dragged him away. On the street, he shook her off. What is so urgent? I need a specific herb for my meridians. She snapped, pulling him toward a massive building. Inside the trade center, the air buzzed with commerce. Fresh stock, rare spiritual materials, a merchant bellowed. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes gleamed. With the grand conference today, the ingredient must be here. Ye Chen wrinkled his nose. It's a mess. Too many scents clashing together makes it impossible to track anything. Wait. A subtle fragrance cut through the chaos. His instincts screamed at him. He moved toward a nondescript stall. What is it? Xiaohua asked. He lifted a withered flower, his eyes narrowing. This aura. Suddenly, the world spun. A vision assaulted his mind. A horrifying vision strikes him. A mustached corpse lies in a pool of mysterious liquid, a strange flower blooming from its chest. Suddenly, the dead eyes snap open and a scream pierces the silence. The spirit flower launches itself like a projectile. It strikes Ye Beichen squarely in the chest. Zhang Xiaohua rushes to his side, panic in her voice. What happened? But he simply brushes it off. It's nothing. In reality, the flower has just transferred a fragmented ancient memory. Clutching the herb, his mind races. Could this unsuspecting plant hold the heaven-defying power of resurrection? The vendor breaks his trance. You buying or looking? Whispers ripple through the crowd like a curse. That's the blood flower. Only a fool would touch it. Everyone who buys it meets a grisly end. The vendor sneers, naming an outrageous price. If you don't fear death, 10 million. Without a flicker of hesitation, Ye Beichen produces a black card. Deal. Zhang Xiaohua stares at him in disbelief. Are you insane? Ye Beichen meets her gaze calmly. Do I look like a man who jokes? A greedy grin splits the vendor's face. He reaches for the card, trembling with excitement. He swipes it instantly, thinking he's just robbed a blind fool. Zhang Xiaohua stomps her foot, fuming. You useless spendthrift. Why didn't you listen to me? The onlookers shake their heads in pity. Another rich idiot with more money than brains. He's courting death. At a nearby stall, a boisterous voice cuts through the noise. Top-tier medicinal pills extend your life, enhance your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua's ears perk up. Cultivation pills. Hope ignites in her eyes. She dashes toward the stall. Finally, this might be exactly what I need. She looks at the vendor with desperate hope. How much? The man smirks. For you, 100 million. The color drains from her face. 100 million. That's highway robbery for a single pill. The vendor waves her away like a fly. No money, then get lost. You're blocking paying customers. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts. You dare sell this trash for such a price? The crowd from before gathers again. Oh, the fool is starting trouble. This is getting interesting. The vendor glares at Ye Beichin. Get lost, kid. But Ye Beichin stands his ground, an imposing aura rising around him. I'm not wrong. This isn't medicine. It's garbage. The vendor laughs in disdain. You think you know better. Do you have anything superior, boy? Ye Beichin smiles calmly. I don't have one on me, but I can refine one right now. Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drops. The crowd erupts in mocking laughter. Refining pills him. The vendor slams his hand on the table. Fine. If you can refine a pill here, I'll eat this entire cauldron raw. Ye Beichin accepts the challenge instantly. He steps toward the massive furnace. The vendor sneers. Let's see you try. But then, Ye Beichin lifts the 1,000-pound cauldron with a single hand. The crowd gasps, their mockery dying in their throats. What monstrous strength. With a fluid motion, he tosses a handful of herbs into the iron belly of the beast. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Open your eyes. Witness true alchemy. He hurls the massive cauldron into the air as if it were a toy. The vendor stammers, fear creeping into his eyes. Is he a cultivator? The cauldron slams down, spinning violently, then silence. Only thick smoke pours out. Zhang Xiaohua sighs. Just smoke. The crowd bursts into laughter again. A failure. Just a cheap magic trick. But suddenly, a pillar of blinding light erupts from the vessel. The light fades, revealing a single crimson pill floating in the air. A divine fragrance sweeps across the square, intoxicating everyone present. The skeptical woman in the crowd freezes. That aroma? It's a legendary grade pill. The vendor's eyes bulge out of his skull. Impossible how. Ye Beichin catches the pill calmly. Done. He hands the treasure to a stunned Zhang Xiaohua. A gift for you. She blinks, unable to process reality. Serious. Holding the priceless pill, her hands tremble. Is this a dream? You actually know alchemy. Ye Beichin shrugs casually. These ingredients were trash, but it will do. Call me if you need the good stuff. The couple in the crowd hangs their heads in shame. We were the blind ones. He's a true master. Ye Beichin turns his gaze to the sweating vendor. Now, about our bet. The vendor looks away, whistling nervously. Ye Beichin steps closer, his eyes cold as ice. Did you forget? The pressure radiates from him like a tsunami. Kneel. A single word, heavy as a mountain, forces the man to the ground. The vendor panics, his knees smashing into the pavement. Why? Why can't I stand? He's completely suppressed by Ye Beichin's aura. Ye Beichin glances at Zhang Xiaohua. Let's go. She nods frantically, following him like a loyal disciple. Humiliated. The vendor scrambles for his phone the moment they leave. I will kill him, I swear it. He dials his boss, his voice shaking with rage. President, we have a situation. Outside. The air is fresh. Ye Beichin asks softly, do you really need that medicine? She clutches the pill tight. It's for my father. He's dying. Ye Beichin frowns. What kind of illness? Her expression darkens. No one knows. Even the best doctors are baffled. It's a rare curse. Stop right there. A roar echoes behind them. The vendor returns, and this time, he's brought an army of thugs. You think you can humiliate me and walk away? He points a trembling finger at Ye Beichin. Break his legs. But before the thugs can move, halt. An authoritative voice booms like thunder. An elderly man steps forward, flanked by elite guards. It is the association president. The vendor grins wickedly. President, that's him. But the president ignores the fool completely. He looks at Ye Beichin with awe. The association needs a genius like you. The vendor's brain short-circuits in pure confusion. The president extends a hand, dripping with false courtesy, inviting Ye Beichin to join the association. But the refusal is instant, cold, and direct. The president's smile vanishes, replaced by a shadow of pure malice. Ye Beichin has no time for ants. Scram, he commands. But the fool dares to issue a warning. The man sneers, claiming he fears no cultivators, he only desires Ye Beichin's legendary pill-refining arts. Ye Beichin ignores the barking dog. You are too loud, he scoffs. Rage explodes in the president's eyes at the disrespect. The kill order drops. 4 assassins draw their blades, thirsting for blood. They encircle the duo, screaming for his death. Ye Bichen sighs at the nuisance. Then lightning descends. The president freezes. Stunned by the heavenly wrath, he tries to laugh it off as a mere test. But the real show is just beginning as his elite guards step forward. Boom! The two guards strike the earth, unleashing their hidden cultivation base. Pillars of fire and ice erupt. A dual catastrophe surges forward. Jiang Xiaohua screams in terror. But a sword manifests from thin air. Ye Bichen stands like a mountain. Fear not, he whispers. As long as he stands, she is untouchable. He strikes a wave of pure energy. The guards' eyes widen. They have never witnessed such sword intent. Ye Bichen is a blur. He closes the distance in a heartbeat. Death is imminent. Flash with a single movement. He glides past them like a phantom. Impossible. The strongest guards, defeated instantly. Ye Bichen turns, his eyes cold. He sought peace, but they chose violence. Do not blame the heavens for what comes next, he warns. Bam, a single strike humbles the president, and his lackey Ye Bichen grants mercy today, but warns there is no second chance. The president trembles on the floor, mind shattered. Who is this monster? Jiang Xiaohua stares. This man is an enigma wrapped in shadows. Ye Bichen snaps her out of it, time to leave. Back at her residence, the air is heavy. Ye Bichen inquires about her father's strange affliction. She asks if he knows the healing arts. His nod is confident. He commands the medical path. She enters. Shock bodies litter the floor. Ye Bichen scans the carnage. What happened here? Panic grips her. She rushes in, crying out for her father. The room is empty of him. Despair sets in, but Ye Bichen's eyes glow. The spirit vision activates. The world shifts. Trails of energy rise from the unconscious men, a pure essence. Here something is terribly wrong. The spiritual trail points to a figure. A mustached man stands amidst the chaos. The stranger turns. Who dares spy on me? Ye Bichen gasps. No, it cannot be. An ancient presence. How does a relic from 2,000 years ago exist in this era? Jiang Xiaohua pleads. Can he find her father? I have the scent. Ye Bichen confirms. Her eyes widen. Is it true? Hold on. He grabs her. Whoosh. They vanish, leaping across the skyline. They land at a dark cavern. The aura here matches the house perfectly. Her father's inside. She begs him to enter. Every second counts. Deep inside, a pool glows. Her father floats there, helpless. As a dark artifact descends, it is him. Ye Bichen frowns. Does he have enemies? She shakes her head. He is a saintly man, suspicious. But Jiang Xiaohua moves to save him, emotion overriding logic. Stop, Ye Bichen roars. Ambush arrows rain from the shadows. Death whistles through the air. He shouts a warning. Teleportation. He materializes before her. A chi barrier expands. Arrows shatter against his defense. The mustached observer smirks. This boy? His cultivation is profound. A threat recognized. Yet Bichen holds the girl back. The energy here is chaotic. One wrong step means death. Stay back, he commands. He will handle this filth. A giant chi hand manifests. It strikes the pool. Two identical figures rise from the depths. Clones. Get down! He tackles her. An assassin strikes from the rear. The wall explodes where their heads just were. What is that thing? She cries. Ye Bichen rises, dusting off his clothes. He only wanted to save a life, not start a war. The sword sings as it leaves the sheath. You want to play games? Ye Bichen's aura explodes. Then let's play until one of us is dead. The attack slams into the spikes rising from the depths. A majestic dragon manifests from the energy blast. The beast crashes against the surface of the pool with devastating force. The mustached man stares in shock. The dragon roars and dives straight for the cultivator meditating in the shadows. He instantly erects a barrier to block the strike. He smirks, remarking how interesting it is to be found like this. Ye Chen drags the man from the pool and commands Jiang Xiaohua to protect him. He warns her that this kidnapper is a monster in human skin. He orders her to take her father and run, but she freezes in fear. Ye Chen's voice cuts through the tension, urging her to move before it is too late. The young woman begs him to stay safe and promises to wait outside. Ye Chen watches her retreat, carrying her unconscious father to safety. The enemy leaps into the air and strikes the energy dragon. Ye Chen counters immediately. The aggressor scoffs, calling the manifestation a mere beast as he prepares a lethal counterattack. He launches a direct, crushing blow against the dragon. With a wave of his hand, the man disperses Ye Chen's attack into nothingness. Ye Chen stands his ground, analyzing his opponent. The figure emerges from the mist of the pool, wondering aloud if this is truly the one he sought. Slowly, he levitates from the water, his gaze locking onto Ye Chen. He declares that their meeting was written in fate. Ye Chen coldly asks for his name. The man laughs, asking how he dares to ask such a thing after slaughtering so many of his subordinates. Ye Chen narrows his eyes, asking if he belongs to the Juki Bureau. The man replies that seeking vengeance for his destroyed organization is only natural. Ye Chen deduces the truth: kidnapping Zhang Xiaohua's father was just a trap to lure him here. The man applauds his sharp wit, but claims that revenge is not his true purpose today. He grabs the blade of the sword with his bare hand. He whispers that he only wants to uncover Ye Chen's secrets. Blood drips from his palm, and suddenly, spikes erupt from the ground, piercing right through Ye Chen's body. A direct hit, Ye Chen stumbles back, his sword clattering to the ground. He coughs blood, accusing the man of a cowardly sneak attack. The bearded man sneers, declaring that escaping him will be an impossible feat. More deadly projectiles launch toward him. Ye Chen braces for the impact, but a smile creeps onto his face. He asks, who said anything about running? A new barrier explodes into existence, deflecting the assault. With a simple flick of his wrist, his sword flies back into his grasp. The man's eyes widen as the weapon screams through the air toward him. He shrouds himself in protective aura, claiming retreat is not his style, but the sword slices through his defense like paper, shattering it completely. Ye Chen snatches the weapon from the air as it returns to his hand, looking like a god of war. With his opponent suppressed, he demands the truth. He states this presence does not belong in this timeline. The man recognizes the technique and reveals his origin, the ancient Qingyun Gate. Ye Chen is stunned. He asks how this man could possibly know that legendary technique. The man replies that he does not just know it, he lives it. He begins to reveal his deep connection to the Qingyun Gate. A vision of the past flickers. He stands before the majestic entrance of the gate. Speaking of destiny and fate, back in the present, Ye Chen demands answers. The man smiles, explaining they are two sides of the same coin, seeing different worlds. He reaches out a hand, calling Ye Chen kid. Ye Chen tenses, ready for a final clash. But the man simply bids him farewell, promising they will meet again. Before vanishing into the solid rock wall, Ye Chen stares at the mark left on the stone, wondering if the enemy has truly departed. He shakes his head, calling the man a confusing enigma, yet, deep down, he wonders if this was all a test and what those cryptic words truly meant. The scene shifts to the silence of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua kneels beside her father, begging him not to scare her. She checks his pulse and freezes. It has stopped. Panic sets in as she screams that they are running out of time. She frantically adjusts his collar to help him breathe. Ye Chen steps out of the shadows, asking if the man has awakened. Tears stream down her face as she replies that he won't survive. Ye Chen demands a status report. She sobs that the injection failed completely. Ye Chen inspects the body. The man is hanging by a thread. Not even a god could bring him back now. As the young woman collapses in despair, Ye Chen speaks up. There is one method left that might defy death itself. She cries that it is useless. Claiming he is already dead, Ye Chen reveals a crimson flower, its petals glowing with an eerie light, and suggests they use it. Zhang Xiaohua asks if he truly intends to use that treasure on her father. Ye Chen admits it is a priceless item, but a life is at stake. He lowers the mystic flower to the man's chest. Suddenly, the father's eyes snap open. He screams for them to stop. He calls Ye Chen a madman. He yells that the flower is a cursed, ominous object. Ignoring the warning, the flower settles on his chest, and a single petal withers away. Terrified, the daughter screams at Ye Chen to remove it, fearing the curse. But then, the man turns and calls out to her. He stands up, his voice steady, calling his daughter's name Xiaohua. He looks around in confusion, asking where he is. The young woman bows deeply, overwhelmed with relief that he has returned from the brink of death. Ye Chen holds the flower, observing the missing petal. He muses silently that for every life this flower saves, it demands a petal in return. He stares at the delicate flower, wondering if a life truly hangs in the balance with the fall of a single petal. Zhang Xiaohua bows deeply, her voice trembling as she apologizes for her blindness in misjudging him. Then, in a bold move, she presses her lips to his cheek, Ye Bachan freezes, completely caught off guard by the sudden affection. Resting under the ancient tree, he thinks to himself that Miss Jang is truly full of surprises. His mind drifts back, replaying the unexpected spark that had just ignited between them. Moments later, Zhang Xiaohua steps closer, her eyes searching his face. "Did I startle you?" she asks softly. "Please forgive my excitement," she adds, and he simply nods, assuring her that all is well. Ye Bachan smiles warmly, sensing her sincerity. But suddenly, a shadow tears through the silence, moving with incredible speed. Ye Bachan spins around, his aura flaring. "Who goes there?" "Dr. Shu." Steps from the darkness, bowing low. "Master, I bring urgent news that cannot wait." The title Master echoes in the air. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widen in shock at this revelation. "Dr. Shu reports rapidly. Using the identity card, I have pinpointed the hidden coordinates. It could be the legendary Wanbao Pavilion." Ye Bachan's gaze sharpens. "Is this certain?" With the confirmation, a smile of satisfaction crosses his face. Finally, reliable intelligence. He turns to Zhang Xiaohua, explaining duty calls. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she steps back, letting him go without a word. "We must make haste," Dr. Shu urges. In a blink, the two masters launch themselves into the air, vanishing into the night sky like shooting stars. Left alone, Zhang Xiaohua watches their fading silhouettes. "Brother Ye," she whispers, "you truly are a man of infinite mysteries." 3 hours later, they descend into a desolate, remote canyon. "Is this the place?" Ye Bachan asks, his voice echoing. "Yes, Master," Dr. Shu confirms. He points toward a weathered structure. "Look closely, Master. This altar. It is identical to the ancient formation we found beneath Ling." Ye Bachan nods slowly. "Now that you mention it, the resemblance is uncanny." Dr. Shu steps forward. "The mystic bead we obtained should resonate with this formation. Master, please test it." Ye Bachan stares at the glowing sphere in his palm. Doubt flickers in his eyes. Will this key truly unlock the secrets we seek? Deciding to trust his instincts, he infuses his chi into the altar. On a boom, a massive pillar of energy erupts into the heavens. "Master, watch out." Dr. Shu screams. The earth beneath Ye Bachan fractures and crumbles. Before he can react, he is swallowed by a blinding flash of teleportation light. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, a bird perches calmly on a branch. A man with a mustache steps out from the shadows, watching the distant light. "That brat," he chuckles sinisterly. "He holds more secrets than I imagined." Space warps again. Dr. Shu and Ye Bachan plummet from the sky, crashing back into reality. They stick the landing, spiritual energy cushioning the impact. Ye Bachan rises instantly, his gaze locking onto a towering gate before him. "Where in the realms are we?" he mutters. In the distance, disciples hurry away. "The elders have issued a command," one whispers. "Something major has occurred," confirms another. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Dr. Shu asks nervously. Ye Bachan narrows his eyes. "Stay alert. The energy here, it feels wrong." Suddenly, an ominous object manifests in the sky above. Ye Bachan whips his head around. "What is that?" Realizing the danger, Ye Bachan acts. "Get down," he roars, forcing Dr. Shu to the ground. An invisible pressure crushes them against the earth. "Master, what is suppressing us?" the doctor cries out. Even Ye Bachan is bewildered. Then warp. The scenery distorts and shifts around them in an instant. An illusion technique, he thinks, reeling from the shift. Dr. Shu trembles. "Did we just encounter a ghost?" "No," Ye Bachan declares, his voice steadying. "That was a high-level illusion array, but what stands before us now is reality." "Understood, Master," Dr. Shu replies, composing himself, but Ye Bachan grips his weapon tight. "Do not relax yet. I feel eyes upon us. Something is watching." Roar. A colossal beast materializes from the gloom, towering over them. Dr. Shu gasps in horror. "Master behind you," but Ye Bachan is faster than sound. Swing, his blade is already drawn, with a surge of killing intent. He dashes forward and cleaves the beast in a single, devastating strike. Dr. Shu exhales. "Thank you, Maz." Silence. Ye Bachan interrupts. staring deeper into the void. The true anomaly lies ahead. Yebachan steps forward, and his eyes widen. There, a mysterious figure sits in lotus position, meditating amidst a circle of prowling beasts. Is it possible a survivor in this hell? He probes with his senses. No. His life force is barely a flicker. He exists between the realms of the living and the dead. Doctor, Shu analyzes the aura. Master, those are not flesh and blood. They are vengeful spirits. They are approaching, Yebachan warns. Their power is overwhelming, but then bam, invisible force impacts the spirits. They collapse instantly, their forms shattering. What kind of power was that, Doctor? Shu stammers. Yebachan makes a decision. Alive or not, that entity holds the answers we need. We must secure him. The meditating figure slowly opens his eyes. He turns, his gaze piercing through them. Humans, he rasps. How do living souls still draw breath in this domain? He rises, a strange light in his eyes. I knew it. Heaven has not abandoned humanity. In a flash, he rushes toward Yebachan. Speak, where do you hail from? Which sect do you represent? Calm yourself, Yebachan counters firmly. First, tell me what happened to this land. Why is this place overrun by beasts? The question seemed to short-circuit the man's mind. The stranger clutches his head, screaming in agony. Arga, my memories. It's all a blur. I remember nothing. He falls to his knees, trembling. Then, his eyes lock onto the object in Yebachan's grip, the mystic sphere. Insanity floods his gaze. He scrambles up, lunging wildly. That treasure. How did you get it? Give it back. Whoosh. Yebachan effortlessly sidesteps the desperate grab. You seek to rob me. Yebachan's voice turns ice cold. Since you choose violence over reason, do not blame me for being ruthless. The man roars, his muscles expanding and tearing through his clothes. Berserk energy explodes from his body. He charges at Yebachan like a rampant demon. Master, dodge, Doctor, Shugat screams. But Yebachan does not retreat. Sword art slash, one clean strike, cuts through the madness. The enemy's form dissolves into mist, collapsing back into the dust. Yebachan flicks the energy off his blade. That was not a man, he notes grimly. It was a remnant soul formed by pure obsession. For a spirit to linger with such madness, a truly catastrophic tragedy must have befallen this place. Dr. Shuer points toward the heavens, asking his master to identify the phenomenon above. A golden key materializes from thin air, causing Ye Chen to question its true nature. The artifact flies toward the wall, slotting perfectly into an invisible lock. A massive fissure tears open the stone. Dr. Shuer gasps. What is happening? Ye Chen observes with sharp eyes, concluding that a hidden dimension lies beyond. With resolve in his eyes, he decides they must cross the threshold and investigate the unknown. The duo descends a long staircase into the abyssal darkness. Ye Chen wonders what secrets this sealed realm holds and warns Dr. Shuer to stay sharp. At the summit of the depths, they discover a majestic hall, supported by colossal pillars covered in glowing runes. Ye Chen explains these are memory inscriptions. Dr. Shuer asks what significance they hold in this ancient place. The master clarifies that in the primordial era, history was recorded through spiritual images, not mere words. The doctor marvels, wondering if such legends are truly real. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual energy descends from the void and strikes Ye Chen directly. Ye Chen clutches his head as agony explodes through his mind. The scene shifts to a vision where a young cultivator approaches, demanding to know why he has not yet ascended. Confused by the vision, Ye Chen questions the meaning of this so-called ascension. He looks around the illusion, trying to grasp the situation, realizing he has been ensnared by the memory inscription. The arrogant young man explains that this is the chance to enter the immortal world, asking if Ye Chen is too weak to reach the necessary stage. With a sneer, he calls Ye Chen trash and swings his sword with lethal intent, but Ye Chen catches the blade with his bare hand, coldly warning him not to be arrogant. At that exact moment, the illusionary world begins to fracture. Ye Chen wonders what calamity is unfolding. A massive energy sphere manifests in the sky, generating a terrifying suction force that drags people into the air. One cultivator is helplessly pulled toward the orb. Ye Chen watches with intense focus as the tragedy plays out before his eyes. The sphere crashes into the earth, and a monstrous entity bursts from the impact. In the vision, the beast slaughters the cultivators, while a voice reveals the terrifying truth: ascension is a trap. Snapping back to reality, Ye Chen realizes the inscription forced him to witness a memory left behind by the fallen. He calculates that this massacre must have occurred 2,000 years ago. In the present, the headache returns with a vengeance. Dr. Shuer rushes to his side, calling out Master and asking if he is injured. Ye Chen waves him off, assuring his disciple that he is fine. The doctor lets out a breath of relief. Dr. Shuer then presents an artifact found nearby. Ye Chen inspects it, asking for its origin. The doctor explains it is a record from the treasure pavilion, detailing how to unlock it. His curiosity piqued, Ye Chen demands to know the method. The doctor clarifies that the sphere his master possesses is one of 2 keys required to open the gate. Ye Chen questions the authenticity of this intel. He realizes that someone is intentionally guarding this secret. He wonders why they would go to such lengths, and if it connects to the tragedy from the vision. Sensing danger, Dr. Shuer suggests they withdraw immediately. Ye Chen senses a killing intent watching them from the shadows and agrees, ordering that this location remain a total secret. The disciple bows as his master departs. 30 minutes later, the canyon altar stands silent once more. Ye Chen and Dr. Shuer have vanished from the structure, hidden on a tree branch. A man with a mustache watches them leave, asking himself if the intruders are finally gone. He smirks, commenting that their trip must have yielded a good harvest. He flickers away, vanishing from the spot. Time flows forward to the modern day. Jiang Xiwen pokias Ye Chen, who is fast asleep at his desk. Jiang Xiaoru appears with a beaming smile, full of energy. 2 other classmates cheer at the good news. Ye Chen, however, remains indifferent to the excitement. Outside, a bus waits to take them on their journey. The teacher leads the students out of the school gates. The sun shines brightly as the bus travels down the winding road. Suddenly, the asphalt beneath the tire begins to crumble. The driver realizes too late that the road is collapsing. Gravity takes hold as the bus plunges into a massive sinkhole. The vehicle slides violently down the steep slope. A passenger screams for help as the metal screeches against stone, finally crashing into a tree with a deafening thud. Inside the wreckage, panic erupts. Students scream in terror, one of them crying out that she does not want to die today. The teacher tries to process the disaster, then shouts that he needs to evacuate everyone immediately. But when he tries to force the door, he realizes the frame is twisted and jammed tight. It will not budge. Despair washes over him as he sees the unresponsive driver. Ye Chen steps forward calmly, telling the teacher he will handle the door. The young master takes a stance and strikes the exit with explosive force. The teacher claims it is useless, but the steel door flies open instantly. Ye Chen commands the students to exit the vehicle and get some fresh air. They scramble out of the bus in a frenzy. One student gasps, commenting that she almost died of fright. The teacher thanks him profusely, but the young man dismisses it as a small effort. Ye Chen points out that the injured need the teacher's attention more than he does. The teacher commended his bravery, promising that the academy would honor his deeds. Turning to the class, he issued a grave command to tend to the wounded immediately. Meanwhile, Ye Bishan scanned the slope with a sharp gaze. Something was wrong. An accident in a place like this felt far too unnatural. His instincts screamed a warning. He whipped around, his senses heightened, demanding to know the source of that sudden noise. Jiang Xiao and another student glanced up, confusion written on their faces. Their eyes went wide as they spotted the massive, pulsating cocoons clinging to the ancient trees. A headache split Ye Bishan's skull. A fragment of a memory from his past life flashed before his eyes, a vision of impending doom. While the others stood frozen in curiosity, one student foolishly reached for a branch. "It's moving," he muttered, stepping closer to inspect the grotesque object. "Stop!" Ye Bishan roared, his voice cutting through the air. The student spun around, annoyance flashing in his eyes, complaining that he had been startled over nothing. The blonde student sneered, mocking Ye Bishan for being a coward. The atmosphere grew tense, heavy with arrogance and ignorance. A black-haired classmate tried to defuse the situation, nervously laughing that they were merely insect cocoons. Ignoring the warning, the first student raised the branch to strike. Fate, however, had other plans. A jagged claw burst from the cocoon, seizing the branch in an iron grip. Terror seized the boy's heart as he stammered, "What is that?" The answer came swiftly. A monstrosity tore itself free and lunged at his throat. As the beast mauled its first victim, the nightmare truly began. All around them, the other cocoons tore open in a symphony of wet, tearing sounds. Monsters. The scream tore through the forest. Panic erupted as the students scattered, their minds unable to comprehend the hellish reality unfolding before them. The creatures did not hesitate. They surged forward like a tide of death, hungry for fresh blood. "Run now," the teacher bellowed, fear cracking his voice. They sprinted for their lives, but one of the beasts moved with supernatural speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Just as the fangs were about to sink in, a shadow interposed itself. Ye Bishan stepped in. With a single surgical strike, he intercepted the beast. The fleeing students looked back, eyes bulging in disbelief. There stood their quiet roommate, facing the abyss. "Is that really him?" the blonde student whispered, trembling. The creature collapsed, lifeless. Ye Bishan landed softly, his expression cold as ice. "I told you," he stated flatly. "I warned you not to touch them." "He's a martial arts master," one murmured in awe. "No," another corrected. Sensing the energy radiating from him, "he moves like a true cultivator." The realization hit the blonde student like a truck. Ye Bishan hadn't been scared, he had known. He had known exactly what was waiting in the dark. Shame washed over the black-haired student as he recalled his mockery, but there was no time for apologies now. The forest came alive with the skittering of death. The remaining cocoons burst open. Ye Bishan gritted his teeth. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Screams echoed as a student was cornered, facing two of the abominations simultaneously. Hope was fading fast. Jiang Siwen shouted a desperate warning. "Don't fight them alone. You have to run." But the creatures were relentless. Jiang Xiao froze, watching the chaos, wondering if this was some twisted nightmare. Suddenly, the air shimmered around Ye Bishan. Ancient swords materialized from thin air, responding to his call. His voice was calm, terrifyingly so. "There are too many. If I let them pass, everyone dies here today." Steel sang as he slashed through the nearest beast. The scent of blood drew the horde's attention instantly. Every predator in the clearing turned its gaze toward him. He leaped onto a monster's back, a fearless grin on his face. "Come and get me, you filth," he taunted, actively pulling the aggro of the entire swarm. The teacher watched in horror. "Is he insane? He's drawing them all away," the creatures roared, accepting the challenge, locking their sights on the lone warrior. The plan worked. Ye Bishan sprinted into the depths of the forest, putting distance between the monsters and his classmates. "They'll be safe now," he thought, leaping through the canopy. Back at the clearing, a student sank to his knees. "He's gone. He sacrificed himself. He's surely dead." The teacher fumbled for his phone, fingers trembling. "We need rescue if we wait. We're all corpses." But the screen remained black. No signal. Deep in the woods, Ye Bishan skidded to a halt. He turned to face the wave of nightmares chasing him. He raised his blade, his aura exploding outwards. "Good," he whispered. "Now I can fight without holding back." A shockwave of pure power blasted the surroundings. A monster lunged, only to meet its end. Ye Bishan moved like a phantom, slicing through flesh and bone in a single, fluid motion. "Die," he commanded. The beast's head severed cleanly, rolling across the forest floor among the dead leaves. He surveyed the carnage, his mind racing. Why are these things here? Suddenly, the scattered remains of the monsters began to twitch and liquefy. His eyes narrowed. The gore pulled itself together, merging into a grotesque mass. It was evolving right before his eyes. From the blood and bone, a humanoid figure rose. It flexed its new form, speaking with a voice that sounded like grinding stones. Ah, the taste of 2,000 years. Ye Bishan wasted no words. He launched a blistering attack. "What are you?" he demanded, his sword flashing toward the entity's neck. The entity dodged with terrifying ease, lunging forward. "My great cause is within reach," it hissed. Ye Bishan tracked the movement, his mind analyzing the enemy's unimaginable speed. "Submit," the creature purred, reaching for his face. "It will be less painful if you are obedient." "Get lost." Ye Bishan unleashed a blast of chi, forcing the creature back. "I don't care what you are," he vowed, charging in again. "I will destroy you." He chased the entity into a blinding flash of light, his blade striking again and again in a flurry of sparks. but the difference in power was absolute. The creature caught him midair, its grip like a vice. "Brave," it mocked, its fingers tightening around his throat. "But you lack the strength to stand before me." Darkness swallows the young hero. He struggles against the suffocating grip of the beast, but suddenly, a figure bursts onto the scene. The man with the mustache has returned, wielding a mysterious artifact. He advances with a calm yet terrifying aura. "We meet again," he declares, without wasting a second. He slams the object directly onto Yebai's forehead. Shocked, Yebai gasps for air. "How are you here?" he demands. The elder's reply sends a chill down his spine. He was the puppet master who cast them into this hell all along. Yebai's eyes narrow with suspicion. Was this entire nightmare part of a script? The mustachioed man hesitates, searching for the words to explain a complexity beyond mere mortal understanding. Meanwhile, the creature roars in fury. It curses their existence, swearing to drag them both into the abyss for daring to wound it. It thrashes in the sky, gathering energy for a devastating strike, yet the elder remains unmoved. Explanations later, he commands. First, we must survive the monster before us. With the authority of a general, he raises a glowing crystal. His voice booms across the battlefield, ordering the beast to retreat. A beam of pure energy erupts from the jewel, piercing the dark vortex, and from the shadows, a humanoid avatar emerges, spitting curses at the sudden turn of events. Fear flickers in the entity's eyes. How could a mere human possess a divine treasure of such power? Yebai watches intently, trying to piece together the puzzle. The elder wastes no time. "Leave now," he warns, his voice dripping with killing intent, "or face absolute annihilation." Sensing no mercy in the man's gaze, the figure flinches. It chooses survival over pride, vanishing into the horizon with a final, ominous vow that they will meet again. The threat dissolves into mist, but Yebai is not grateful. "Why?" he demands coldly. "Why did you save me?" The elder's expression hardens. "Do not mistake this for charity," he replies. "I acted solely for my own benefit." Confusion clouds Yebai's mind. The elder sighs, realizing the boy still doesn't grasp the gravity of the chessboard he stands upon. "Open your eyes," he urges. He reveals the surveillance. He had been watching that truck, watching every move Yebai made on the road before the tragedy struck. The revelation hits like a physical blow. The crash, the chaos. It wasn't bad luck. It was a calculated move by the man standing right in front of him. His voice is devoid of remorse as he confirms it. He unleashed the power that flipped their world upside down on that highway. The memory flashes back in agonizing clarity. The overturned bus, the desperate screams for help, the blood on the asphalt. Rage explodes within Yebai. He confronts the manipulator. "Why did you do it?" he shouts. "If you want revenge, take it out on me, not the innocent." Revenge. The man shakes his head calmly. "You misunderstand, boy. I am not here to be your executioner. I am here to be your friend." Or a friend? Yebai steps back, his mind racing. What kind of twisted game is this guy really plotting? The man speaks with an unsettling certainty. "We both carry heavy secrets," he says. "In this world of lies, we are the same kind of monster." Yebai scoffs at the comparison. He wants nothing to do with him, but the elder presses on. "Ignorance is death," he warns. "Understand the truth, or we both die." He points a trembling finger toward the heavens. "They are coming," he declares. "The entities from above will slaughter us both." Who are they? The man admits he doesn't know their faces, but he knows they exist, and their power is absolute. He begins the tale of the ancient past. 2,000 years ago, the cultivation world witnessed a massive wave of ascension. 3,000 masters ascended to the divine realm. But as the gates closed, a colossal cocoon fell from the heavens, a curse disguised as a miracle. It crashed into a sacred temple courtyard, splitting open like a rotten egg. And from within, nightmares emerged, monsters that feasted on the very blood essence of humanity. Yebai stares in disbelief. He has never heard such myths. History was erased. The man explains. "I wouldn't believe it either, had I not seen the beast with my own eyes." "But why seek me out?" Yebai asks. The answer is brutally simple. Alone, we are dust. Together, we might just survive the coming apocalypse. The pieces fall into place. The calamity of 2,000 years ago, and it is happening again. Desperation sets in. Ye-bai demands to know, how do you fight a disaster written in the stars? I don't have the answer yet, the man admits, but my organization was built to find it. Join us and uncover the truth. It is too much to process at once. Ye-bai shakes his head, unable to give an answer to the man who ruined his life. The elder doesn't force him. He tosses a communication sphere to the boy. Take this. Destiny will cross our path sooner or later. Like a phantom, he vanishes. Ye-bai tries to give chase, but the man moves with godlike speed, leaving only dust in his wake. Meanwhile, back with the survivors, a student weeps. Ye-bai. He was a hero. He sacrificed himself to save us all. Jiang Shao speaks solemnly. We must honor him. When we return, a grand funeral will be held for his brave soul. The professor sighs, the weight of survival heavy on his shoulders. We must keep living, he urges, though he curses the lack of signal in this wasteland. But suddenly, a familiar voice breaks the mourning. I'm back. Ye-bai appears behind them, alive and well. The professor and Jiang Zi freeze. Slowly, they turn, their eyes widening in sheer disbelief. You're alive. Jiang Zi loses all composure. He sprints forward, tackling Ye-bai in a tearful embrace. You crazy bastard, you didn't die. The professor just stares, his jaw on the floor. Just who is this student to walk into the jaws of death and return unscathed? He is no ordinary human. The professor tried to apologize for his earlier weakness, but words were unnecessary. With a serene smile that defied the chaos, Ye-chan declared, I know a way to get everyone back home safely. The professor's eyes widened in shock. Is that even possible? Do you truly possess such power? Ye-chan reached out, his hand steady as a rock, offering assistance to Jang So-yoon on the steep embankment. He gripped her wrist firm yet gentle and hoisted her up with effortless strength. The professor rushed to support her, while classmates shouted warnings from the side. Forgive me, Ye-chan murmured, realizing his grip might have been too strong for a normal person. And the professor approached, his voice trembling with gratitude. Without your intervention, we would all be corpses by now. I only did what was necessary, the young master replied calmly. But peace was short-lived. A sudden scream tore through the air. A student in an orange hoodie stumbled forward, a dark crimson stain blooming across his chest. The professor whipped around, panic rising. What happened to you? My old wounds, the boy gasped, clutching his chest as agony contorted his face. They've torn open. The professor's face went pale. There were no doctors here, no supplies. In the wilderness, massive blood loss meant only one thing, certain death. Terror filled the injured student's eyes. Professor, please, I don't want to die here. Ye-chan stepped forward, his presence commanding. I can treat him. The boy looked doubtful, but Ye-chan's gaze was steely. I know a way to save your life. Jang So-yoon stepped in, worried. Ye-chan, stop. You've already done enough. Don't push yourself. Combat is one thing, but medical arts are different, she argued. The professor nodded, sweat beading on his forehead. If we mess this up, we can make it worse. If he dies under your care, the professor whispered, you would technically be his killer. Calm down, Ye-chan said, his voice cutting through the panic. If he dies, I take full responsibility. The student gritted his teeth. Are you crazy? You're being reckless with my life. Ye-chan ignored the insult. Trust me. Suddenly, silver needles materialized in his hand, glinting in the light. My hands are faster than death itself. Needle poised, he locked eyes with the patient. Brace yourself. This will be over in an instant. The boy shrieked as Ye-chan drove the needles into his chest with terrifying precision. Jang So-yoon flinched, covering her mouth. That looks absolutely barbaric. Even if he lives, another student muttered, horrified. He'll be crippled for life after that. It's too cruel. Look at him suffering. The professor couldn't watch anymore. Ye-chan, that's enough. Stop this madness before you kill him. But suddenly, silence. The injured boy blinked, the agony vanishing from his face. Wait, the pain. It's gone. The terrifying blood stain began to recede as if by magic. Jang So-yoon gasped, eyes wide. Look, the wound. It's knitting itself back together. The professor's jaw dropped. Impossible. Did he actually cure him? The student stood up, testing his limbs. It's a miracle. The professor breathed. I really don't feel anything, the boy confirmed, stunned. Yi-chan wiped his hands, his expression bored. You are healed. Go home and rest properly. Tears streamed down the student's face. Yi-chan, you are my savior. The professor shook his head in shame. I misjudged you. Young man, you are truly a master of all trades. Jang So-yoon lowered her head. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'm 100% back, the student cheered. Ye-chan looked at the horizon. Then let's move. We return to the city. Right away. The professor agreed, unable to meet Ye-chan's eyes after his earlier outburst. Under the clear azure sky, 3 hours passed. Ye-chan was walking through the city streets when his phone buzzed with an unknown number. A voice summoned him. Moments later, Ye-chan sat on a park bench, his aura calm as a still lake, waiting for the caller. A presence materialized from thin air beside him. Ye-chan turned immediately, bowing his head. Master. It was Dr. Ju. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Ye-chan, I have finally located the key to the Tower of 100 Treasures. But that is not all. The old master continued. I have a mission of utmost importance for you. The atmosphere turned heavy with expectation. He projected a hologram of a mysterious artifact into Ye-chan's palm. You must investigate this. We must uncover its origin, Dr. Ju commanded. Ye-chan studied the image. This artifact. It appeared recently in the neighboring district. He recalled the reports. Hours ago, a meteorite crashed into the streets, but it wasn't a rock. A nightmare emerged from within. The police tried to contain it. Ye-chan narrated, his voice grim, but their weapons were useless against such a beast. The creature slaughtered everything in its path, advancing on the helpless officers like a reaper. Returning to the present, Ye-chan asked, Do we know where it came from? Dr. Ju shook his head gravely. That remains a mystery. I will go there myself. Ye-chan decided. Standing up, his master cautioned him, Be warned, that city is hundreds of kilometers away. Do you intend to walk? Dr. Ju teased. Ye-chan sighed, acknowledging the logistics. It is indeed a long journey on foot. He watched the modern vehicles zooming past, steel beasts of the new era. A faint smile touched his lips. These modern contraptions. They are quite fascinating. Soon, a new thought crossed his mind. A warrior needs a steed. The scene shifts to the gleaming glass facade of a high-end luxury dealership. Ye-chan stepped into the showroom. His eyes swept over the sea of steel and chrome, noting the impressive array of machines on display. He approached a sleek black beast, admiring its aerodynamic curves. But before his hand could graze the metal, a shrill voice cut through the air, commanding him to stop. Taken aback, he turned to face the source. He calmly asked if looking was now a crime for potential buyers. The saleswoman scanned him from head to toe, her eyes dripping with undisguised contempt. With a sneer, she shoved him away from the luxury vehicle. She spat out a demand for him to leave, claiming a pauper like him couldn't dream of affording such a masterpiece. Ye-chan held his ground, his gaze intensifying. He challenged her arrogance, asking if she truly possessed the divine sight to judge a man's wealth solely by his attire. The woman didn't hesitate for a second. She scoffed, declaring that he looked like a penniless student who had no business lusting after a limited edition supercar. Her mockery deepened as she asked if he thought he was some hidden young master. Then she dropped the hammer. This car was already reserved for the esteemed brother Lee. She waved her hand dismissively, ordering him to vanish before he tainted her business. Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps and a male voice broke the tension. A bald man swaggered in, demanding to know who was eyeing his prize. The saleswoman's face instantly transformed into a mask of fawning adoration as she welcomed him. She fawned over the newcomer, assuring him that the trash in the room was of no concern. The car was his, just as promised. Wasting no time, she threw open the driver's door and invited the bald man for a test drive. But before they could seal the deal, Ye-chan's voice rang out like a judge's gavel. His tone brooked no argument. He declared that he would be taking that car today, and not a single soul would touch what belonged to him. Fury twisted the saleswoman's face. She hissed a threat, promising to drag him out by security if he didn't cease his insolence immediately. The bald man smirked, draping a heavy arm around Ye Beichen's shoulder with mock pity. He sneered that the price was 3 million a number. A kid like him couldn't even count to. He barked at Ye Beichen to scram. The saleswoman echoed the sentiment, screeching for him to get out of their sight this instant. Just as the situation reached its boiling point, a cold, commanding female voice pierced the room. She demanded to know who dared cause such a ruckus in her establishment. The saleswoman froze, then spun around. Recognition dawned on her face. It was Miss Jang. She quickly plastered a terrified smile on her face to greet the VIP. She stammered out an excuse, pointing an accusing finger at the student. She claimed he was a nuisance disturbing their valued clients, and she was merely removing the trash. Miss Jing's eyes narrowed as she asked which student was causing trouble. Without an ounce of shame, the saleswoman pointed directly at Ye Beichen. Zhang Xiaohua followed the finger, and her expression shifted instantly. Shock replaced anger as she recognized him, calling out, "Classmate Ye." Ye Beichen offered a faint smile, asking what brought her here. She revealed the truth. This dealership was just another asset in her family's vast empire. The saleswoman's jaw dropped. Her heart hammered in her chest as the horrifying realization of her mistake crashed down upon her. Ye Beichen chuckled, noting that since this was her territory, things had just become significantly simpler. He pulled out his black card, ready to settle the bill. However, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, insisting that for him, the car would be a gift, no payment necessary. But Ye Beichen was adamant. He insisted on paying full price, his voice steady as he declared he needed to teach certain people that you cannot judge a dragon by its scales. Understanding his intent, she nodded. She would respect his method of dispensing justice. She snapped her fingers, summoning a different employee. She ordered the girl to process the paperwork for her distinguished classmate immediately. A shy employee with silver hair stepped forward, politely inviting Ye Beichen to follow her to finalize the transaction. From the sidelines, the rude saleswoman watched her commission walk away. Bitterness and regret swirled in her eyes, but not for her actions, only for her loss. She muttered a curse, complaining that her sale had been stolen. Zhang Xiaohua spun around, her eyes cold as ice. "You're fired," she stated flatly, leaving the woman paralyzed with shock. The woman's legs gave out. She collapsed to the polished floor, her world crumbling as the consequences of her arrogance finally took hold. The bald man, now completely ignored and irrelevant, stammered, asking about his status. Meanwhile, outside, the beast of a car was waiting for its true master. The silver-haired employee bowed respectfully. She informed him that all documentation was complete and placed inside the vehicle. Ye Beichen thanked her with a nod. The employee bid him a polite farewell, a stark contrast to the treatment he received moments ago. Standing by the driver's door, Zhang Xiaohua asked with a hint of concern if he actually knew how to drive. Ye Beichen replied with supreme confidence that he did. He explained that he had absorbed the knowledge of this modern world from the library. Although he had never physically taken the wheel, he claimed the theory seemed simple enough. Intrigued, she asked about his next move. His expression turned serious as he revealed his destination, H City. An anomaly had occurred there, and it required his attention. He stated firmly that he needed to witness the situation with his own eyes. She asked if he knew the route. He admitted he didn't, and a brief silence hung between them. Then, she surprised him. "I'll guide you," she offered. Engines roared to life, and the sports car tore down the street like a black lightning bolt. Ye Beichen weaved through traffic with terrifying speed. Beside him, Zhang Xiaohua gripped the handle, begging him to drive with a bit more caution. She screamed as they nearly rear-ended a sedan. Ye Beichen slammed on the brakes just in time. He glanced over calmly, explaining he was merely testing the machine's limits. Without giving her time to recover, he floored the accelerator again. "We're leaving," he announced, as the engine howled. Time blurred as they raced beneath the burning sun. Finally, the skyline appeared on the horizon. They had arrived at the city of chaos, H City. At the city's edge, a blockade of grim-faced men in suits chokes the street. One of them spots the vehicle approaching. He steps directly into the car's path, commanding an immediate halt. The door swings open. Ye Chen and Zhang Xiaohua step out, demanding answers. The agent's face is stone cold. He claims a catastrophic accident has sealed the route. Turn around. Now. His voice permits no argument. Suddenly, impact. The barricade shatters, sending the agents flying like ragdolls. Two nightmare beasts emerge from the chaos, lunging at the fallen men with primal fury. Ye Chen's eyes narrow. He recognizes these abominations immediately. Zhang Xiaohua trembles beside him. Are those monsters? A bald agent screams in pure terror. Run, get back, we're all dead. The beasts show no mercy. They charge, tearing into the defenseless men on the ground. One monster turns its bloodlust toward the bald agent. He freezes, staring death in the face. There is no escape. Suddenly, a roar from above. Die, filth. Two figures descend from the walkway. Boom! They land with earth-shattering force, placing themselves right between the man and the beast. One newcomer spots the threat and fires a spiritual projectile. It strikes the beast's hide, but barely leaves a scratch. Damn it, he curses, his aura flaring. I'll put everything into this, he charges, twin blades slicing the air in a lethal cross-strike. Just then, Ye Chen steps forward, his voice calm amidst the carnage. Move aside. I'll handle this trash. The agent stares at him in disbelief. Do you have a death wish? Even cultivators are struggling against these demons. Nearby, a cultivator's courage breaks. He flees in desperation, screaming for salvation. Ye Chen's gaze hardens. Move. It's already too late for talk. The agent is bewildered. Where did the kid go? In that split second, the beast lunges at the screaming cultivator on the ground. No, the cultivator cries, terror gripping his heart. I don't want to die, not yet. A blur of motion, Ye Chen intercepts the attack, sword in hand. Clang. With surgical precision, he blocks the lethal blow. The man in the suit watches, stunned. Did this kid truly just rush to his grave? Ye Chen doesn't flinch. Back down, he commands the second beast. His blade flashes a single, invisible slash, rending the air. The agent's jaw drops. He actually pushed it back. Even the cultivator stares in awe at this mysterious, overwhelming power. Dust swirls as both beasts rise again, their hunger undiminished. Ye Chen raises his blade, cold judgment in his eyes. Still standing, then go to hell. A wave of energy sweeps out, obliterating both monsters in a single heartbeat. Incredible. The agent shudders. I completely underestimated him. He's a monster in human skin. The surviving cultivator trembles on the ground, witnessing true strength for the first time. Ye Chen sheathes his weapon and approaches. Who are you people, and why are you hunting these things? The agent stammers an apology for his rudeness, but Ye Chen cuts him off coldly. Save the apologies. I want answers. We are the Special Task Force. The man explains quickly. We handle the supernatural occurrences plaguing the major cities. A government faction operating in the shadows. Ye Chen's interest is finally piqued. Zhang Xiaohua asks, Are these the targets you needed? Ye Chen nods. He's hunting the truth. Seeing an opportunity, the agent pleads, Join our investigation. Ye Chen turns away without hesitation. I work alone. Wait, the agent insists. We have official resources, intelligence networks you can't access alone. Your power would be invaluable. Access to the network. That changes things. Ye Chen pauses. The agent sees the hesitation and beams. Welcome to the team. They shake on it, an alliance of convenience. Follow me. The agent says. Vice Captain Xiao is stationed nearby. You need to meet him. Inside a makeshift command center, a gray-haired man radiates authority from behind his desk. The agent enters and salutes. Vice Captain Xiao. Xiao frowns, not looking up. Why have you returned? The threats are neutralized, sir, and I've secured a powerful new recruit. The vice captain's sharp gaze drifts to the two teenagers. You mean them? The agent nods enthusiastically. Xiao slams his hand on the desk. You brought me children. Students have no place in a war zone. Sir, please. The agent tries to defend them. They may be students, but their power is... Enough. Xiao cuts him off with a wave of his hand. Get them out of my sight. I have a crisis to manage, not a daycare to run. Ye Chen's expression turns icy. He addresses the agent, ignoring the vice captain's rank. It seems we aren't welcome. Come on, we're leaving. Panic strikes the bald agent. He rushes to block their path. No, wait, please. Don't go. I can explain. The vice captain sneers, turning his wrath on the subordinate. You dare associate us with mere students? Have you lost your mind? Suddenly, the door bursts open. Another officer rushes in, breathless. Vice Captain, we found it. A new clue about the alpha monster. Hearing the commotion, Ye Beichin and the young woman turned their gaze sharply, sensing a disturbance in the air. A subordinate rushed over with urgent intel, reporting a mysterious bronze gate that had materialized in the southwest, the likely source of the beast. The Vice Captain's eyes narrowed in skepticism. Are you absolutely certain? He demanded. But the scout confirmed the coordinates with unwavering conviction. Assemble the squad immediately, the Vice Captain roared, taking command. We are moving out to secure the site. The order was acknowledged instantly. The mention of the bronze gate sparked a dangerous curiosity in Ye Beichin's eyes. This was an anomaly he had to see for himself. Engines roared as the special unit sped away. Not far behind, Ye Beichin's vehicle tore down the road, two black cars cutting through the silence of the city. In the lead command vehicle, the Vice Captain checked the rearview mirror, his frown deepening as he spotted the two students tailing them relentlessly. Shall I intercept them, sir? A soldier in the back asked, reaching for his weapon, but the Vice Captain waved a dismissive hand. Ignore them, he scoffed coldly. If they have a death wish, let them be. Meanwhile, Ye Beichin realized the convoy was pulling away. Hold on tight, Miss Jang, Ye Beichin warned, slamming his foot on the accelerator. The engine screamed as they surged forward to close the gap. Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. A monstrous beast crashed onto the lead vehicle's hood, the sheer impact lifting the heavy car effortlessly into the air. Screeching tires filled the air. The trailing vehicle swerved violently, barely avoiding a catastrophic pileup on the asphalt. From the chaos, the Vice Captain watched grimly as the monster resurfaced. Now, 3 elite operatives burst from the car, sensing their moment to shine. Energy gathered in one soldier's palm, swirling with lethal intent. It's hunting time, he smirked, locking onto the target. He unleashed the blast point blank. His teammates advanced with arrogant strides, convinced the small creature was already obliterated. Excellent work. The Vice Captain nodded, a rare smile appearing. You haven't disappointed me. But as the smoke cleared, a nightmare emerged. The creature stood completely unscathed, its eyes glowing with predatory malice. Roar! With a single swipe, the beast sent all 3 elites flying. They smashed into the ground like ragdolls, the impact shaking the earth. The Vice Captain scrambled out of the vehicle, his composure cracking. What is happening? How is it still standing? One soldier struggled to his knees, clutching his chest. Captain, its defense. It is impenetrable. The monster turned its gaze toward the remaining survivors. Captain, look out! The driver screamed, terror seizing his voice. Gritting their teeth, the injured squad forced themselves up. They channeled every last drop of energy for a desperate combined assault. Halt, you beast, they cried, firing their techniques in unison, but the monster walked through the barrage as if it were a gentle breeze, blasting them back with a mere shockwave. Boom! The creature landed just meters away from the command car, dust billowing out from the crater it created. Fear turned their blood to ice. The elites froze in place, their courage shattered by the overwhelming gap in power. We're done for. The bald subordinate whispered. Even the Vice Captain's mind went blank, unable to see a way out of this hell. Death is certain, another muttered. But suddenly, the bald man's eyes snapped open. He remembered the true master was right there. He spun around, sprinting toward the student's car. Master Yi, please save us, he screamed, abandoning all dignity. You are the only one who can stop this monster, we beg you. Have you lost your mind? The Vice Captain shouted in disbelief, asking a terrified student for help. But fate didn't wait. The monster lunged straight for the captain's throat. Death was inches away. The captain flinched, but a blur of motion cut in. Ye Beichin shoved the officer aside just as the claws slashed down. The dust settled, revealing a lone figure standing defiant between the trembling officer and the beast. The Vice Captain stared, wide-eyed. Kid, why didn't you run? Do you have a death wish? Ye Beichin didn't speak. He intercepted the monster's strike with one bare hand, with a casual flick of his wrist. He hurled the massive beast away like a toy. Incredible. The bald man gasped, worshipping the display of raw power. The Vice Captain's jaw dropped. This wasn't just a student. Standing before him was a cultivator of terrifying skill. Ye Beichin dusted off his hands nonchalantly. If creatures like this are roaming free, we need to investigate the source immediately. He turned his piercing gaze to the officer. Where is the bronze gate, the altar beneath the sunset? Shamefaced. The vice captain bowed his head. I apologize. I underestimated you completely. Save the apologies, Ye Beichin replied coolly. I don't hold grudges against the ignorant. The officer exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders. Ye Beichin's eyes locked onto a massive structure ahead. Is that the entrance? Yes, that is it. The captain confirmed. Boom without breaking stride. Ye Beichin shattered the heavy double doors with a single thunderous kick. The soldiers flinched, staring in horror at the twisted metal. The sheer physical strength was beyond human comprehension. Stay in my shadow, Miss Jang. Ye Beichin commanded softly but firmly. Do not wander off. Are there more of them inside? The bald man stammered. Move. The vice captain shoved him aside, regaining his nerve to follow the strong. Stepping into the gloom, the air grew heavy with ancient pressure. There, in the center of the chamber, stood the altar. Waiting. The ancient stone structure looms in the center of the desolate hall, radiating a mysterious energy. Without wasting a breath, Yan Bishan dashes toward the altar like a phantom. With the grace of a martial master, he lands atop the stone platform. His eyes narrow as he realizes this architecture mirrors the dark altar of the Longing sect. Summoning his inventory, he materializes a strange artifact in his palm, his mind racing with possibilities of its hidden potential. The relic resonates violently, and Yan Bishan vanishes into the void. The squad watches in sheer terror, the vice captain stammering as their strongest fighter disappears into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Yan Bishan creates a spatial tear and materializes in a completely different dimension. Scanning his surroundings, he analyzes the spatial coordinates. It dawns on him that every altar might be a gateway leading to this singular, hidden nexus. The silence is broken by a sharp clatter. A small, unassuming stone drops to the floor at his feet. His eyes widen in recognition. It is an essence stone, identical to the core he harvested from the boss monster earlier. He grips it tight. A treasure of this rank is priceless. Deciding to claim his plunder, he stores the object away. In the same motion, he summons his blade, the cold steel humming with anticipation. Space warps again. He instantly reappears in the original altar hall, but the silence is shattered by a blood-curdling scream from outside. Yan Bishan turns sharply toward the entrance, his senses on high alert. Outside, the group is trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by a horde of monsters that spawn from the shadows. One of the beasts lunges with killing intent at the vice captain. The man draws his weapon in a panic, shouting futile commands at the encroaching death. The beast ignores him and sinks its fangs into his arm, refusing to cower. Jiang Xiao hurls an object at the monster, her eyes burning with the will to fight. The projectile strikes true. The beast releases its prey, turning its monstrous gaze toward the young woman. Just as its claws descend, a blur of motion cuts through the air. Yan Bishan appears like a god of war, cleaving the monster in two. Jiang Xiao lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. The student has returned. Yan Bishan stands before her like an iron fortress. He assures her calmly that as long as he draws breath, no harm will befall her. The vice captain, clutching his bleeding arm, screams that this is no time for romance and begs for salvation. With a single, fluid motion, Yan Bishan unleashes a sword wave that obliterates the entire mob. The survivors stare in trembling awe. This young man is far more terrifying than the monsters. Suddenly, the air grows heavy. A sinister shadow coalesces before Yan Bishan, its voice dripping with malice as it greets him once more. The entity mocks him, claiming he was lucky to survive their last encounter. Yan Bishan smirks coldly, reminding the shadow that it was the one who fled like a coward. The shadow roars that, without his master's protection, the boy is nothing. In a flash, a dark hand manifests and clamps around Yan Bishan's throat. Jiang Xiao screams in horror, warning him of the danger, but Yan Bishan remains unfazed. His expression is calm as a still lake, assuring her this attack is pathetic. Boom! His aura explodes outward. The shockwave shatters the shadow's grip and sends one of the bystanders flying across the room from the sheer pressure. The shadow figure recoils but tries to maintain dominance, demanding Yan Bishan's surrender before a superior being. Unimpressed, Yan Bishan counters that the only one who needs to beg for mercy is the creature standing before him. They clash. Energies collide violently, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Yan Bishan's blade dances, slicing through the shadow tentacles with surgical precision. He presses the offensive, parrying every strike with overwhelming force. The entity panics, unable to comprehend how a mere human possesses such monstrous cultivation. Yan Bishan stares into the abyss of the creature's eyes and asks if it knows fear. Then, he drives his sword straight through its spectral chest. Even as it fades, the creature gasps, questioning the source of his godlike strength. It collapses to the ground, its reality shattering. Yan Bishan steps over the fallen foe, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm as he asks where all that arrogance went. He demands its identity. The creature, broken and fading, admits it knows nothing. It has been a prisoner of this dungeon since the beginning of time. When asked why it slaughters humans, it confesses that a mysterious voice in its head compels it to kill. Seeing the creature has no more intelligence to offer, Yan Bishan decides its fate. It has outlived its usefulness. With a final, merciless slash, he obliterates the entity, scattering its essence into the void. The vice captain and his subordinate watch in stunned silence. The older man whispers that Yan Bishan is a calamity far greater than any beast they have faced. Yan Bishan sheathes his blade. The immediate threat is gone, but his mission isn't over. He mentions that the Peach Blossom faction is also hunting for the targets. Jiang Xiao steps forward, asking for his next move. He orders her to return to safety and rest. She looks at him with longing, pleading for him to stay safe. Moments later, he arrives at the ominous mouth of a cave. His senses tell him the old man he seeks is hiding within these depths. Venturing deeper, he stops at the edge of a pool filled with a crimson liquid. His voice echoes through the cavern, commanding the lurker to show himself. The surface ripples, and a long-haired man rises from the blood pool, noting with a smirk that the young master has finally tracked him down. The man asks if Yan Bishan has reconsidered his offer to form an alliance. The young hero refuses flatly. He just needs transportation. The man raises an eyebrow, asking for the destination. Yan Bishan reveals his target, the legendary WoW Pavilion. The man grins, accepting the terms instantly. He snaps his fingers, and space warps around them as they vanish from the cave. They rematerialize instantly. Yan Bishan stands before a man with a mustache, confirming that they have reached the gateway to the treasure pavilion. The guide explains he has been here before but failed to retrieve the artifacts. Yan Bishan steps forward, his eyes glowing with knowledge. Only those with the blood of the Qingyun clan can unlock these seals. He channels spiritual energy into the artifact, causing blinding orbs of light to flood the entire chamber. Space itself begins to warp. A dimensional gate tears open beneath their feet, instantly swallowing them into the hidden treasure pavilion. They materialize in a void, floating amongst an endless sea of sealed artifacts. Ye Beichen questions the reality of this place, and the mustache-wielding guardian confirms this is the legendary vault. Ye Beichen drifts toward the collection, his eyes widening at the sheer magnitude of heaven-tier treasures surrounding him. But the moment he attempts to graze a spiritual flask, a violent shockwave blasts him back. The surrounding artifacts resonate, rejecting his presence with a hum of power. The guardian watches in shock as the seals weaken. Ye Beichen smirks, his bloodline reacting. The treasures of the Qing clan recognize their true master. Suddenly, a specific bamboo scroll vibrating on a high shelf captures the young master's attention. He draws closer, sensing a calling. The guardian warns him that scroll possesses an impenetrable seal that no elder has ever managed to crack. Ignoring the warning, Ye Beichen reaches out, his hand makes contact, and the ancient seal shatters instantly upon his touch. A radiant aura explodes from the scroll, condensing into a spectral form. Ye Beichen's eyes tremble with recognition. Master, the spirit declares his long-awaited return. The master's remnant soul speaks with grave urgency. The balance of the world is crumbling. A shadowed force moves in the darkness, plotting our destruction. But his time is short. As the warning leaves his lips, the spiritual projection begins to dissolve into motes of light, begging his disciple to remember his destiny. Desperate, Ye Beichen reaches for the fading light, screaming for his master, but the guardian restrains him, demanding to know the truth of his identity. The young man's eyes burn with resolve. I am Ye Beichen, the rightful heir of the Qing clan. The guardian nods grimly. He had sensed a chaotic anomaly interfering with the world's fate. Now, the source is clear. He asks what the young heir intends to do next. Ye Beichen vows to crush those responsible. However, the guardian advises caution. They must retreat and cultivate a strategy before rushing into the lion's den. They exit the dimensional space, returning to the mundane world. Hours bleed away until the veil of night covers the city. While walking through a deserted alley, Yebachin feels exhaustion set in. Suddenly, a voice drips with malice from the shadows. Found you at last. Stepping into the light, the leader of the band's shaman faction appears, flanked by his thugs. He claims he is here for a meeting with Lin He. Yebachin claims ignorance of the name. The leader grins like a predator. Then allow me to offer you a bloody welcoming gift. He lunges with killing intent. Yebachin doesn't even flinch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sends the attacker launching high into the night sky. The two lackeys scream a warning and strike from behind, but their weapons pass harmlessly through air. They struck nothing but a fading afterimage. The real Yebachin materializes behind them like a ghost. Count yourselves lucky, he whispers. I'm not in the mood for slaughter today. With a blur of motion, he blasts both henchmen away. The leader, groaning on the pavement, realizes the terrifying truth. The rumors of this boy's strength were not exaggerated. Dusting himself off, the attacker completely changes his demeanor. He bows formally. I am Lin He, Vice President of the Cultivator Association. The murderous intent vanishes, replaced by a polite smile. He claims the ambush was merely a test, a prank to gauge his worthiness for a mission. Unimpressed, Yebachin demands the bottom line. Lin He explains that the association is desperate. A crisis has emerged at the local academy. Yebachin narrows his eyes. What kind of crisis requires my intervention at a school? Lin He reveals that their organization hunts monsters and dark forces, but this anomaly is different. Yebachin presses for the connection to the students. A key singularity has awakened. The target possesses overwhelming power, and they need a monster like Yebachin to lure the threat into a containment trap. Weighing the risks against the benefits, the young cultivator contemplates the chaotic board set before him. He accepts the contract. They shake hands, sealing the alliance. However, Yebachin warns him he is drained and requires rest before the hunt begins. Lin He agrees to the terms. The scene shifts to the following morning, as the sun casts long shadows over the school grounds. In a secluded corner of the courtyard, the cruel reality of the weak and the strong plays out. A helpless student is cornered by a gang of delinquents. The leader demands tribute, and when the boy pleads poverty, a fist buries itself in his stomach. Collapsing to his knees, the victim begs for mercy, swearing he has nothing left to give. The bully's eyes turn cold. No money. He stomps on the fallen boy's chest while his lackeys laugh. Then you pay with pain. Watching from the shadows, Lin He points a finger. That is our target. Yebachin frowns, skeptical. Him. He looks like common trash. Lin He warns him not to be deceived by appearances. That bully recently underwent a terrifying awakening. He is volatile and dangerous. He confesses that the association already tried to subdue him days ago using a squad of trained fighters. The result was catastrophic. The target reacted with superhuman reflexes, decimating the entire squad in seconds. Yebachin is intrigued. How does a thug suddenly gain such power? Lin He lowers his voice. We suspect a dark, mysterious force is fueling his ascension. Suddenly, the bully senses their gaze. He turns, eyes burning with arrogance. You rats have been watching for a while. Here to pay tribute to. Caught off guard, Lin He tries to de-escalate, putting on a harmless act. Just passing through, friend. But the predator has no patience. He grabs Lin He by the collar, pressing a blade against his throat. Cut the crap. Hand over the cash or bleed. Yashan steps in, his grip like iron around the bully's wrist. He stares him down, asking if his presence is a joke. The tyrant snarls, warning Yashan to back off unless he wants to be the next victim. In response, Yashan doesn't flinch. He crushes the wrist in his hand. A scream of pure agony tears through the hallway. The bully's eyes widen in shock. His bones snapped like a dry twig. Blinded by humiliation and rage, he draws a knife, swearing to paint the walls with Yashan's blood. Suddenly, Lin dives in. He shoves Yashan out of the blade's path just in time. Scrambling from the floor, Lin looks up frantically, demanding to know why Yashan is hesitating. Yashan's gaze remains cold and calculated. He whispers that the time is not right. A direct clash now would be reckless. The bully roars, his ego bruising more than his arm. He declares himself the apex predator, untouchable. His minions watch in terror as his shattered arm twists and heals a monstrous regeneration. "Shut up," he screams, his patience snapping. In a flash of cruelty, he grabs two of his own henchmen by their skulls. Dark energy pulses as he violently drains their life force to fuel his own power. Lin watches the horror unfold, realizing this guy has completely lost his humanity. The monster mutters deliriously, obsessed with the pain of his broken bone. Suddenly, his aura splits. 4 identical clones manifest from thin air. The pack surrounds our heroes, promising a vengeance 100 times worse than death. Yashan moves like lightning. With a single sweeping technique, he obliterates 3 clones instantly. The backlash hits the original body, forcing him to cough up blood. But Lin restrains him before he can finish it. "Wait," he shouts. Acting on impulse here is suicide. Yashan pauses, demanding an explanation. Lin insists they are still on school grounds. They must stick to the strategy and lure this beast into the trap. Yashan nods, trusting the plan. The monster rises from the debris, eyes glowing with madness. He vows the battle will only end when one of them is a corpse. Screaming with bloodlust, he charges, "I'll kill you all." Lin signals the retreat, and they sprint away, dodging the lethal strike. The hunter immediately gives chase, leaping after them like a wild animal. As they race across the rooftops, Yashan calls out, asking for the destination. Lin commands him to follow closely. They are heading straight for the kill zone. The enemy is hot on their heels, roaring that escape is impossible. Moments later, the duo crash lands onto a deserted street below. Lin announces they have arrived. Yashin scans the empty concrete, confused. "Where's the trap?" A sly smile crosses Lin's face. "You'll see." Just then, the predator lands before them, mocking their attempt to run. Now spirit chains erupt from the ground beneath him. They coil around the attacker's body like serpents, locking him in place completely. "Got him," Lin cheers. Declaring the operation a success, he calls out to the shadows, signaling the ambush team to reveal themselves. The ground trembles as 4 martial artists burst from the earth, surprising even Yashan with their stealth tactics. One of the assassins asks Lin for permission to finish the job. Without waiting for an answer, he moves in to subdue the captive. The assassin places a hand on the target's face but suddenly freezes. A terrifying coldness washes over him. Something is wrong. Boom! A shockwave blasts the assassin backward. Yashan and Lin shield their eyes, trying to comprehend the explosive force. The smoke clears. The monster has shattered the chains. Lin realizes the gravity of the situation. Their target has gone berserk. The ambush team braces themselves and charges in a desperate attempt to contain him. The beast laughs, looking at them not as warriors, but as a meal. "You are all my food." He begins to devour the energy of the fallen men. Power surges through his veins. "More, I need more," he screams. One of the remaining fighters shouts a warning to his partner to keep his distance. "Don't let him touch you." Desperate to stop the monster's evolution, a fighter launches a heavy strike. The attacker dodges with supernatural speed. He manifests twin energy swords, his eyes glowing with contempt. "You are too weak." It's a massacre. He slashes through the first man's defense like paper, declaring them worthless, before cutting down the second with a brutal cross strike. Lin watches in horror, realizing they severely underestimated this monster's cultivation. The killer leaps toward them, screaming, "Keep dying." Yashan and Lin barely dodge the onslaught, leaping backward. On the ground, the broken ambush team cries out in despair, their spirits crushed. The killer turns his blood-soaked gaze to the duo. "I've been watching you," he hisses. Yashan unsheathes his blade, his aura shifting. "Surrender now," he commands coldly. "I see through your tricks." Lin warns him not to provoke the beast further, but Yashin stands firm. His voice is calm. "I can win this." Lin looks at him in disbelief. Everyone else has been slaughtered, but Yashin ignores the doubt. He launches himself forward, his sword singing through the air. Clang, the monster crosses his blades, blocking the strike with terrifying strength, ordering Yashin to be gone. Lin watches the exchange. Trembling, the opponent is a titan. With a mocking grin, the enemy dares Yashin to survive the next blow. Sparks fly as steel clashes against energy. In a blinding flurry of attacks, Yashin steps back, realizing that brute force alone won't stop this rampage. His mind races to the items he obtained from the pavilion. A glint of determination enters his eyes. It is time to use the treasure. With a swift motion, he hurls the artifact at the aggressor. The beast tries to slash the object, but the artifact defies logic. It expands, wrapping around him and sealing his movements instantly. Yashan lowers his weapon, It is over. With zero hesitation, he surges forward and delivers the finishing strike. Lin He watches in absolute shock as the assassin is crushed into the pavement. As Ye Bachin steps closer, Lin He can't help but wonder who exactly is this monster. The subordinates whisper in shame. Their combined strength was useless, yet this man annihilated the threat single-handedly. Ye Bachin entrusts the broken captive to Lin He, who vows to extract every secret. Barking orders, Lin He commands his squad to drag the prisoner to the interrogation room. The adrenaline fades, leaving the young master drained. He stifles a yawn, muttering that he burned far too much spiritual energy and needs to sleep. Requesting updates on the situation, he bids them farewell. Lin He and his troops bow deeply in reverence. Finally back at his sanctuary, Ye Bachin sighs, ready to collapse into bed. But rest is a luxury he cannot afford. A familiar voice cries out. It is Zhang Xiaohua, rushing toward him in a panic, bewildered. He asks what emergency could cause such distress. Desperation fills her eyes as she explains that her father's condition has deteriorated. She begs him to intervene before it is too late. Ye Bachin nods instantly. He cannot ignore a plea for help. They depart at once, arriving at the sprawling Zhang family estate an hour later. Bursting into the master bedroom, Zhang Xiaohua announces her return. She soothes her father, promising that with Ye Bachin present, his suffering is about to end. Ye Bachin places a hand on the patient's pulse. He declares that while the elder's life force is depleted, death does not yet loom over him. He produces a glowing medicinal pill, guaranteeing a full recovery. Zhang Xiaohua accepts the treasure, her faith in him vindicated, and gently feeds it to her ailing father. The effects are miraculous. The patriarch's eyes widen in shock as pain evaporates from his body instantly. Seeing the crisis averted, Ye Bachin prepares to depart, his earlier exhaustion returning with a vengeance. But Zhang Xiaohua blocks his path, gripping his arm. She insists he stay the night in her room, catching the hero completely off guard. Once inside the private chamber, the atmosphere shifts. She whispers that she owes him everything and has longed for a chance to repay his kindness. Ye Bachin tries to maintain propriety, stammering that this might be crossing a line. She silences his protests, shoving him onto the soft mattress hovering over him. She confesses he is the only man to capture her heart, claiming him as hers for the night. As he questions the morality of the situation, she seals his lips with a passionate kiss. Pulling back, she teases him to let go of his hesitation, pouring out her true feelings. The moon stands witness as the hours drift by. Beneath the sheets, Zhang Xiaohua shyly reveals that he is the first man to ever touch her. The next morning, a sleek black sedan gleams outside a massive complex. Passers-by can't help but admire the luxury vehicle, swooning over the handsome owner leaning against it. As they stroll past the crowd, Ye Bachin smirks at his companion, joking that the battle last night was far more exhausting than any fight. Zhang Xiaohua immediately snaps at him, scolding him to quit spouting nonsense, but their banter is cut short as a wall of men in black suits blocks their path, barking that the area is strictly restricted. Ye Bachin halts, his eyes narrowing at the commotion. Just then, a young man with a shaved head steps through the blockade. It's Lin Hai, who smirks, noting that Bachin has finally decided to show up. Lin Hai, Bachin addresses him, gesturing to the security. Why is this place on lockdown? Lin Hai's expression darkens. It's a long story, my friend. Lin Hai lowers his voice, explaining the gravity of the situation. We interrogated a suspect last night. The intel we squeezed out of him, it changes everything. He recounts the events of 10 days ago. That same young man was just a powerless nobody then. Cornered in a dark alley by ruthless thugs demanding cash he didn't have. One of the goons had choked him against the wall, eyes cold and predatory. You really expect me to believe you're broke? Another raised a steel pipe, threatening to shatter his bones to teach him a lesson. Satisfied with their cruelty, the attackers left him broken, with a chilling warning to have money next time. Left alone in the dirt, the boy dragged himself up, cursing his wretched fate. He screamed at the heavens, lamenting the unfairness of a world that preyed on the weak. But destiny has a twisted sense of humor. In his blind rage, his foot slipped on a wet manhole cover, and he plummeted into the abyss below. Here's the kicker, Lin Hai continues. He didn't die. He crawled out of that hole with terrifying, awakened powers. We suspect there's a hidden dungeon beneath the school. Ye Bachin's interest is instantly piqued. So, the source of this power is down that manhole. Lin Hai nods grimly. Confirmed. The association isn't taking any chances, Lin Hai adds. We've assembled 2 elite teams of cultivators to breach and explore the site. A smirk plays on Ye Beichen's lips. This was getting interesting. Seeing that look, Lin Hai asks the obvious question. You're planning to go down there too, aren't you? Without a doubt. Beichen confirms instantly. He turns to Zhang Xiaohua. Wait here for me. She sighs, unable to stop him, but urges him to come back in one piece. Ye Beichen signals Lin Hai that he's ready. Nearby, the elite teams gather around the ominous entrance, receiving their briefing. Listen up, this is a confirmed A-rank mission, high fatality risk. Lin Hai leads Beichen to the group, apologizing for the delay. A blonde cultivator eyes the newcomer with suspicion. Who's the extra baggage? Lin Hai. This is Ye Beichen. Lin Hai introduces calmly. A new associate. He'll be joining the exploration. A red-haired cultivator scoffs, looking around. Where's his squad? Or is he planning to descend alone? Beichen answers coolly. I have no team. I'm going by myself. Both team leaders stare at him as if he's insane. Kid, this is an A-rank zone. It's a death trap even for us combined. Don't throw your life away. Ye Beichen doesn't waste breath arguing. He steps to the edge and leaps. I alone am enough, he declares, plummeting into the darkness. The elites watch from above. Jaws dropped. Does he have a death wish? Lin Hai shakes his head, shouting to the stunned group. Snap out of it. Hurry up and follow him before we lose him. Deep inside the tunnel, Ye Beichen senses the shift in atmosphere, this spiritual pressure. It's like a different world. The teams finally catch up, shouting, Hey, fall back and stay behind us if you want to live. Suddenly, Lin, his voice tears through the silence, shouting a warning as movement flickers in the shadows. Panic erupts instantly. One cultivator fears a monster horde is upon them, while another screams that their numbers are far too few to survive. Terror grips the squad. They scream for Yabashian to retreat, warning that these beasts show no mercy. The blonde cultivator yells out, questioning if the man has lost his absolute mind. But then flash silver light slices through the gloom. The earth itself shudders violently, leaving the team wondering if the dungeon is collapsing around them. A trembling finger points into the dust cloud, urging the captain to witness the impossible. Stunned silence falls. The captains can only stare as the dust settles. Yabashian steps calmly from the chaos, remarking that these weaklings held no clues for him. The 2 young heirs stand with their mouths open, unable to process the words, weak monsters. Impossible. He massacred an entire swarm single-handedly. A mountain of monster corpses lies broken and silent at his feet. The other cultivators grip their weapons tight, sweat running down their necks as they stare at Yabashian with newfound fear. The blonde genius is forced to admit his overwhelming strength, while the red-haired warrior realizes they were blind to the dragon hidden among them. Yabashian steps forward, sword dripping, leaving the carnage behind, but suddenly, his senses spike. Something is wrong. A sound that shouldn't exist ripples through the air. He spins around, eyes narrowing at the corpse pile. A shadow erupts from the dead bodies. A vile voice complains about filthy humans yet again. Lin He freezes in horror. The monsters weren't dead, they were merely vessels. Yabashin grips his blade, his aura flaring. He knows this presence. The creature shrieks, accusing him of destroying its hosts, and lunges with killing intent. Time to end this. Yabashin declares cold as ice, raising his sword to settle an old debt. But darkness surges like a living tide. It swallows him whole. Lin, he screams his name as the void drags Yabashian into the abyss. Trembling, Lin, he turns to the others, his voice cracking. Is this truly just an A-rank mission? The blonde cultivator retreats. Face pale, this horror is beyond their pay grade. Yabashian is gone, completely consumed by the cursed shadows. Silence. The darkness clears, revealing a void of absolute nothingness. Yabashian stands alone, scanning this strange dimension. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light pierces the gloom. Locking onto him, Yabashian braces himself for the anomaly. A figure in ancient robes manifests from the ether. It demands to know why he has intruded upon this domain. But he is not alone. Twisted shadows and humanoid horrors crawl from the abyss, hungry for his soul. Yabashian realizes the truth. This is the creature's mental world. The horde rushes him, intent on devouring his consciousness. He doesn't flinch. Sword art circular, Slash, a wave of energy, explodes outward, decapitating the phantoms in a single breath. The illusion shatters. He stands victorious in the center of the void. His consciousness snaps back to the physical tunnel. He has broken the enemy's mental trap. He exhales sharply, muttering that the spiritual attack nearly claimed his life. But in reality, chaos reigns. The shadow beast flings a cultivator like a rag doll. Roaring with desperation, the red-haired warrior charges the monster. He unleashes his strongest strike, but the creature sneers, calling him an arrogant ant for daring to challenge a god effortlessly. The beast catches the blade with a single hand. The difference in power is heaven and earth. Boom! The monster reflects the impact. The red-haired warrior is blasted backward, blood spraying from his chest. Lin He watches in despair. It's hopeless. The enemy's invincible. The team scrambles back, realizing they are nothing but prey. Insignificant insects. The beast cackles. None of you leave here alive. It surges forward, death following in its wake. Clang. Steel meets darkness. Yabashian flickers into existence, blocking the lethal blow right in front of the group. His blade dances, deflecting a barrage of projectiles with godlike precision. Yabashian, Linan, he cries out, witnessing a miracle. The creature recoils, trembling. My spiritual core. Destroyed, how it screams in denial, unable to comprehend a human breaking its mental seal. I don't care what you are, Yabashian states, his voice heavy with judgment. But today, the score is settled. He explodes forward, a flash of steel. The blade bites deep into the shadow directly. Screeching in pain, the beast curses his arrogance, even wounded. It charges with frenzied fury, screaming for him to die. Yabashian meets it head-on, another precise slash. He steps through the guard, whispering a mock apology to the beast. As the blade descends for the execution, the monster's curse rings a bell. Yabashian's eyes widen. He finally recognizes this aura. The creature falters, confused by the sudden shift in the warrior's focus. Slash, 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 with decisive fury. Yabashian dissects the shadow body into ribbons. As the dark form begins to disintegrate, he sighs, regretting that he let this mystery slip away the last time they met. Not this time. He snatches a remnant of the shadow soul before it fades. He tosses the fragment high and the spiritual gourd activates, sucking the entity inside. Clutching the gourd, Yabashian confirms the capture. The hunt is finished. Lin admits the hard truth without Ye Bichen. Total defeat was inevitable. Ye Bichen offers a final command. Seal the exit behind us. Lin nods, accepting the order without question. Job done. Ye Bichen leaves the cleanup to the others. With a burst of speed, he launches himself out of the tunnel. Above ground, Zhang Xiaohua paces anxiously. Why hasn't he returned yet? The wait feels like an eternity. Suddenly, a shadow bursts from the manhole. Ye Bichen lands effortlessly, announcing his return. She rushes to his side, relief washing over her. He admits the underground was treacherous, but the threat has been neutralized. Gently, he takes her hand. Let's get you home, he whispers, leading her toward the apartment. But peace is short-lived. A paper talisman slices through the air, halting right before his eyes. Urgent energy pulses from it, bad news from Donghai. Ye Bichen snatches the talisman, his expression darkening. Why is that old man contacting me now of all times? Zhang Xiaohua senses the tension. Is it trouble? Ye Bichen nods grimly. It is something serious. With no other choice, he declares, I must meet him tonight. He leaps into the night sky, vanishing. Moments later, atop a carousel in a silent amusement park, Ye Bichen stands waiting. He flares his aura, demanding the other party reveal themselves. From the shadows, a robed figure materializes. You arrive quickly, Ye Bichen notes. The newcomer questions his rush, always on the run. Do you even have a plan? Ye Bichen displays his spirit gourd, a fresh capture trapped inside. I secured a valuable spirit, he says. Now, what is the intel? The man explains the hunt is on for a specific target. The target is a walking calamity. Wherever this individual treads, evil spirits rise from the abyss in their wake. The fugitive hides half his face behind a mask. The elder suspects everything is linked to a dark, mysterious force. Why meet here? Ye Bichen asks. The reply is chilling. Because the prey is hiding inside this very park. Ye Bichen is stunned. Is he truly here, right under our noses? The elder nods. He used himself as bait to lure the target into a trap. Finally, in a solid lead, Ye Bichen realizes the time for games is over. His eyes flash with killing intent. He will not escape my grasp tonight. Yebichin unleashes a wave of sensory energy. It sweeps the park, slamming into the fugitive's concealment. The rat reacts to the intrusion. I see you. Yebichin smirks. He locks onto the location. Like lightning, the duo dashes toward the signal. Trapped in a spiritual cocoon, the fugitive struggles to break free. I've been found, he screams in frustration. The masked man turns, sensing the incoming danger. But it is too late. Yebichin and Donghai have arrived. The masked man mocks them. Impressive tracking skills. The fugitive sneers. Are you not tired of chasing me yet? Donghai demands. Do you know who hunts you? The enemy sighs with disdain. Life is dull. I am merely toying with you for entertainment. Yebichin points his blade at the villain. Who are you, and why do you summon these monsters? My identity is beyond your comprehension. The enemy arrogantly replies. Suddenly, his form splits. Dozens of clones surround them. The chase ends now. The masked man raises an impenetrable barrier, blocking their path. Then, defense turns to counterattack. Insolent fools. He unleashes a barrage that obliterates his own clones to fuel the blast. Yebichin meets the main impact head-on with his sword. Steel screams against energy, but the force is overwhelming, dragging him backward across the earth. The masked man laughs as Yebichin falters. Naive child, where do you think you are going? Yebichin hits the ground hard, but Yebichin refuses to yield. I will not fall today. Suddenly, the earth roars. A titan's hand bursts from the soil, slamming the masked man, though injured. The enemy smiles maniacally. Now this is getting interesting. Donghai wastes no time. He summons a second colossal hand, marveling at the technique's raw power. Die, he screams, bringing the fist down with crushing force. The impact is catastrophic. The enemy is flattened into a pool of blood. Yebichin watches the carnage, but cracks begin to spread across the ground. Is he truly dead? Suddenly, Donghai screams a warning. Yebichin, watch out! Deadly stone spikes erupt from the earth below. Yebichin leaps backward, narrowly avoiding impalement. The masked man rises from the ground, resurrected and terrifying. The duo scrambles to create distance from the eruption. Hovering like a dark god, the enemy muses. You two will make excellent sacrifices. But my time is short. Donghai grits his teeth. He holds too many secrets, we cannot let him leave. The masked man's aura darkens. Cherish your insignificant lives while you can. Yebichin ignores the threat, raising his sword for a final strike. His blade meets the enemy's dark energy simultaneously. Donghai launches his ultimate technique. Power clashes against power in a blinding display. A cataclysmic explosion swallows the park. When the smoke finally clears, the enemy has vanished. Donghai curses in frustration. We revealed our strength for nothing, now he knows our moves. Yebichin sheathes his weapon, his eyes cold and calculating. Do not worry. I anticipated this outcome from the start. From the shadows, the masked stranger commands Yachan to remain crushed against the earth. He reveals the cunning trap. A binding talisman has already been secretly attached to Yachan's back, sealing his movements. However, fate had a cruel twist. The tracking talisman was already clinging to the fugitive's back like a second skin. His companion chuckled, praising his devious mind. But Yebichin scoffed. These were merely the laws of the jungle. Beside him, Mustache grew impatient, eyes burning with bloodlust, insisting they end this hunt now. But Yebichin raised a hand, his voice cold as ice. Patience. He explained the strategy, let the prey run until fear drains his spirit. Only when the rat is exhausted will the trap snap shut. Mustache grinned, departing to prepare the ambush, asking only for the signal. As he vanished, Yebichin smirked, muttering, "You cunning old fox." Returning to his sanctuary later that day, he expected silence. Surely, Zhang Xiaohua would have fled by now. To his shock, she emerged from the shadows. Complaining she had waited an eternity, she dragged him inside, demanding he fill her empty stomach immediately. Yet, as he stepped in, he froze. The table groaned under the weight of a magnificent feast. Why had she prepared all this? With a captivating smile, she poured a cup of wine, insisting it was her treat. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she urged him to drink. He didn't hesitate. He downed the liquid jade in a single gulp, savoring the burn, praising its exquisite flavor. But then darkness struck. His limbs turned to lead, and he collapsed onto the table. Jiang Xiaohua leaned over, whispering to check if the sleeping dragon was finally out cold. Sighing, she hoisted him up, teasing him for his weak tolerance to the spiritual liquor. Morning light pierced the room. Ye Baichen awoke, only to find his heart-pounding Jiang Xiaohua was draped over him. He jolted up, demanding answers, but she simply rose with feline grace. Closing the distance, she pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, silencing his protest. She laughed softly, reminding him there was no need for modesty in the eyes of the world. Were they not already husband and wife? With that teasing declaration, she stood, announcing she would head downstairs to prepare their morning meal. "Stop," he commanded gently. He caught her attention, insisting that today he would take her out instead. At the door, she paused, sensing his gaze. He calmly assured her the truth would reveal itself soon. She merely smiled, noting that her man was always full of secrets. Now alone in the room, the playfulness vanished. Ye Baichen sat cross-legged, sinking into a deep meditative trance. His memories of the blackout were fragmented shards. He needed clarity. With a surge of qi, he commanded his inner vision to reveal the truth. The vision manifested in a desolate wasteland. The masked fugitive stood among beasts, promising them a feast of flesh and blood. The mist cleared to reveal a sprawling traditional compound. Ye Baichen's eyes narrowed. Could this masked lunatic truly be a government official? Reality snapped back. Clutching a tracking talisman, he smirked. The rat's burrow had been found. Staring out the window, he realized he hadn't even signaled his ally yet. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman shot into the sky, streaking toward the enemy hideout. Moments later, atop the enemy roof, Mustache reported in. The target from last night was directly below them. The hunt was on. To ensure no soul could leave this place alive, Ye Baichen initiated a sealing formation, hurling 4 mystical flags into the courtyard. The flags pierced the earth like thunderbolts. An invisible barrier erupted, sealing the perimeter instantly. Mustache licked his lips, greed gleaming in his eyes. The Qing'an Gate was rumored to hide treasures that could rival the heavens. "The trap is set," Mustache roared, diving from the roof with Ye Baichen right on his heels like a shadow of death. Inside, the masked cultivator paused his dark ritual. The air had shifted. A killing intent was descending upon him. He spun around, sensing their oppressive aura. Boom! The door shattered as Ye Baichen and his ally burst in like a hurricane. "You again," the masked man hissed. Since their duel yesterday ended in a draw, they had foolishly come to deliver their heads on a platter. Roaring with fury, he summoned a spectral tiger avatar, the massive beast materializing with a promise of total destruction. "His power has spiked," Mustache warned, taking a step back, but Ye Baichen stood firm, his eyes calm. "He is nothing I cannot handle." With a flash of steel, Ye Baichen moved. His blade sang through the air, cleaving the spectral beast in two with a single, devastating stroke. Seizing the opening, Mustache launched his offensive, screaming for the enemy to rot in hell. A blast of chi fired forward but hit nothing. The masked man vanished, reappearing instantly behind Mustache, his voice dripping with malice. "Who are you really?" Boom! A pillar of dark energy erupted from the floor. The enemy shrieked, unleashing a blast meant to obliterate them both. The roof was blown sky high. Debris flew like shrapnel as the force of the blast hurled the 2 cultivators out of the building. Hovering in the sky like a demon god, the masked man conjured a colossal energy sword. "I showed mercy yesterday," he thundered, "but today, you die." The sky darkened as the massive blade descended. Mustache raised his arms in a desperate defense, screaming a final warning. The sword struck, the earth screamed, as a cataclysmic explosion swallowed the entire courtyard. There was no time to hesitate. Ye Baichen bit his finger, drawing blood essence. He slapped a golden talisman, commanding the heavens to open. The sky-answered clouds swirled as arcs of tribulation lightning began to rain down, targeting the entire sect. The masked man looked up in horror. Thunder! Before he could react, the wrath of the heavens crashed down, turning the world into a blinding ocean of lightning. Yachin looks up, his eyes widening in horror, and screams out in denial, "This isn't possible."